All work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Hey, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for whatever, I'll be front and center. Don't fly too close to the sun, your body chopped up by propellers. Came in arrogant, but left out in a stretcher. Fuck the comparison, y'all know y'all couldn't replicate it. Chilling in the desert, I'm good under pressure.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, show 'em what we bout.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking about. All work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Hey, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for whatever, I'll be front and center. Quick to sever, however, whoever. Raining from above, we shooting down through your umbrella. Ay, getting fed up, nothing you could tell us. Snapping every shot I take, just wait till it develops.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, show 'em what we bout.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking
Stick
about.
around when we hold it down, look at what we found. From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, with me to the clouds, never coming down.
That's the crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking about.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came, spend it before you get it like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game, hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip for tag games. In my own league I don't chase game. In my own league I don't hang with lame. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me? Feeling like Stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats. Now how could that be? I could beat the pressure, I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab, hook, then I duck and I weave. It was never you, it was me versus me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Better up, get some, swinging for the fences, I might leave it in the sun. Every pitch a home run, stack a couple tickets just to leave it to my son. Take it back while I be gone. Small city kid, couldn't dream a bigger one. A marathon, never run. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
nothing can stop me. Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell you good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what, yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell you good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible now, before the moment flies.
Wait. Hold on here. Is this the barbershop? Is this the barbershop?
Yes, it's
the barbershop. Wait, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell who's the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose that fits some loose shit. A stupid myth, you choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
What up? Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. If you can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. Let's go. All right, I want to make sure my audio good, man. I don't want to be talking to y'all and now y'all can't hear me. Hey, listen, guys, man, thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it. Let me see. I want to make sure I'm good. All right. There we go. Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm good. All right. So thank you guys for being here tonight for another episode of the Barbershop. Guys, listen, if you're in the chat tonight, I want to make sure their voices are heard in the barbershop. Okay. So when you come into the barbershop, let me tell you the rules of the barbershop. There are none. I'm lying. There's only one. That you cam up, because we want you to stand when you're talking. We want you to be able to stand on business. And I think all men should be able to show their face and stand on business. Okay. So no exceptions with that, because we want to be able to see your expression. Because sometimes trolls hide behind cameras. Let me say that again for the person in the back that can't hear me. Sometimes trolls hide behind cameras. Put an amen in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. All right. So also, guys, I want you guys to support the channel because, like I said again, YouTube, we have some real conversations over here, and YouTube decided, hey, listen, we're gonna put you, we're gonna take your money from you for a minute because your conversations are too real. Okay. So that's what I want to do before the show starts. I want to see the love from you guys. All right. Cause you know, we always I'm a member of everybody channel that I associate with, right? But we can't do that here now because of the YouTube thing or whatever. However, guys, if you want to support the channel real quick, you'll see it at the bottom of the screen. You'll see my Cash App. All right. And so I want to see the love tonight, guys. So right now, starting the show out while I'm introducing everybody in the chat. By the time I get through the chat, can I get 5 of y'all to send 10? Let me say it again. Can I get 5 of y'all to send 10? Show your boy some love. Right? My girl Take Heed be showing me love. My girl Embrace the Grace be showing me love. The Cash App is at the bottom of the screen. 5 people, show me 10. In the next hour, we'll do 5 again. Show me 10. Because I want to feel some love today. I want to feel some love for y'all. We on 7 days a week. Y'all can show y'all boy some love today. Come on now. We up in this thing. You know, it's a lot of work, guys. Listen, you want to be a content creator, you have to be committed. There's a lot of work, and I'm not just saying that. You can ask anybody. You have to build your thumbnails, create your thumbnails. You have to create descriptions. There's a lot to do, all right? And you have to deal with people who hating on your content, particularly in this situation. Particularly in this situation, YouTube and so on and so forth, other people as well. But hold on, I got one. Let me see. All right, hey, there we go. All right, we got our first one. Hey, we need 4 more, guys. Come on now. We get 4 more people. I got R Payne already showed his boy some love already. He didn't send his 10. Where your 10 at? The Cash App is at the bottom of the screen. Send your boy that 10. Let me see you, friend. Send that 10. Let me see you, friend. R Payne was the first person through the door. R Payne, thank you so much for your $10 Cash App. I appreciate you, my brother. All right, by the time I get through with the chat, guys, I should have 5 more people with 10. All right, here we go. So let me start out. Let me see. Ha! Hey, Embrace the Grace. So let me show this motherfucker some love. I know that's right. I love you too, baby. Hold on. Hey, we got some more love in here. Hold on. Richard Payne sent 10. Lost in Translation sent me 3. Hunting Wisdom sent me 10. Hey, that's my girl. Why don't talk about Hunting? Where's my girl? Listen, what's going on, man? All right, here we go. So, listen, Embrace the Grace said to hell with y'all. She sent him 20. Embrace the Grace sent 20. Who gonna top Embrace the Grace? She's the sponsor of the show so far tonight at 20. And then we got 10 from Richard Payne, R Payne. We got 10 from Hunting Wisdom. And we got 3 from my boy Lost in Translation, man. Listen, guys, if you're praying people, please pray for my brother Lost in Translation. He's not feeling well because normally he'd be here with me tonight, rocking it out with me tonight. He's not feeling well, man. So send your love to him. Send the kisses out to your boy and let him know that you're thinking about him and that you love him because we all love him here and we want him to get better and feel better. So my thing is, let's pray for him. All right. So Lost in Translation, we love you, man. We miss you tonight. And we are praying for you, brother. We are praying for you. All right. So thank you so far, everybody. I appreciate everybody so far. Let's see. We got 20, 30. Hey, we need 1 more person to send 10 right now. And I'm going to bring up my co-host of the night. And we're going to get this show rocking. 1 more person, send that $10 Cash App right now. 1 more person. Go ahead. Send it. I'm waiting. All right. But while we're waiting for somebody to send that last 10 before the show gets started, I definitely want to play something for you guys that I played. The ladies had it on their show last night. And shout out to Take Heed and Lady Lady O. They really put on a good show last night. All right. So I'm going to play this video. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Here we go.
I make it rain on you.
Let me hear you hit them notes.
No, All right, one more person, but I'm gonna bring up R-Pain. R-Pain, come on up here, man. R-Pain, I want you to be up here with me when I play this. Did you see this video last night?
No, I missed it. I missed that.
Oh man, let me show you this video, man.
I make it rain on you. Let me hear you hit them notes.
Sometimes in South there's a misty rain and gently touches my soul. It cools the fire that burns in me, and I simply lose control. So just let your love shower on me.
R-Pain, what you think, man?
I mean, I gotta see her feet. Is that a man or what?
That's a man.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey, I told you. Them surgeons getting out of line, ain't they, boy? R-Pain, what's your thoughts, man? Talk to me.
Hey, listen, I hate to say it, I would have been fooled longer if she didn't try to start singing.
Man.
You know, oh my God.
So think about the average man, R-Pain, walking into a mall and he passes her.
Okay.
And said, hey, baby, what's up? What's going on, baby? And she said, hey, what's up? And you get home and you hit that spot right. And she said, yeah, I like that. Oh, hell
It'd be worse if you were in a nightclub, it's dark and shit.
Oh.
You know, and you over there thinking it's, oh my God. You know, you can't see, especially you got bad eyesight and shit. You can hardly see anyway. It's dark. You walk across the room and you say, oh my God. You said, hello, how you doing?
Hey, let me see who we got in the chat tonight, man. Let me holler at my people. All right, I'm gonna start at the very top up here. First in the building tonight, we got Arthur Atlas in the building, man. Thank you. He said no leave. He's talking about the subject tonight. A cheating wife builds character in a man, and he should stay. R-Pain, he should stay. All right.
Who came up with that title?
I did. Hunting Wisdom is in the building tonight. My girl Alicia in the building tonight. We love you, girl. We miss you. Can't wait to get you back to work. Catelia is in the building tonight. That's my girl. What's up? We got Marriage and Politics right here with your boy tonight. We got Embrace the Damn Grace. Good evening, BMU King. Salute to the chat and the awesome mods. All right. We got A-Team in the building tonight. Good evening, Kings on the panel. And our favorite Boomer. Oh man, look, y'all don't blow his head up now. Don't blow it. Don't give him too much.
Just keep it coming.
Yeah. Now, A-Team, I will say this to A-Team and Catelia, man. Thank you guys so much for always being here, moderating for every show that we have here. We always see you on the Boomer Show on Monday, Flipping Tables Tuesday, Sports Show on Wednesday. Also, Boss Man after that. Grown Ass Women Podcast on Thursday. Right here with us on the Barbershop on Friday. Saturday, Sunday with Mr. Bennett and Paul and Peter. And so thank you guys so much for always being here and enjoying yourself, but it's also working the chat for us as well. I appreciate you guys so much. But let me go back up. Let's see who else we got in the building. We have she said love Honey Whitten said she love us and miss us too. I know that's right. We got Edward Gilbert in the building. What's going on, my guy? What's going on? You say, what up, chat and panel? I could tell you say, excuse me. I think she's talking about the music. Let's see who else we got in here tonight. Quincy Robinson is in the building tonight. Thank you, sir, for being here. Let's see. The beautiful Milani is in the building tonight. Thank you so much for being here, sweetheart. All right, let's see. Got somebody else in here? Let me make sure. We got Scorched Earth in the building tonight. All right, we got Black David in the building tonight. If y'all don't know who Black David is, I'm gonna show you. This is Black David. All right, so if you haven't seen Black David, that's Black David. All right, we got Scorched Earth in the building tonight. He said, Ninja, I need you to send me some money. I'm broke as a joke. Oh man, you've been out there selling the wrong type of penis, brother. You got to get them women got a receipt. All right, let's see here. Let's see. We got Almanize in the building. She said, hey y'all, what's going on? Sugarfoot lost in translation. Supposed to be resting, but thank you for watching from the clouds. We love you, brother. Let's see. Big Ant is in the building tonight. Thank you, Big Ant, for being here. We got Peter in the building. Hey, Peter, the link is at the top of the chat. All the fellas who want to join the channel, the conversation tonight, which is going to be a good one. Please go ahead to the top of the chat and the link will be there. So anybody that comes in, mods, if anybody comes in is looking for the link, please direct them to the top of the chat for me. I appreciate you, 18, and can tell you. All right, let's see who else we got in here. All right, that's it so far. So, R-Pain, you know we always got to start out with a video. Not the video of question, but because I'm gonna play that last. But I want to play this one. And tell me what you think about it. Here we go.
The black relationship do not last anymore.
Cause the black woman think the black man's supposed to have one woman. And the nigga is unhappy. Nigga's unhappy with one woman till he die. I'm just the only black man can finally say it.
Damn.
Nigga is really miserable. And then the black woman is selfish in the relationship.
What you mean? Explain that.
Oh, well, it's all about her. If she having a bad day, the house has a bad day.
Okay. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Her feelings matter more than the best interest of the relationship.
True.
Her feelings matter more than the best interest of the children. Everything revolves around the black woman. When God created everything to revolve around the man.
Ooh, you said some shit then, yeah.
God created everything to center and evolve around the man. No matter what kind of man he is. The woman is the motivator to the man. She's his inspiration to all things.
Yeah. Damn.
To be better, to do better. But she don't know how to motivate him. Outside of getting him some pussy.
Yeah.
Because she's selfish in her emotions.
That's
R-Pain,
really
talk to me. What you think?
Well, listen, the first part he's wrong about, the second part about the woman he has, it's like he's at around 90%. It depends on the era the woman's born in. My wife absolutely knows how to inspire me. And, but she's like old school. Some of that shit is real, because she hasn't been influenced by social media. She wasn't influenced by having her 20s where she's riding a car carousel. So I think society has molded women to be the way they are today. So I got one from, 1987. So that's a whole lot different. But as far as a man, listen, man, I'm perfectly content with my wife. And not because I'm saying this shit for public. I think my 9 years of being a free man was enough, and I learned enough about a woman that, every time, like I said, you open that sexual door, you really don't know what the fuck is going to walk in with you. So, so when those days were over and I had my wife, I'm just perfectly content, with that. And not to mention, I didn't want to bang out a couple of chicks here and there, but it never really made me feel that I was missing anything.
Do you think that's on the man though?
It's an individual man thing. Say that again.
That makes him desire another woman. Do you think it's the woman that he's with that makes him desire another woman?
No, I think it's the way you're wired. I've sinned in my heart and shit, but you just weigh that against, like I said, your discipline is consequence driven, right? If you take that step into the dark hole, man, you don't know what's going to end, man. I had a good thing going, and just getting some box was never worth it to me. You know, so I mean, every man is not like that, but I was, you know. And there's more men like me. I mean, even when you do the cheating statistics, it's only like what they say 30% of men cheat on their wives or some shit like that. It ain't like it's at 100 or some bullshit. You know. So let me just leave it there. So I'm not a unicorn. There's men who don't cheat on their wives. We got to dispel the myth that all men cheat.
Well, they say all men are dogs.
Yeah, we might be dogs, but don't mean we have to pee on all the poles.
Oh, I like it. Say it again for the people in the back.
And we may be dogs, but we don't have to pee on all the poles. We don't.
So when you hear a woman say that we're all dogs, what are your thoughts?
You know, sometimes I take the time to tell her that she doesn't know what she's talking about, and other times I just let it bounce off my back. And sometimes some things ain't worth arguing about. Depends on the conversation. Well, it's simply not true. And since we know now that women cheat as much or more than men do.
Okay. Oh, now, Arpain, I had this conversation with a relative the other day, and she damn near wanted to fight. When I told her that women cheat more than men, how? It ain't possible. It's impossible. So, Arpain, with you being in the world longer than me, maybe you can explain it, and I can play the video back for them later. If you explain why women cheat more than men, can you give us your mindset of why that happens or how it happens, or give us a reason? You know, give us the what am I trying to say? Tell us why women cheat more than men.
Well, first of all, you know, sex is more accessible to women than it is to men. They're the arbiters of who gets laid and who doesn't. You know, it's nothing for a woman to get sex. That's why when the women walk around telling them they're having a lot of sex, that's not really a flex. I mean, we got 800-pound women having sex. There's a lot of men. Some men can't even get laid, but women can have sex anytime they want. Now, they might not be able to choose the best man, but if a random woman who has halfway decent, she wants to get laid, she could do that within a couple of phone calls. Most of them have some random male orbiters around who will bang them out anytime they want. So it stands to reason your wife, she had to make a choice to choose you, and they probably have men in the background who would, you know, knock them out anytime. And if you got a pretty wife, she might not tell you, but she's getting hit on all the time if she's out in the world. You know, and it's always up to the woman whether she's going to give a man some box or not. You know, it's as simple as that. You know, men don't have that choice. You know, we got to work for it. Even if you're handsome, you're not batting 1,000.
Yep.
You know, so women have access to sex because they own the box. You know, exactly. So here's one thing. I'm gonna end it here. The only reason why your woman won't cheat on you is if she doesn't want to. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing else there. It's just because she doesn't want, she makes a choice not to.
Okay.
That's how I look at it.
I'm gonna play it back but they want to argue me down. They damn near want to come to fisticuffs because I said women cheat more than men. They say it's impossible. Women are way more loyal than men are. Yeah, that's what I said. Shit. A woman will go and suck a dick and come and kiss her husband dead in the mouth like ain't nothing happened. Ain't that something, brother?
I mean, you know, but loyalty, the sexual loyalty is one thing, but you know, if you look at the gateways to cheating, you know, a lot of women, you know, flirt with that shit all the time, especially in the modern era. You know, just entertaining anybody in their DMs.
Yep.
You know, that kind of stuff. Even if they don't go to the next step, you know, or that house, that work husband, you know.
Yep.
The first time the guy who works with him asks him out to lunch and feigns like it's just, you know, a business lunch and shit. It's just you and him. You know, nothing might not happen, but you're opening the door. Yeah. You in the car together, you're listening to music, you have some kind of lunch and you get into conversations that's not work related. You know, she tells him some shit about her private life, and then he says, boom, the door's starting to open.
Yep.
You know, I remember I was fooling around with this chick. I'm not fooling around with her sexually, but we were at lunch, a whole bunch of us. And she just randomly said, because she had a boyfriend and he was cheating on her, right? And I looked at her and I said, if I was your boyfriend, I would never cheat on you. And
you was one of them. Hell no.
She hesitated because it resonated with her. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying if I was trying to pursue her, that would have been a good line. I looked at her dead serious. I said, if I was your boyfriend, I would never cheat on you. And she just stopped. It looked like she stopped breathing for a second. It was so funny. Yeah. So
Edward, it's not no. It's not troublemaker, sir. It's $ Black Men Unfiltered. Look at the bottom of the screen. It's scrolling at the bottom. Anybody, don't go look for troublemaker on Cash App for me. My Cash App is the name of the is Black Men Unfiltered. $ Black Men Unfiltered. Thank you, Edward, for when you send it, I'll shout it out for you. When you send it, I'll shout it out. But anybody who wants to donate to the channel, please do so and show your boy some love. We already got, let me go back through these. I got to play something for you guys. We got Embrace the Grace with the $20, with the 20-piece, Richard R. Payne with the 10-piece, Hunting Wisdom with the 10-piece, Lost in Translation with the 3-piece, and a biscuit. Thank you so much for your donations. They said, BMU, I told you Payne is a player. I've been saying that too. I bet back in the day, R. Payne was a bad man.
Yeah.
Had all on his chest, dancing and shit. But I got something for y'all. Mr. Payne was dirty macking. Yeah, R. Payne, yeah. Hey, but R. Payne
I had my moment, man. I had my moment.
And I know his wife, no. But she had the taming. They said R. Payne was getting more pussy than cat being born. I said, good God Almighty.
I wish. I wish.
You can't lie to me, brother. I already know what's it. But guys, again, thank you for being here tonight. If you want to donate to the channel, it's right at the bottom of the screen. Black Man Unfiltered, $ Black Man Unfiltered. You could do so, and I'll definitely shout you out and play something for you. But for the people who already have donated something, I want to play something for you. Hopefully this will cheer you up, because it damn sure cheered me up today when I saw it. Because I thought it was funny as hell. R-Pain, I know you're gonna fall out your chair. Because this is one thing that me and you agree on, which I never thought me and you would agree on anything. Hey, we got Edward Gilbert with a 10-piece, man. Thank you so much, Edward, for the 10-piece on the Cash App, man. Guys, these people are really showing some love for the network tonight. Thank them, Moz. Thank them in the chat. Everybody, thank them in the chat. And if you want to donate, I don't care if it's $1, $2, $3, $4, whatever you donate will be appreciated, because you guys are amazing. And I just want to make sure that, we get some love from you guys, and we'll give it right back to you guys 7 days a week. That's a promise. But let me play this for you, R-Pain. I'm gonna play this for y'all. This for you too, Take Heed. Take Heed is in the building tonight. What's going on, sis? Let me play this. Here we go.
Part of the debate, we asked each of the two candidates to choose a song that best describes the opposing candidate. We will now play the song President Trump picked, that he thinks best describes Vice President Kamala Harris.
That's funny.
Y'all confused.
Oh, that would be great, man.
Boy, wouldn't that be lovely? Oh my God.
They used to make a commercial about that one, but it's too close to the election.
But for you guys that just came in, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We got people pouring in love with the Cash Apps tonight, man. I appreciate it, man. I definitely want to share with you guys those people real quick. Guys, I'm asking 5 more people to send 10. Hey, support the channel, right? We can't let YouTube take from us as content creators, because we're talking too much real shit. So y'all, if you 5 more people that just joined, if y'all want to send 10 to the Cash App. Is rolling right at the bottom of the screen. Your boy would be so grateful to get 5 more people to send 10. to cover the channel for tonight. All right. So listen, I'm gonna call out these people again, and I'm gonna play something else, man. I know I just want to make y'all laugh. We got Embrace the Grace with the 20-piece, Our Pain with the 10-piece, Hunting Wisdom with the 10-piece, Lost in Translation with the 3-piece, Edward Gilbert with the 10-piece. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you guys so much. Let me play something for you, man. Here we go. Let's get past the good bones in here.
Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song.
It's clever, baby. I'm in this bitch with AJ. In the club, jumping up and down like it's payday. Party all night, shout out to my nigga, baby. Yeah, that's my DJ. That's my DJ. Nigga, I've been rolling like a Mack truck. Bam, 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 throw me back one. Don't step on my shoes, nigga, back up. But you fuck around and get your bitch snatched up. Yeah, they done let me in, they done let me through, yeah. Nigga, it's whatever you wanna do, yeah. Out of my head, chicken all night long. DJ.
You can stop it.
Oh, man. Every time you guys send a Cash App, man, I'm looking at the Cash App right now. Every time the Cash App is scrolling at the bottom of the screen, every time you send one, I will play something for you guys, man. I will stop the show, shout you out for supporting the channel, and play something like that for you to make you either laugh or get up and move your feet. Now, guys, you see the title of the show tonight, A Cheating Wife Builds Character. Men should stay with cheating wives because they build character. Guys, if you're in the chat tonight and you want to come up, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. But the link is at the top of the chat. Hit it, come in, make sure your camera's on. We want to see your face in the place and we can have a conversation. Now, as you alluded to, brother, that women do cheat more than men, I just want to put this on your mind. They do. And I believe that a lot of men who have been cheated on stay. Now, back in the day, my grandfather would call those men cuckolds. Now, Arpain, you being an older gentleman, and me being a young, I know about it because of my grandfather. But can you explain to the audience what a cuckold is?
Yeah, it's a guy whose wife is banging him out, and he knows it, and he stays.
Damn.
Banging out another dude, and he stays, man. Whether he's watching or not, if he knows his wife is stepping out. And I can't imagine the dudes who like to watch, man. You know what?
Yeah. So let's stick with the guys that know they wife. Let's stick with the guys who caught their wife.
Let's stick with that one. Yeah, this guy they know when they stay.
What do you say to a man who stays with a woman who cheated on him?
You know what? It's got to be economic. It's got to be economic reasons. You know, because that's the only reason why I can see a man staying. Especially if his woman was a housewife or didn't have any means at all except his salary, because there's no other reason to stay. Now, you can't stay for the kids. They could go ahead, I wouldn't stay for the kids, because listen, only personally, if I knew my wife cheated on me, if I stayed, her life would be an absolute living hell in the house with me. She would end up leaving me because there's no coming back from that.
And they'll make it seem like it's your fault.
She wouldn't be able to gaslight me that way. She couldn't. It'll be just over, And the only reason why I would stay would be economics, and then you'll find out that that's no reason to live in that kind of misery, man. Because once your woman busted open for somebody else, and you know it,
bro,
there's no coming back.
And people don't know the difference, Arpain. The difference is a man go cheat with a woman, bang, 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 he move on. He don't give a damn. He going home, he ain't thinking about her. But for a woman to cheat, she lies there, opens her legs to this man, let this man inside her body. She completely submits to this man.
She's hanging out.
She allows him to bang her out. She don't stop him. She just lets him ravish her body, and he busting nuts, and she's sucking his dick. Oh,
yeah, rubbing the shit all in her breast.
Rubbing
and
his,
all. Oh my God. You know, listen.
And guess what? The whole time she fucking him, she still got her wedding band on.
That's right.
Oh!
And she get up to make the motherfucking sandwich.
Oh!
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Come on.
That'll make a motherfucker kill himself. That'll make a man kill himself. Eric, then you stay with her and you stroking her out and you looking down at her face and her face, oh yes. And you thinking, yeah, that's how the other nigga had her. She shared them same moans with that other nigga. God damn.
Damn. You know, first of all, she shared some, let me tell you, everything she didn't do with you, that dude was getting.
Yeah, more though. Because she probably let him fuck. And just think about it. We're gonna get raw tonight because we're in the barbershop. We the fellas in the barbershop tonight. Right, guys? If you want to come up, the link is at the top of the chat. But think about it. He fucking her in the ass. Taking out the ass, putting the pussy, put it in her mouth. He kissing her in the mouth, sucking her titties. Ooh. He banging her real hard from the back. Got her legs up, banging her in the headboard.
Boom, boom.
Oh, daddy. Yes, daddy. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, she's saying all that. And then she might even be drinking it.
Oh, she done probably swallowed his kids.
Oh, man. There's no coming back, man. There's no going back. It's no going back. I mean, you know, it's funny. I've been married long enough. Me and my wife, I never check our phones. I have access to all the records anyway. But we had a conversation about, cheating and stuff. And I just told her, I said, listen, if you ever step out on me, you need to take that shit to your grave. I says, you need to take it to your grave so bad that if you're on your deathbed, right, and you happen to start dying before me, don't be getting under this heavenly revelation bullshit that I want to get something off my chest. And you know what, honey, I'm going out, but I want to come clean with you. Don't fucking do that to me. I don't want my last memories to be a hatred for your ass. Just take that shit with you to the grave.
But you know to be messed up, our pain? That the man, the pastor that came to see her, he's the man that was actually fucking her.
He's paying attention. It was Pastor Johnson.
All the times that she came to
with me and shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Our pain, I'll be sick to my fucking stomach. A man just. And then he sent her right on back home to you.
Oh my God.
Oh
yeah. I mean, you know what? I think there's, it's funny. I think there's a little bit in women who understand that, understand the difference between. That's why more women will stay with their husbands,
right?
If he stepped out, and they also understand that if they do it, they're not going to get the same kind of grace. That's why they have to be so much more stealthy about it,
right?
So and now the modern era, these chicks that just talking so much on the internet, we're starting to find out that they cheat like bandits.
Yeah.
Because before the internet, women would never admit that they were cheating. They would never say that shit out publicly. But now they don't have no filters. It's like,
Hell yeah, I did it. I sucked that nigga, dude. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Our pain is bad. I think that if a man, that's why in the state of Texas, they have a crime of passion. I don't know if they have it in your state.
I don't know. But if
a man comes into his house and catch another man in his wife, he can kill him and get away with it. It's called a crime of passion because when he did it, he wasn't in his right mind.
That's right.
Imagine you walking in, you see a man knee deep in your wife.
Right.
And
remember we had this thing and they was talking. I asked the guy, hey, it was grooming. I said, did you look at his Johnson? Have you caught the dude? And everybody shut because that's the first thing you walk in. The first thing you're gonna look at is his Johnson.
I was like, oh!
That sounds serious. You're gonna
say, motherfucker,
he's long stroking my wife. God damn it! Boo, 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 boo. Get the fuck out of here. I had a frat brother who did 7 years. He did 7 years. He married this chick and he was off on bivouac or whatever the hell it was. He came home. He caught a dude knee deep. He threw them both out the window.
Oh, damn.
I mean, he did 7 years. 7 years.
Well, why would he do 7 years? That man was in there fucking his man's wife.
Because of your crime of passion shit. I mean, it might not have been a Texas. I don't know where it was, but he did some time. He was in a military base and all that stuff, you know, so he had to get some time.
I want to, hey, listen, I need some guys to come up here with me and Arpain tonight. Listen, I'm going to play this video, Arpain, of this woman admitting to cheating on her husband. Listen to this. Take heed. I know you're watching. Take heed. Watch this video right here. Oh, Catelia. Oh, Milani. All the women in the chat. I need y'all to see this. This bitch is evil. She the devil. Let me let y'all watch this. Oh, my God. Listen to this.
I'm gonna tell you some of the things that I did when I was cheating on my husband, my ex-husband rather. This was the biggest lie I think I ever told him. Out of all the lies I told, I think this was the biggest lie. So I was doing my thing, ain't gonna lie. And I had met a dude that we want to spend the weekend together. He was from Philadelphia. He lived down here where I stay. And so this was back like 2010, 2009. But this was the biggest lie I ever told my husband. You know how you get paid under the table? You know how you get paid under the table? You know, sometimes you work a job or whatever and you get paid under the table. Well, I had my husband thinking I was going to work every weekend. I had my husband thinking I was going to work over the weekend. I was doing, like, keeping an elderly person over the weekend at their house, like doing CNA type work. And I would go every Friday night and every Saturday night. And y'all, the fucked up part about it is, I'm being real now. I just got to keep it real. The pay that I would bring home was the money that my husband was giving me when he get paid. He thought I was working. He didn't know I was working I was working and bringing home the money that he already done gave me, saying that I done got paid. I would get a hotel room. Me and him do the hotel room every weekend, and you know, do our thing. Just being honest. I'm just being real now. But at the end of the day, and for the ones that's finna come for me saying I was trifling, I was wrong as hell. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. But guess what? At the end of the day, you know, I'm here today to confess what the fuck I did wrong. But I think that was the biggest lie, and it went on for a long time. It went on for a long time. But I'm gonna tell you something.
Unbelievable, man. And listen, you know what? I tell you one thing though. The guy wasn't in tune with his wife at all. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the guy wasn't in tune with his wife at all, man. She banging out somebody on a regular basis like that. Some shit would have to change for you.
Bro, she said I was using the money that he would give me just as my husband and tell him this is the money I made. And she would use the money to get hotel rooms for her and the dude.
Hey man, women could be, oh man, Jesus.
Uncle Rick, was you watching this shit? Same shit we was watching?
I seen it before.
That's it.
Oh my, Rick, tell me, turn your mic up a little bit, Rick, because you low.
Mike been low. What's good? Check.
Man, Rick, talk to me. But I want to welcome both of y'all first. Uncle Rick and Ghost of Sparta's in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Put your goddamn hands together for my brother.
Sparta! What's going on?
Uncle Rick, man, talk to me, man. You saw the video. What is going? What? Just talk, man.
It's just your turn anyway. Ain't that what they tell us?
God damn. Ooh. He was smashing her every weekend with the money that nigga gave her, bro.
This what I don't understand, right? So what's the big deal? I keep trying to tell y'all, man. People need to stop lying, bro. That's all people do is lie. What's the big deal of her cheating when dudes want to say, well, that ain't your girl, it's just your turn?
Rick, I'm gonna ask you something, Rick. I'm gonna ask you the question. If you're in this situation and your wife come and confess to you, baby, that money that you was giving me to go out and do nice things or whatever, I was using it to get a hotel room for me and my guy.
It's over with.
Immediately?
Yeah.
You're not working it out?
Nope.
What would you say to her in that moment?
Get the fuck on.
You don't care about losing your house?
Nope.
Can you expound? Damn, you don't give a fuck about nothing?
Look, I'm glad you did this because I never got a chance to clarify my stance on this type of stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think it's an understanding, right, that we have, right? So, or that I have, I should say, my understanding, right? If I ran her through some shit, I'll think about it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I'm out here moving and shaking in the streets, acting like I ain't in a relationship or I ain't married, I'll think about it. Right? But I'm just gonna keep it a bean with y'all. It's just some shit you wasn't supposed to do. Don't be spending my money on no other nigga.
Man.
Because it's just my turn.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Right? It's just some shit. I ain't gonna put my side bitch above you if I'm out here in these streets, right? When mama say it's time to come home, I'm taking my ass home.
Exactly.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying it's some shit attached to it for real, for real.
Yep.
Right? Now, if I ring you through some shit, if I'm out here shaking and moving, this is what I be telling y'all. People act like things don't have a cause and effect. Right? Now, what men say is this, right? This is what they'll say. Well, it was in the first place. It's in everybody if you push them to a certain point. Right? But this is a double-edged sword, though. This is a double-edged sword, because watch this. Because this is what I mean, right? When women be like, you made me do it. Well, if it was wrong, you knew it was wrong, then I could never make you do anything you really didn't want to do. You would leave me first, right? Right? That's why this good man and good woman conversations, the only thing that can determine how good I am is the woman I'm with. And to my wife, I'm a good man. You hear what I'm saying?
Right.
Right? But we out here moving like it's not a cause and effect to things, right? Now, in that situation, if this man going to work every day, he doing what he's supposed to do as a husband, and she out get the fuck on, bitch.
Yep.
Get the fuck on. But don't act like you're not an adult and know these things have consequences when you do them. They do.
So let me say this to you, Rick, and I'm gonna get everybody else's thoughts on the same thing. The first two questions I asked you too. So at this marriage class thing that I attend at the church, one of the things I didn't laugh at the guy because it was real. The guy looked like he was about to jump off a fucking bridge. But his wife was sitting there and they're working their marriage out after she cheated. And she said in the first parts of their marriage, they was probably married about 3 years in. And she said they would argue a lot, have a lot of misunderstandings. Not the fact that he cheated or anything. She said he didn't cheat or anything. But they had a lot of arguments. And she said one day they got into a really, really serious argument where they started calling each other names. And she said, oh, okay. And she said she went to work the next day. And a guy at her job. And he was like, you could, and she said, am I able to just say it? Everybody's like, yeah, we don't care if you read in the church, but it's fine. She said she walked in the break room to the guy that works with her and said, when we fucking? And the guy, she said the guy was taken back and like, what? She said, when we fuck, I want to fuck you. All because her husband and her got into a heated argument.
She'll have to get out of here. She'll have to get out of here. Look, my shit is circular because it's true. I keep trying to tell y'all. Y'all don't want to listen to me, right? Y'all don't want to listen to me. So listen, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I need y'all to please open your ears and take your feelings out of what I'm saying. Tell me, is it logical or does it make sense or am I wrong? So what with that conversation you just told me, logically, what would I think, right? That she was looking for him to be responsible for the conversation and the pace, right? And the space that conversation, because the reason she went and slept with that man is because her husband didn't handle the conversation with her the way she felt it should be, right?
Yep.
So that means there's a hierarchy, right? That means that the man has to hold a superior position in the marriage to take the high ground, right? Right? So that means when I talk, shut the fuck up.
Right. Yep.
Right? If I have to be held to a standard higher than yours and I'm responsible for everything, that means you need to shut the fuck up and listen when I'm talking and do what I tell you to do.
Exactly.
If not, and we all, even in this thing, how can you get mad if I go out here and do this, right? Because the honest to God truth, she went and did what she did and felt justified.
That's right.
Because he didn't handle the situation the way she expected him to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
We're not even in this thing. That's where men I think, like I said, we have to, the thing that we're doing wrong for our young men, right? The real thing is that we're not teaching our young men that when you approach these ladies, you're really approaching them in an adversarial position.
Mm.
Our relationships do not start off at love. That's the shit y'all build when y'all get down the line and spend time and get to know each other. It starts at an adversarial position.
Yes, sir.
Right? So again, if we're so even, if these tropes that people keep saying that you should have a partner and everything's 50-50, then why do relationships never go even?
Right.
Right.
Why do the consequences for the same thing, like you said, they cussed each other out, right?
Yep.
But she felt justified. And like I said, we need to stop talking like everybody's the exclusion, like everybody's special, like everybody's different. Most women in that case, in that moment, in their feelings, will feel that they're justified to do the exact same thing. Because if it wasn't the case, we wouldn't have all this fucking going around out of marriage now, would we?
Nope. But then now, for him, he's turned into a fucking monster. And it alludes to what our pain said. He turned into a motherfucking dog on our boy. I mean, it's bad. He are fucking talking to other, it's bad. And now she's saying, I'm gonna leave because you're not loving me the way that I need to be loved. So my question, before I go to everybody else, I need to get this from everybody else too. Is there if this happened to this man years ago, is there an expiration date on this motherfucker waking up and saying, you know what, bitch, I'm out?
No.
Right? He actually come to his senses.
No. We're both adults in this thing. If it's so bad, leave. There's no locks on any doors, and if you live here, you got a key the same way I do. You see listen, like we say these things and don't really recognize what we saying. Listen to what you saying, right?
Yeah.
She feels she's not getting the love off a situation that, right or wrong, listen, him reacting to do what he did, right or wrong, it doesn't matter anymore, right? Because if that first situation never happened, would we be here?
Exactly.
Right? This is what's wrong with people. That's why I said, if I was out fucking around on my girl and smashing everything, and she all depending on how I feel about her for real. You see what I'm saying? It's all depending how I feel about her for real. Right? This is me being totally transparent with y'all. Right? But like I said, if I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a man, I'm putting it down. I'm being responsible. I'm taking care of you and the house and the kids and everything straight. You're gone, bitch. Ain't nothing to talk about. Cause and effect. Y'all done heard me say this before. Some men don't stay and fix the woman they broke. That's a fact. Right? We sit up here and we want to put a lot of these stuff on women, right? But the truth is, the same way men turn into monsters, the same way women turn into cold-hearted bitches because they're dealing with a certain dude.
Yep.
right? But I'm sorry, but what we expect as men, right? Again, like I said, if she's a lady, right? Once those things are broken, once those boundaries are passed, she'll step away. She'll step away. And the same could be said for a man, right?
Yep.
But like I said, everybody want to play like life don't happen. Like you have this cold stance when something happens. And if you've never been there, you don't know what you're going to do until that thing happens. You don't know. All you can say is what you would do. That's all I got on it.
Man, R-Pain, you hear what we've been talking about.
Yeah, let's Sparta go. Let's Sparta go, man, because he hasn't.
Oh yeah, Sparta. Yeah. Sparta. What are your thoughts, man? You've been hearing us talk, and me and R-Pain was joking a few minutes ago, but it's real. I think that if you've ever seen the movie The Best Man, when Lance was marrying Mia,
yeah,
all he could think about in his fucking head was his best man fucking his wife. Like, how do you live with that vision? A motherfucker banging your wife out for the rest of her life, for the rest of your life? No, it's not. It's insanity. You, a man, cannot live that way, bro. I'm telling you, if he know a woman that we got stroked out and all the stuff that your wife do to you, she done did it to another nigga. Yeah, bro. If he stay.
Oh yeah.
Like R-Pain. Like R-Pain said, if he stay, she's gonna be fucking miserable. But go ahead, Ghost of Sparta. What are your thoughts?
First of all, yeah, if that bitch ever cheated on me, that was the last thing both of those motherfuckers would do. Because that has happened to me personally. And I mentioned on the channel, actually, if you remember a while back, I told you I walked in the act. And like I was like, what the fuck? So the whole 50-50 bullshit, I don't believe in that one bit. Because if it's supposed to be 50-50, so why is it okay for you to open the leg so easily, just like that? But when I put my dick in somebody else is an issue, if it's 50-50. It's not. Because we get shit. I have a little theory here. So back in the day, men used to cheat a lot. We know that. But now it's flipped. Women cheat because it became payback over the years that we fucked up. And we learned over our lessons and we matured from it. We're dumb and stupid and we have big dicks and stuff like that. But it doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the fact. It's not right.
He just slid that shit in there like it wasn't nothing. We got big dicks and but go ahead.
At least I do. I don't know about you guys, but I can talk for myself.
I don't know why we're talking about your dick.
Yeah, my man's advertising over here. To the lady, she's advertising.
Well, I am single, so I gotta put myself out there somehow.
Oh man.
So my point is, like, right now, cheating is so easy. You can literally take your phone, go in any app. And I realize one more thing. If they find out you're married, they definitely want you more than anything. They don't care if you're dating somebody. If you have a ring on your finger, I don't care if it's an engagement ring, a marriage ring, they're coming after you with vengeance. They won't stop till they fuck the shit out of you. Somebody please explain to me, why do they go after married men more than anything else? At least if you're just having a girlfriend, at least you can walk away easier. But when you're in a marriage, you got a lot more to lose. Maybe you have kids in the middle, a house, whatever the case is. But why do they go after married men?
But think about the psychological part of it. You so mad at your husband or your man that you're willing to become another nigga's side bitch to get back at him. Damn, Rick. Oh my God, bro. I just thought about that.
Like chicks mess with married men because they believe they're safe. Right? They don't. They understand that they understand that they don't need a bunch of time with them. They don't need a bunch of attention with them. Right? It is what it is. They think it's safer. Right? But y'all know most chicks attached to their coochie. So once you break their back out, the emotions come involved, and that's what happens. Right? That's just how it goes.
And you know what? If you think about it, like our parents said a while back, not a lot of men can say no to a sizzling hot piece of pussy on a silver platter. Most men can't say no, but if you don't have no dick discipline, you're gonna fall for it every single time, and the loop is going around.
But whose job is it to make it so I don't say no? Because it's my listen, right? Because it's my fault if I'm not man enough if my girl go fuck some other dude, right?
Yep.
It's always what he was lacking. Oh, you was at work too much.
Uh-huh.
You wasn't satisfying her in bed, right, R-Pain?
Yeah.
So if I'm fucking around, whose responsibility to screen? It's me. Is at that point me for me to have dick discipline? And let's say it is, right? Let's say it is. That means there's a hierarchy.
Circular for a reason.
Right? I had some pepper go down my throat.
Yo, you know, it's funny. It had nothing to do with sex. Even today, man, being married for a long time is weird because you never really know 100% of anybody. You get it? You know, so I forgot the conversation I was having with my wife. I said, you know, the reason why our shit works is because I keep you grounded. And she looked at me and says, you keep me grounded? I said, that's right. I keep your ass grounded. And she thought about it. And then the conversation just moved on because she knew I was right. You know, and so, you know, because we were talking about, you know, our daughters and that, you know, I want them to be covered and all this kind of shit. We just had these conversations every so often over dinner. You know, so, but I think it was a while since I told her, you know, what my role is with her. I said, you know, the reason why you need me is because if you didn't with me, we wouldn't know what your life would be like. I said, because of me, you have the life you enjoy. You know? And then I said, oh, yeah, I keep you grounded. You keep me grounded? I said, yeah, goddamn it, I keep you grounded. You know?
gave her the space for all her dreams to come true. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's what women don't understand.
I don't think men talk to their women enough like that. Yeah. There's some shit that I do that you need. And if I wasn't here, your life could possibly be miserable as hell. You know, so, you know, I mean, I don't have no trouble saying that. I don't say it a lot, but every so often I think they need to be reminded.
Yeah, I think that's a conversation most men need to have, right? Because it's kind of like, it's not no kind of like, once you set a certain standard, it becomes expected, right? It's not it doesn't become appreciated. It's like your car that runs. It starts every day, right? And you get mad at the one day it don't start, right? Even though you know you never checked the alternator or never replaced the battery, right? When you first get it, it's the best thing since like, look, y'all, I got this brand new Lexus. Look at it, man. This leather, these peanut butter seats, right? But after 2 years, 3 years, it's just the car taking you back and forth to work and road trips. Right? Yeah. You should tell your, hey, shit, like I tell everybody, I'm the man behind the curtains. The reason why y'all able to look at this woman and say, ooh, she's able to do this A, B, C, D is because I'm the man behind the curtain.
Exactly. And
right?
every so often you got to remind them about that shit. I mean, really do. Let me just go back to the point. I didn't mean to cut you off, Rick, but about the marriage, best man's wedding, I don't see how that guy married her. I don't see how, after knowing that, I would not have married her.
And he just saw,
because he loved her and he did her dirty. That's why. He was out there doing dirt.
Yeah, he was doing dirty.
Right? Like this, and again, this is just your turn, is what they say. Yo, if your girl fucked somebody before, what you were saying, BMU, can you know your girl was fucking before you, right?
Yep.
Right.
What's so different? What's different is that the disrespect that she was with you. Right?
And yep. And you know what? You know what, Rick? I asked a question the other day, and Sir Hell called me. Oh, you saw it, Uncle Rick, on my Facebook. And I asked the question. And what I had to go at it with some family members in that damn message. I said, how much of your soul did you have to give away to get the sexual experience to please a man who will never marry you?
But the truth is,
I hit dog or holler. I mean, what you mean? What about the men? That's all you. That's it.
These things are only allowed because women don't move accordingly. I don't care what y'all say. These things only happen because women don't move accordingly. It's the sexual marketplace that they control. Women want to be in power so much. Y'all want to be even to men so much. The one market y'all control, y'all never take responsibility of.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Y'all know in y'all heart since the time y'all was a little girl and y'all little chest start itching and hurting and shit, and y'all start getting thick in them jeans.
Oh, Rick, oh, wait. I just scorched earth. Thank you for reminding me. So you remember that he thought that she was a virgin when they got together, but his homeboy had took her virginity before he did. Cause remember he said, "How you know Mia was a virgin?" He said, "The way her pussy curves to my dick, nigga." But the whole time he knew.
Unless he hit before Harper, who knows? They never said that in the movie.
Yeah,
right?
I think Hart hit before he did.
Who knows? That's us assuming. But again, like I said, man, when we talking about the realistic faction where virgins is not a dime a dozen, that you know you got a rare gem that's actually a virgin.
Right.
If it's just fucking, then what difference it make if your girl wasn't a virgin?
Right.
It's your ego.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Right. It's your ego. And I'm not saying I don't understand it. It's like I said, it's all dependent on the circumstances and how you play it. Like I said, I don't get the weird dudes that be out fucking the town and then they girl cheat and they get mad. Whatever, nigga, you was out there sticking and moving. Let's keep it a buck. Right? Let's keep it a buck. But again, if you're, like I said, if you're a good man and you're doing what you're supposed to do, you're an honest man, you made her an honest woman, and she doing this shit just because she a tramp, she for the streets, get gone.
But let's go back to your scenario. You're out there as a man fucking around. It doesn't matter who she gives the pussy to, you're cheating on you or not. I think that makes all the difference in the world. If I don't know the nigga she fucked before me, that's one thing. But if she's fucking my best friend, that means she's making that shit personal. Right? She's making it personal. And so it's not the act of her just fucking, it's who she's fucking.
Right. But like I said, it's the ego thing though, right?
But that's fine.
I understand it. I understand. Yeah. I'm not even trying to argue your point, Payne, for real, be honest with you, right?
No, I know you're not. Go ahead. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is that if we're being honest as men, if she's not a virgin before you met her, it's really all the same. The only thing that's different is how you play it in your head.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
If we being honest as men.
Yeah, and I think that makes all the difference in the world. I think that makes all the difference in the world. I mean, the reason why I say that, though, Rick, is because I knew my wife wasn't a virgin, even though she had a curfew and she was home and all that. And way back when in the dinosaur age, she went to college, right? So, so I know that shit happened up there, but I didn't care about that because that was something I don't have to know about.
But you know, though. But you know for real. You just don't know who. You just don't know who.
Yeah, but
it could have been Denzel Washington for all you know.
Yeah, well, hold on for a second. Let me just say this. I think it makes a difference. I think we can't minimize the mental part of this shit. Because most men in the West, all of us understand most of the women we're going to get with have had sex before. We don't take enough credit for the fact that that doesn't matter to us as much. But once we commit to that woman, and she says she commits to us, if she's still fucking, it makes all the difference in the world.
Agreed.
Right? If I ask you to marry me and you say yes,
agreed,
and you still fucking, that makes all the difference in the world.
Agreed. If you're being square in the relationship, if you're being square, right? Now, I don't care what nobody say, bro. If you a man out here fucking and moving, and then your girl go get a revenge fuck, and you trip, that's some soft shit to me. I'm just being honest with you.
I know where you're coming from.
Listen. I ain't saying you gotta agree with me. I'm not saying you gotta agree with me. I'm saying that's what I believe. Right? To me, like I told y'all, the worst thing to me, when it comes to cheating, the worst thing to me is if my wife takes my resources and my time and spend it on another nigga. That's a problem. That's like to me personally.
That's treason.
Right? To me personally. Right? That's like, me going to jail type shit. right? Because like I said, I've been brought up my entire life to know it's just my turn in that pussy. What I give you, the resources that I'm dying, no matter what nobody's, because one day we closer to dying, right? And every day I got to spend this many hours doing this. I got to spend this many hours in my business. I got to spend this many hours getting these resources so we can be comfortable. And if you take those resources and give it to another man, I have a fucking problem with that.
Well, I can take it. That's true.
I have a problem with that. Your pussy is your pussy, right? The same way women say, oh, men cheat, da-da-da. If you, like you said, because we're so conditioned, if you never find out, what difference it make then? He was still cheating. She was still cheating, right?
Right. I hear you. I mean, I think I understand. But of course, there's those double standards. And it depends on the man. If the man feels he's in a hierarchy based on your scenario, which he should be, and I hate to use ballers and shit like that, but let's just use a regular guy. He's doing everything for his wife. He's up here, and he steps out a little bit. He's still going to feel that if she steps out after all he's done to make her life better, he still doesn't think there's any equivalency, because in the marriage, there's no equivalency. His obligation to her and making sure she's safe and the family has all this shit, he feels that it may warrant to ask if he steps out, maybe he should be forgiven. But I hear the hypocrisy in that statement. I do.
And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And listen to what I'm saying, chat, you weird people who don't want to listen. I'm not saying it's right at all. I'm not saying it's right. I'm simply saying how I look at it and understand it. Because I know all of y'all are better than me, and you never fucked around on nobody. Or y'all never got cheated on because y'all pussy was so good and y'all cooked grits in the morning and his slip was out as soon as he got home and y'all had a Versace bad roll for him with croissants when he got home from work. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
The one thing that annoys the shit out of me personally, excuse me, it annoys the shit out of me when the woman goes, "Oh, it wasn't my fault." Bitch, how fault was it? A freaking Genghis Khan? Like, you were late in bed. Whose fault is it? They blame the husband. You wouldn't be enough attention. Yours. Yeah. Oh, it's my fault all of a sudden. You opened your legs like the jaws of life. Like, come on.
Yeah,
like,
women don't take accountability for almost anything. So why would we think they would take accountability for that or responsibility for that? You know what I'm saying? They just don't. So I would imagine they'll find a way to turn it back on the guy. They just do. I don't know what happened to Sparta. He just dropped out too. But anyway, man. So it's
I'm right here. I didn't go anywhere.
I hear you. So getting back to what you said, yeah, I would expect a woman to find a way to put that on the man. And that's another thing. That's what they almost every time you hear a woman talk about cheating on her husband, somehow it always comes back to the husband. He's a good man, but he's this, but there's always a but that's what they do in almost every facet of life. Because accountability, like they say, it's like kryptonite to most women. It's hard for them to admit anything, to take it. They get pregnant. Yeah, guy had something to do with it, but you're the one who allowed that guy to entry. You know what I'm saying? But it's just hard for them to fathom that. I think they have a mental block. So it's surreal.
Yeah, it's like I said, man. Everybody try to play like when they had these conversations that men, it's your belief system or your perception that you're operating from a deficit. No, society, and I hate using society, but it's just the way we're all programmed. That again, once we get into a relationship, the man is going to be held responsible for all the dysfunction in it. You know what I mean? Even if it, like I said, if it's good or bad. Truth or not, that's how it's going to be looked at and judged, and that's just the fact of the matter. I don't care what nobody say.
So getting back to the title of this program, he says a cheating wife build character. Now, too bad BMU. I'm sure he'll be back here. I hope to flesh with that, because I don't see where the character building part comes in at all. I don't.
Again, It ain't got nothing to do with character, bro. It's just like
So
I said.
we're gonna have to explain the character part of that title. So if there's a conversation to
Man,
be had,
I just think that a man, I just want to know the psyche of a man who could still lay in the bed with a woman who decided that just because I argue with you or had a disagreement with you, you would swallow a half a gallon of this man's nut, and he slapped his dick across your face, and you came home and laid in the bed with me like nothing happened.
It's simple, bro. He loves her.
Oh,
which part is like this? Like,
oh,
in none of these conversations, love never come up.
Oh,
R-Pain, you love your wife, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
You love your wife, BMU?
I do.
It's some shit you take off your wife that you wouldn't take off no other female. Ain't that a fact?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Of course. Okay.
It's just that simple, bro.
But hold on now. But R-Pain, you go in there, your wife on ring. She said, "Pick it up for me, baby."
No,
right.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Right. Again, you bringing your emotions into it, and it'll be an emotional situation. Right. It would be an emotional situation. It's ego. But like I said, man, you can't say this shit because there's plenty of men who went through it that don't say shit.
Well, let's put it this way, Rick. Though I say it's not one size fits all. Pause. Right. The fact is that your limit to what you take off even your person you love is different for every man. You know what I'm saying? So some guys can go all the way to the limit where she's banging out another dude and find his way to forgive her. Right? I'm not man enough for that shit. I'm not gonna do it.
So it builds character then, right?
Okay, wait. Okay, how's that? My character.
Because you said you're not man enough.
Okay.
Right.
So my character would be built if I accept it, though, right? Not if I reject it.
I don't know. You said it, not me. I'm just questioning.
But I'm saying I know for a fact that every man should know his limitations. I think that's where my dividing line is.
Right. And every man, like you said, every man has different limits, just like every woman had different lists. Listen to what I'm saying. When we was growing up, right? Who was the girls you said that was the good girls, the good woman, right? It was the girl who had the man that was dogging her out, that you knew he was seeing Phyllis and Janet and Lisa and Tasha, right? Man, you know that dude he hitting everybody, man. That's a good woman right there, bro. She's sticking with him through thick and thin, right?
Okay.
Right? Let me know if I'm off.
There's a few examples of that, yes.
Right, the good girls wasn't the one who, as soon as they man put them through something that just bounced, you'd be like, that girl was just what you were for your money, dog. You knew as soon as you fucked up, she was gonna dip, bro. She wasn't the one for you.
Okay,
right. So it's the same thing. When it come to love, it's the same thing. You love that girl. You love her. That's why I don't get the understanding of these so-called black women. Oh, black men have been through the mud with y'all on some bullshit.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Y'all spend up the man money and shit. Leave for 2 or 3 days, leaving the kids at home and shit. I done seen this shit in real life. Black men be like, man, she just tripping. That's
the response you're looking for, Rick.
Listen, there you go.
Because the only way, look, man, this the problem, man. Right. I'm gonna keep it totally honest with y'all. Man. Right? Issues and bumps in the road come in different forms and formats, right? The only way you know your girl really is for you is that you go through some shit.
Right.
That's the only way. And it's the same thing. It's love. It ain't got shit to do with nothing. It's how you feel about this person. It's how you feel about that person. How that person make you feel when you away. How you feel how you feel when you away from that person. This is the shit we never want to put into conversations. Like everything is a da da da. No, man. No, you love that girl. She put up with your shit because she fuck with you. You put up with her shit because you fuck with her for real.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, okay, so, but Okay, so we established that. I mean, for if this is the extreme situation, okay, you found a way to have a complete relationship with somebody up to and including love. It still comes down to how much, how is that love unconditional or not? Yeah, that's the deal. Is it unconditional? And if the condition means I have to accept the fact that you might step out and do all that kind of stuff, for some men, that's true. I don't know how they do it. I just don't.
Understood.
And that's where I have to leave it, because I do understand where you're coming from. Because there's more men who forgive their wives for cheating than we want to admit.
Exactly. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying for real, bro. That's all I'm saying.
So I listen. Maybe I'm just blessed that I'm blessed that I don't have the knowledge that my wife ever did it or not, and she's never changed her. I don't believe. First of all, and this is, I don't like to make it anecdotal, but I don't believe my wife can serve two masters or more. Right? That's just because of the closeness we have. I just don't think she can do it. She might, because anything's possible, but I don't think it's as possible.
Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss.
Yes, it is. Cases. And I want to keep it that way.
Right. And like I said,
I want to keep it that way.
Like I said, and that's like I said, and I totally honor that conversation. I totally honor that output, that outlook. I mean, so like I said, man, it's just what you're willing to take. Exactly like you said, it's what you're willing to take and what that person means to you. That's all. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, so that's an interesting conversation. We're gonna probably have some more of this on Monday, because I'm gonna come back and it's gonna sound like a defense of Cam Newton and Nick Cannon, but because I believe that the modern man who's successful should really be scared of getting married. Not just for infidelity purposes, but I just think it's a bad deal. And I'm gonna have some conversation about that. What are you covering up for? It's too late, man.
Right, it's too late now. Shit. Now you Jersey watcher this week.
What's going on, man? What you got to say on this subject? Welcome to the panel. What's happening?
Hey, what's up? No, the whole point was that you guys see that I'm the real Jersey watcher. Because I've been on panels before. We don't want people just showing up and pouring bomb in it, and so I understand that aspect of it. I love you guys, man. I love this. So where did Sparta HQ go? Where did BMU go?
They'll be back. If they click on the video, it goes down. So they're probably around somewhere. So what you got to say on the top?
What's your take on it, bro?
Yeah, no, I wanted to come on here. I wanted to complain about women, and what else can you do?
Let me ask you a question to get you back. So are you married?
Thankfully, I'm not. Okay. I heard every year you're married, it takes years away from your life. So I managed to keep a good few years going.
All right. Hey,
Sparta headquarters knows what I'm talking about. I'm Greek, so he knows Greek women are crazy. You get married to a Greek woman, they'll take
understatement.
1 year with them is like 10 years out of your life. Hell yeah.
Nah, he's being nice. He's actually being very nice. He means like more like 30 years of his life.
Okay. Okay. So
let's very, how can I say? They think the shit doesn't stink. And that's not being an understatement. I'm being dead serious about that. So Greek women think they're better than anybody. But the best part about it, they love talking shit about everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. They talk shit about their sister, their brother, their mother, their sister, their fucking dog, their cat, their great-great-great-grandfather who died 100 years ago. It doesn't matter. They love talking shit. And it doesn't matter how much shit they talk. It doesn't stop. And it's just over and over. But when they want to take care, when you find one of the male and good women who actually know, okay, we know the man's in the head of the house. They cook, clean, all that 9 yards. Like probably your wife is paying, right? The old school. She probably made you coffee before you left, right?
But let's keep in mind, Sparta. Let's ask this question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you have an experience with Greek women. You've been around enough.
Oh, I never said I dated Greek women. I have experience with it. I never dated one. I'm not that brave.
What I'm saying is, do you think they have anything on black women? Black American women or women or white American women? What's the difference? They're women of the West, just like everybody else.
I don't think it's a difference. I think it's exactly the same shit in a day.
Okay. Yeah. They're
I
women
think
of
if
the
you have
West.
blood in a day. I'm like how you look at it. Like if you grew
I'm
up in
talking
New
about
York,
their mannerisms, accountability issues.
that's where I'm going with this. I think it's where you grew up. Like I grew up in New York in the hood. So I was hanging out with all those guys, you know, have the thick gold chain, selling the drugs in the corner, the hookers on the other side. That's what I grew up on. And you know, if you it doesn't matter, I don't care what skin color your race is. If you drop any 5 people from different races, they're all gonna probably turn out the same. Maybe 1% won't. They're gonna turn the same because that's what they're around. You know, the weed hair, the long nails, the makeup, and some of them don't have no fucking idea how to do their makeup. Look like a goddamn clown sometimes. But my point is trying to get to it doesn't matter what race you are, is where you are raised and how you grew up. If you don't give a shit about your kid and let him run mock on the hood, there'll be bums in the day.
Yeah, okay. So the point is, if you just bring it back to like sticking close to the title of this show. So the way Greek men or men in America, or any man for that matter, would react to a cheating wife, is there any differences? There's no differences based on her ethnicity, right?
No.
Well, at least it shouldn't be. But if there is some, hey, my man, Mr. Ninja down here, maybe you don't have a wife. But what
you know what? We're paid for once. You're outnumbered for once. I'm usually the one who's outnumbered here.
I just want to hear him talk about. Listen, what experience do you have with the honeys, or do you have a honey that cheated on you? And do you know anything about that experience?
Almost 95%. If a woman says she doesn't cheat, she's cheating these days. Luckily, my girlfriend, best girlfriend in the world. But speaking on all the other on all these other crazy women out there, you know, because we can't lie, there's a bunch of crazies out there. They're all cheating. They're all on their Snapchat, their dating apps, their Instagrams.
Okay, so you have a girl though, right? You have a girlfriend.
Absolutely.
You have a lady. So how do you know she's not cheating? I mean, no, don't get too personal, but how do you know without getting deep that she's not cheating on you? What gives you the confidence to know that she's not cheating on you?
Just trust.
Okay.
That's it.
So I'm going to push back a little bit, but my man, I got to tell you why. I was in the 3.5-year relationship. Trust her to the T. I knew where she was, you know, I knew everything. I mean, everything. So after our relationship ended, 6 months later, she got married. I'm like, that kind of fun. I found out later on through the grapevine, she was cheating on me the whole 3.5 years. So that's why I'm going to push back. Like, I get you trust her, but always double check yourself. You never. I'm not saying she's doing anything.
Double check. Let's say you double check. It's so easy. Believe me, it's so easy for a woman to cheat. You could double and triple check and still never find out, unless you hire a private detective, right? So trust is one thing, but how do you verify it, right? Or can you 100% verify it? Like, see, I've been married for a long time, and I only say that. Well, only say that because there's a lot of those
smart as pain.
A lot of those times I'm out of town. So my point is that I trust my wife didn't cheat. We don't talk about those things like all the time. I don't worry about all that kind of stuff. I assume she didn't because I kind of in tune, after all this time, we're kind of in tune spirit-wise, right? We kind of think a little bit alike, and we kind of know each other from just the proximity, right? Our spirits are pretty much connected. So I'm saying that if she had another guy banging it out, I have a feeling the force would tell me. It sounds crazy, but I have a feeling I would get hints of that. Some of the things she does for me would probably diminish. Some of the ways she talks to me, some of the things, the way she talks to me would probably change a little bit. Some of the things I trusted her with would start to slip if somebody else was banging it out. I never felt any of those perturbations. You know what I'm saying? She's either the best cheater in the world or she's not doing it at all. You know what I'm saying?
So, Pam, I'm going to agree with you. Here's why. Toward the end of my 3.5-year relationship, the last 6 months, her attitude changed completely. Like, we had all these plans. We're going to move to Maryland. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And everything just went to, so I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I don't like, I looked at it like at one point, like, who the fuck are you? I didn't recognize her. And now it makes sense. Obviously, later, finding out later she cheated on me. You're like, oh, now it explains why. Now it explains why your attitude changed. It explains to me why you were so this and that, or why you didn't want your phone, not anybody touching your phone, or why you did, you were leaving a half hour early for work or coming out 2 hours late. Those add up slowly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. And I think that's the only way you can really be as certain as you can, because there's no such thing as 100%. And I'm not even trying to cast doubt on my man's girl or anything like that. It's that if you're not connected that deep, you're not going to know if she wants to slip out or not, because it don't take that much for a woman to cheat. It really doesn't. It's a car ride with a co-worker and she busting it out in the back of the seat. It don't have to be planned. Some of these shit you'll never know, right? It's giving a guy a little blowy here and there. I mean, the fact is that at some point you just can't worry about these things unless if she doesn't make it evident that there's something wrong with you and her, right? What's up, Coach? So anyway, yeah, my man's chopping down at the bit. What's going on, brother? So have you seen anything that was going on so far? Some of the videos and stuff.
Our pain, they're never satisfied. They always want more and more and more. It doesn't matter if it's reading a book, if it's in bed, if they're out in the shop buying more boots and coats. They're never satisfied.
Okay, so I mean, let's stay there for everybody. So let's just stay there that they're never satisfied, right? Is that a bad thing? Just think about it. Is that a bad thing or a natural thing for a woman?
I think a little both, to be honest with you.
The Bible says too much of anything is not good. It's like gluttony.
No, I agree with that. But your statement that they're never satisfied is maybe kind of extreme too, right? Do they always want more? Is that the same thing as never satisfied, right? Or, and the things that they want, is it so big that, no, I hear what you're saying, and I hear where you're coming from. So I can leave it at that. But is it that they're never satisfied, or is there limits to what you're willing to give them?
It really depends what it is, Payne. If you're not satisfied, like you just want to grow as a person, maybe open a business, build something together with your husband, that's fine. But when you're hungry, you're hungry for another man, so you can milk his bank account, then you go to the next man, a gold digger, in other words, they're the ones that have the gold shovel, they dig for gold all the time. Those, yeah, that's not good. That is, you definitely need, I see, a fucking therapist at that point, because you cannot be satisfied.
Well,
I know people.
It's a good for the time. Go ahead.
I know a couple couples actually that they were together for 40 to 45 years, and they end up getting divorced because the wife cheated, because she went after the guy who has more money always. Because the guy goes, listen, I've been working half my life. I want to slow down a little bit. I want to enjoy my life. House is paid off, cars are paid off. Let me cut some hours back. Go part time or something. Once the money start drying up, they go for another dick. And that's not okay either.
After 44 years?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes you think that 44 years, bro. Think about how many other guys she was fucking on the side when she was fucking my boy at the same time. Thank you. You have nothing to say. You're speechless. Because you have nothing to say, because I'm right on that.
I hear you. I mean, every situation could be different. And let's just say, hey, Coach Ferg, what's going on, man? Hey, listen, about the topic. Do you think that cheating, a cheating wife build character? I had to get some definition of what the hell that means. You know what I'm saying? What do you think, man?
You heard my story the other day. I had a dream that my wife was cheat. I can't even say it. I had a dream that my wife was cheating on me with Tupac. And It woke me up out of the dream, and I was so worked up. I went straight to it in the middle of her day, work day, like, hey, who in the hell you cheating on me with?
Get the fuck out of here.
You know,
That's funny. And so what she say to you?
she was like, nah, baby, you was dreaming hard, wasn't you? I said, hell yeah, I know your ass like
You were,
Tupac.
dude.
I knew you like Tupac. I mean, you know, even in my single days, I can't tell you if a woman ever cheated on me. I really can't. I was so caught up in what I was doing, and I was trying to see how they would align to me. You know, if they did, salute to them. They did a great job of hiding it, but I didn't get broke up with too many times. I just understood how they were moving, and once they wasn't moving, I looked at things like a 7-day work week. We're gonna have to work 5 days out of the week. When we get downtown, are you trying to spend time with me or hang out with other people? And if it wasn't me, the priority, then I just didn't focus on it. You know, I guess I don't know, I just had a numbness to women because I grew up with 6 women in the house. So they had to move like I move. You know, if I was going to play ball, come watch me hold my drink, hold my sweat, you know, wipe the sweat off my face. I'm going to swimming, ride a bike, you know, do stuff I like. You know, women like to look cute. So, you know, give them a chance to look cute every once in a while, you know, but that's it. Put on your nice little clothes, you know. I don't know. I just never had the problems that guys are having today. I did not, you know.
Yeah, I hear you. And it's funny.
But it doesn't build, but as far as the, you know, if a man and a woman get married, it destroys the character of both people. The person cheating lets you know they have no character. And the man is destroying his character because it's putting him in a compromising position where he can't even protect. And men are visual when it comes to sex. We visualize having sex with a woman that we like. And then imagine the fact that the way I had to break my wife down to get her under my feeling, now she takes that away and gives it to another man. Only thing I can see is all the things that we done. There's no way that I can rebound from that. And I heard you say, I think she would leave me. She would have to leave. She would leave the house and disappear because I ain't having none of that shit. But I'm not gonna hold it against the next woman. The next woman, she gonna have to still follow under the same regime. So I don't know.
So the consensus is that no matter how you slice it, you know, I know Rick kind of says that every man has a limit because a lot of men do forgive their wives for cheating.
Or paying.
I think a lot more than it's on record because it's so easy to say I'll walk away, but men do know that there's an economic penalty for leaving a woman that they don't have for leaving you, right? You have an economic penalty for that in this society, especially depending on what state you're in. You know, so if she's a cheat, you got to put some economics to it, or if you stay, like it'll be a living nightmare for your wife. I know for me it would be, right? Not violently, but you know, I wouldn't touch it no more. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't, you know. So everybody's different that way, you know. So, but I don't see where the character part comes in at all. It's just hurt feelings and, you know. But
man, I'll be honest with you. Like any man who stays with his wife after she cheated on him, you're a goddamn moron. After you cheat, you do it once, that's it. You're done in my book. One is way too many times.
But is it easy for you to say, though, Sparta? Is it easy for you to say if you're not in that situation? So
I was in that situation.
Weigh it there, right? Because you know, I don't want to sound crazy because I've been married for a long time, but I'm fully throated in saying, you know, pause that it's easy to say than actually do after you have so much invested. But I do know one thing for certain: there's no coming back for the trust. There's no coming back for the level of respect or none of that shit for me. There'll be no coming back for that. So the point would be, what's the sense in staying together other than
I'm going to quote my grandfather, what he used to say. Okay. If you lose respect and trust, you do not have a marriage. You don't have anything at that point. Okay. That's what he used to say to everyone.
I agree with that. But then again, it's the practical economics of the thing too. If you really can't ignore it, it's really true. I mean, especially if you ain't one of those guys who's absolutely rich, right? I don't have 100 properties. I don't have all that kind of stuff.
You don't? Oh man, I thought I could move in with you.
Yeah, I'm comfortable where I'm at. Okay, but that shit will have to be broken in half. Do we sell this spot? Do we sell this spot? My kids are grown, so that's not an issue anymore. So, but still, at our old crusty old age, man, so it's different, than if you're in the 40s or the 30s or you got 20 years invested. You get 38 years invested. I know the trust is broken forever. Is our house big enough for her to stay in one room and me stay in the other? We walk by each other like sheep in the night. That's just going to be uncomfortable. So anyway, I think women don't understand that. I think this whole notion that the standards for sexuality between the men and the women is not a double standard. It's a different standard. We have different standards. I think women know it. I think men know it. And women try to poo-poo that because they want to try to be equal with men. But just like Rick said, and I had a couple of streams here on BMU Network, women control the sexual marketplace. Men play in it. Men could exploit it, but women own that shit, right? Because they have the commodity that makes the sexual marketplace go. So that, and they don't want to take, it's not that they don't want to take their accountability for it. They don't want to take responsibility for the power that means. Because if they do, then they have to take accountability for what it wields as well. And I think that's tough for women to get their hands wrapped around. I believe that. Or they misuse it. Like a lot of women misuse power when they get it. Not to say men don't, but it's just different. It's just different. We see the fruits of men being in power.
It's funny we're doing the show because I'm actually doing 2 shows in a row about this stuff too. And it's funny because we're all talking about the same topic, but what are we doing the same topic about, women cheating and women, men's rights, all that stuff. But we're just talking about it. But I have not seen anybody actually using something and changing it and actually saying, you know what, I'm going to take action and change something about that. People bitch about it and talk about it, but nobody does anything about it at the end of the day.
Well, how do you change it though, Sparta?
How to change that?
How do, especially from the man's point of view, how do you change anything? How do you change it?
Well, I had the same conversation with Paul, actually.
What's the suggestion? Go ahead.
I actually had the same conversation last Saturday with Paul when we were going to New York, and he said, how about we change where you're looking? Maybe your area is not the greatest to find a woman. Maybe go out like 20 miles out a different way. Maybe you find something better that way. Or, go, ask around or whatever the case is. There are options out there. But if you keep doing the same thing over and over and just bitch about it, what are you changing? Nothing really. You just repeat the cycle. You need to break the cycle, if that makes sense.
Well, but what you're talking about, you want to break the cycle on the people you choose to mate with. What I'm saying is, how do you? Of course, if you want a woman of a certain caliber, then you got to go to places where those women are frequent. Right, you don't go to a nightclub with Diddy. You don't go to Diddy's party, for example. You go somewhere else. So just like when a woman's looking for a man, right, that she might want to cleave to, don't go to your local bar. Maybe you got to go to a place where a guy who has to wear a suit to get there, right? Whether it's the opera, whether it's a gala, or whether it's something else where you could meet somebody better than somebody who would frequent a nightclub. So I mean, people are not, you got to be in tune with that, but that doesn't mean those people aren't nefarious either, right? So my show on Monday is about, successful men don't marry, and there's some articles written about that, and then we have a discussion on why they don't. And then cheating will be a part of that as well. Not just them cheating, but their wives cheating and all that kind of stuff. Why would a man want to get married in this country? This way, you don't even have to worry about cheating that much, right? You just, get your kids a la carte. Pay child support for your children as opposed to paying alimony to a woman leaving you. Because it's just a
This is
bad
why
deal.
also a lot of men want to start using more condoms now these days too. And I'm actually doing that show on Thursday, believe it or not.
Okay.
So, and that's the other factor too. Like, wrap your shit up, my friend. Just wrap your shit up. You don't need any kids coming out and paying this fucking for another 18 years if you don't want it.
All right. So, but then again, Sparta, and then Coach, you could jump in. What percentage of men, when they had this girl ready to give it to them, she's there, you're both butt naked, she's in a room looking all sultry and sweet, and steam is coming up off the thing, and it's clean and it's fresh. And then you go to put on a Jimmy Jam, and she says, "What are you doing? If you're going to put that on, we're not having sex." Give me a percentage of men who are going to just say, "You know what, honey, let me just call you an Uber and send you home. Or let me just leave, okay, so tonight we're not having sex. If I can't wear a condom, then it's over." How many men are not going to go through that particular ultimatum without
1%.
taking? How much?
1% out of 100.
Okay, well, suppose he's a rich man. Let's talk about different men. If he's a Pookie and Ray Ray, it's 100%. He's going in. But if he's a man with a lot to lose, give me a percentage. Say he's a Boston Celtics head coach.
Pick Boston. You couldn't pick the Yankees, least because it's a better team.
Or just say he's a head coach. He makes millions of dollars, and he's right there with that sultry piece of ass looking at him.
Most likely, he's gonna blow his fucking load out. He doesn't give a shit because he has the money.
It depends on his background. It depends on the background. How
Give me a percentage. Give me a percentage.
I would say about 15%
of men are going to walk away.
No, I'll say about 80% of those men in that upper echelon will walk away. I believe so.
That's absolute bullshit.
But even in the NBA, I would say, not everybody in the NBA is out here reckless. It's just the ones that get profiled. And that's what last year we might have had 2 or 3 that were known to be that way. With who's that?
Anthony Edwards and a few other guys.
Yeah, about 3. I'll say 5 or 6.
But just omission doesn't mean it ain't happening.
But listen, the poor of us in the poor realm, we reckless with sex. Hell yeah, we slanging it around all over.
Okay, but let's use historical context. Okay,
even historical.
The Bible is riddled with men who are going to take the box. I mean,
do me a favor, please.
We have, men, come on.
So so what you're saying, our pain is men have no control when it comes to covering up. No, what I'm saying is, yes, men are going to take the box. 100% of men are probably taking.
I didn't say 100%.
What I'm saying, you're talking about with protection. You said with protection, though, right?
What I'm saying to you is, if a woman gives a man that ultimatum, it differs. I agree. It will differ with the man's status. If he's a bum, he's going in. If he has something to lose, he's got a consequence to think about. And if he's rich, give me a percentage. The percentage doesn't have to be the same, but I don't think at any point at 80% of the men are going to walk away. I don't believe that.
Do me a favor, please, before we move on. 80% they're bugging the shit out of me right now. They're crooked.
Go ahead, Sparta. What you talking about?
I said your glasses are crooked. They're bugging the shit out of my OCD is kicking in. I want to jump through the screen. Fix your fucking glasses. He gets bugging the crap out of me. They're crooked. They're annoying the shit out of me. Fix your fucking glasses.
Oh, who, me or what?
Yeah.
Oh man, shit,
Thank
man. You, man.
Thank you. It was bugging the crap out of me.
He's crazy.
Right. Yeah.
I believe 80% of men will walk away.
I don't. A lot of people will
they got
now
something to
learning
lose.
from the history.
If
They're
they
learning
got
like
something
it's
to
not
lose.
okay to not have a fucking condom in your back pocket and ready to go. If she says no, like fuck it, I'm not worth this broad. I prefer to just use my hand and some lotion. Like here, some water instead. I don't have lotion with me today, but it's a prefer doing that for blowing your fucking seed in her. And guess what? Now you stuck with all this, backlash, and you don't want that end of the day. And people are realizing that, like, better wrap my shit up. I prefer to feel less, feel a little more rubber than more pussy, and not worry about, oh shit, I'm gonna have a kid and I'm not ready yet.
But okay, so my point really is, I just wanted a percentage answer. Okay, Ferg, I can't argue. If you think 80% of the men are going to walk away,
They have something to lose, like, because you compartmentalize it. Pookie and Ray Ray, 80% of them go take the bait.
Okay.
A guy that has something to lose, 80% of them will walk away. Most
Okay,
guys in the middle, because it goes to show. Most guys don't get it on the regular, so if they got an opportunity,
they
ain't
have
really got nothing to lose. They living with mama or just got their first apartment. They going. They like shit. But a guy that if he's done worked his way up and understand, then I believe, because about 80% of those guys.
All right.
So I'm gonna back you up there, Ferg. Here's why: the man who has everything he worked for, he's more dangerous than the man who has nothing to lose, because he fought, ate, scratched, and worked his ass off to earn every single thing he has in his house or his possession, a car, a Rolex, iPhone, whatever that case is. He worked his ass off. The person who's homeless and goes from house to house, he has nothing to lose, so he doesn't know what to lose.
He's not going to have that opportunity that much either. I just disagree with you guys, but you know why? Because we have no shortage of men on the news who have everything to lose and giving it away for buys. Giving it away for buys. So this whole, I don't believe that 80% of the men will actually walk away. I don't believe it.
But that's still a small
number. I really don't believe it.
That's still a small number of guys that be on that.
80% of the men ain't gonna walk away, Coach. First, they don't. I mean, if they did, we wouldn't have so much consternation in the neighborhood.
But I broke it up in, like you said, the Pookie and Ray Ray, they're in the category by themselves.
I'm not talking about the Pookie or Ray Ray anymore. I'm talking about the men on the upper crust. They're banging the chicks out. They're having a lot of kids. They're Cam Newton. They're Nick Cannon.
But that's one of him. It's not. So you saying, okay? I'm just gonna ask you this question. You saying, men who are in the working class have no fucking sexual discipline at all?
I'm saying that men, I think men are following their nature. I didn't say no. I didn't say it was 100%. I'm saying that most men don't walk away. Listen, okay, let me paint the scenario better for you, okay? It ain't some random chick, right? If most men covet the women they have sex with, right? Covet in the biblical term. They've seen this chick. I'm not talking about one night stands or it's you set this thing up so you could actually get laid. So that means you might have wined her, you dined her, you took her out, you did all this bullshit to get to the point where she's ready to give you some ass. And then at the last second, she comes up with this caveat that says, if you put that condom on, we're not having sex. I don't think that 80% of the men in any stratosphere is walking away. I don't. Now, I'm not saying it's 100% that won't. Even the Pookie and Ray Ray might not do it 100%. But there's a percentage. But for you to tell me that 80% of the men will walk away when we could just read a news article of a man here, that men there, rich men, losing it all because of the box. It doesn't belie the data. Men give away worlds for the box. They just do.
Man ain't gave away no worlds for no box.
Oh, come on, man.
They ain't gave away no world
for the box.
They ain't gave away no world for no box. Man always go run the show.
Okay. All right, man. So we had odds. We finally got something that we don't agree on.
You know what? I have a good idea for both of you, because I'm doing the show on Thursday. Both of you guys can do more research and you can duke it out on my arena.
What's the show you talking about, man?
Why men want to use condoms. I'm doing a show on Thursday on that. I didn't send out the links yet or even invite yet, but I will on Monday. So just get ready.
Okay, so you know what? Let me see. Even your show title is misandrist, okay? Because it's the women who don't want men to wear condoms. It's more women. I mean, people kind of keep giving women a pass. It's not just men who don't want to wear condoms. It's women who don't want their men to put condoms on. It's as simple as that. And nobody, I mean, in order for all this raw dogging to go on, a woman has to consent to that shit. You know, it's not just a man shoving his tip in. A woman has to say yes.
But I'm paying. I'm gonna tell you, most women are not turning down the D whether it has a condom on or not.
Okay, so you agree with me then?
Most women are listen. A woman will take it if a man chooses to or not. Most guys are not in situations where a woman like don't wear a condom. No, they just choose it not to put it on. What are you talking about?
No, women.
They're not putting on no condom.
Coach Ferg, I disagree. The only reason why you're getting some is because the woman wants you to have some.
But she ain't listen. She gonna take it whether you got the condom on or not.
But that's the point.
Guys are choosing not to even put it on. It ain't even a discussion about whether or not they're gonna wear it.
Okay, because the woman doesn't want you to put it on.
That's not true, Arpain. They don't care.
Okay, so
I was just walking in like they ain't putting nothing on. They just putting it out saying let's go. They not. Guys ain't sitting up there talking about I got a condom. Ain't nobody got no condom.
They don't care. I agree with you that they don't care, but you're proving my point then. That women don't care about whether you have a condom on.
Right, they don't.
You're probably trying to put it on a man to put on a condom. And I just gave you a scenario. Gave you a scenario when the man says, well, you know what, honey? If I can't put a condom on, we can't have sex.
He's not doing that. They're not doing that.
Well, you're going against you said 80% of the men won't do it.
Well, walk away. Yes, I believe maybe a man has something to lose. Hold on. Most regular guys know they not walking away.
We ain't talking about just the regular guys. We're talking about all men. This is separated. Even the men who have something to lose.
Most of them are not going like that. I'm talking about the guys that work for it. Now, the guys that in the sports guys, I don't count them because they just reckless out here. They ain't no different.
I'm saying the guys who have something to lose, they're still doing it raw.
Yeah, but not a lot, Arpain. Not 10%.
The majority of men are doing it raw.
About 10%. Ain't no 40.
How much percent?
About 10, 15% of them. Because it's still the numbers.
Well, that's what I was asking for.
Small amount of men having
80% weren't
doing all the babies. So it's still a small amount of men making all the babies.
I disagree. Okay, we got to get the percentage right.
Yeah, because if they don't like you, your ass wearing a condom. If they like you, hell, you ain't got to wear nothing.
All right, I'll put it this way. When I was younger, from the point I lost my virginity to probably 35, I'll say, when I started getting in serious relationships in my 30, 35 on there. That's where I stopped using condoms when I was with a girl at least over a year. And I know it's getting serious. From before, I was just going from a girl to girl when I was in relationship, high school, but nothing serious. You know what I'm saying? She told me I always had condoms on me at all times. Okay. At least 3.
All right. Before we turn this into a condom show, I got one that brings us back to that brings us back to this show. You got a cheating wife. You got a cheating wife. What percentage of them are asking the dude to put a condom on?
Most women who cheat
your wife is cheating on you. Your wife is cheating on you. What percentage of them are asking her lover to put a condom on, or is he banging that shit out raw?
I would say 50%.
I'll agree 50% too.
Okay, because women don't want men to put condoms on. I think it's more than 50%. Because if she's over there, if she scoped out her new lover, she wants him to bang that shit out like she's never been banged out before. She's giving him everything that she won't give you and everything. So she's having a blast. And she might be protected. This is where the paternity fraud comes in, right? Especially if she's in childbearing age. That's why those numbers are so high. because the women in marriage are raw dogging these fucking guys on the outside as well. And right, so the minimum number is 30%, but it's probably higher than that. If you have 5 kids, a good chance that one of them ain't yours. So
it's only 20%.
You'll get pregnant every time you do it, though. That's the bottom line. So anyhow, all I'm just trying to say is, I think that women have more control over the sexual marketplace than men want to give them credit for.
They do. They do have more control.
And so the cheating wife. So this is another reason why I don't see how a man could stay if his wife is cheating, especially if she's letting a dude raw dog it. Raw dogging in the disease-riddled world that we have. If she's in childbearing age, especially, and all of that kind of stuff, and you're not finished having children, oh my God, I don't see how guys do it. I really don't.
Listen, I mean, I think for the people who actually take the step to get married, if they don't follow under the covenant and do things that according to their duty, it's all going to fail anyway. She's going to cheat. He's going to cheat. It's all going to fail. You have to commit to that. And I don't think, because I question my wife sometimes, just every time she's on the phone. Like,
it's funny as hell. I don't know where that shit goes. That's funny as hell, man.
What's that?
The Tupac story.
I mean, yeah, my dreams be wild, man. I don't have no, my dreams be wild, and it seemed real at that time because I was calling her name and she never looked at me. Like, what the fuck?
Coach, did you have mushrooms before you went to bed?
Yeah, peyote or some shit.
No, man, my dreams be all over the place, man. My dreams be wild, man. It has nothing to do. Nah, man, that's something I wasn't doing at all. No, at all. I'm just saying, I just have random crazy dreams, but I would think that if a man and a woman are married and one of them cheats, then I think those signs are already there before the marriage. I really do. I just believe I could be wrong, but women are not that difficult to figure out.
I agree with you there.
They're not that difficult. You just don't have to react to everything that they do. I learned that on my own. I just move according to me. If I see something I didn't like, I may mention it, I may not. But then they know. And if they ask me, I'll tell them, well, I saw this. And well, why don't you say nothing? Why do I need to say nothing? If you're saying and confessing that it's me, but what you actually do means more to me than what most people say anyway. I believe in what women do. What is a woman going to do? I don't care what she say, because she can be in her feelings today one way. Tomorrow she can be sad. Thursday she can be mad. And I just never caught up in how they feel about it. Just, what do you do? Are you coming over at 8 like you said? Are you showing up at 10? At 10, I'd have made other plans. I don't know. I just wanted certain things, and if a woman was cheating, I didn't know. Power to her. Salute. Salute. I mean, I couldn't do it. I know, if I found out my wife was doing anything other than me, y'all won't see me over here in this little spot no more. It'd be like, all this shit will be sold to whoever, to the highest bidder. And I'll start all over. Like, so somebody got to come in and be willing to live off $15 a day. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so listen, I would tell you this. I just think that just going back, I don't know how your wife let you off the hook for saying, accusing her of cheating with Tupac. He's been dead for 20 years. But that's so
is he really dead? Are we sure about that?
He's dead, yeah.
He come over here, he is gonna be.
Hey, Coach, you know what? If if he's still alive and your wife did cheat, think about how much money you can get out of that shit. You just milk the shit out of it a little bit.
But let me Chad, anybody else who has any conversation about cheating wives and how husbands should take it? And feel free to hit the link. It's in the chat somewhere. You can find it. But
on top of the chats.
So what?
Yeah, on top of it.
Top of the chat too. Yeah, it's at the top of the chat too.
I'm sure we got some married people here.
Yeah,
I'm talking to old fucks right now.
But they got some young. What the point really is that for us it's kind of different. I mean, I've been, we've been married for a long time, so my story is kind of boring, right? Ferg, you got married. What? This is your second wife? 10 years, 12 years, or something. All right.
11.
So I just say, so what else? What other conversation? Okay. Should a man stay in a relationship? I mean, that part of it as well. We didn't get your answer to that, Ferg. Should a man stay after his wife cheats?
I don't. Every man is going to react different.
Right.
I'm not going to raise a big fuss. I'm going to address it, but I ain't going to blow off the deep end. At the same time, I'm packing her shit as I'm talking. Packing shit.
You're packing her shit?
Yeah, I'm packing all that shit. She got to go. I ain't going nowhere.
Oh,
I ain't going nowhere.
Well, how do you manage that? All right. She said,
I just start packing that shit.
There's no fault divorce, brother. You can't kick me out the house. It's my house.
Well, that shit gonna be in her room, her one room that she's in, till this shit gets sold off.
Yeah, it could be, in my opinion, it'll be in a car. Let her sleep in the car for a couple weeks.
Yeah, you guys
it'll be in the garage. All that shit be in the garage. I'll box that, all that shit up.
You
guys
all that big shit. Say back in the grandparents and grand. Yeah, that shit happened. I mean, it happened enough back then.
Mm-hmm.
It really did. I mean, it's a different world now. Like everybody keeps telling me, there's it's so hard to get married these days, right? When people get married these days, I think the commitment is I think, the one thing I'll give to modern people about marriages back in the day without parents and stuff like that, it wasn't more of an obligation. I think the commitment, and I think the fact that we were pigeonholed to be together because of segregation and everything else, we still had stronger families. The level of forgiveness that on both sides that had to happen because grandma knew grandfather had maybe another family down the block and shit like that. It was a whole lot different. Those kind of graces don't exist today. They just don't, right? So that's why paternity test needs to be mandatory, right? Because you don't need to be 5 years, 10 years down the line and find out one of the kids is not yours. Now, the love between a parent and a kid will transcend the love, the hatred that might be built against a cheating wife.
But I paint that law would never change.
I don't agree with that.
You know why the law would never change?
Why?
Because one, that is a great way to. It's sort of like you taking out two birds with one stone. Let's just say.
Which law? Paternity laws? You're talking about the paternity law.
The paternity law.
It's changing already, though, Ferg. It's changing already.
They changing in a sense, but still, you're still going to be. The woman is still going to be the primary by default, even without the DNA test. You have to. A man would have. Most men, and every state is different. See, every state law is different.
But they're changing. The laws are changing. Some like New Jersey, I think, before a man puts his name on a birth certificate, I believe he has to take a paternity test. I think that's whether you're married or not.
Okay, now see, some things will have to happen gradually, but I'm gonna tell you, in most states below the Mason-Dixon line,
right,
those laws, man, are sort of. It's to make a man give up, because in the state of Kentucky, by default, they can take 40% of your income off the top. And where a lot of guys get in trouble is when a child is born and the mother goes through the state without insurance, they put that tab on the father.
Yeah, that's because the men signed a birth certificate.
No. if once he's determined that he's the father,
Well,
that
that's a
child
paternity
automatically defaults back to him.
But that's a
So-
paternity test, though.
No. If she
So how
has,
how do they determine he's the father?
listen, wait a minute, here's what I'm saying. Say a woman has a child through the state. She's on welfare through the state, right?
Okay.
All of that money has to be paid back. That money gets paid back through the father. So if a woman has a child today, 6 months later, she takes me to child support. The cost of the child was $6,000. When I walk into court, I'm in the hole $8,000 already.
But if you're not the father, how are they going to know you're the father?
But once you determine to be the father,
But then that's a paternity test.
no, it has nothing to do with the paternity. Once the
How are
paternity,
they going to determine you're the father?
if I can sign the birth certificate, I can acknowledge that I'm the father, or take a DNA test.
Okay, so yeah, once you're stupid enough to accept being the father, you deserve everything you get.
But what I'm saying is, when I come into court, I'm already $8,000 to $10,000 in the hole.
I don't disagree with you, but it still stems from you being determined to being the father. No matter how that is, whether it's you sign it without a paternity test, and these days, any man, I think now, even married or not, who signs a birth certificate without a paternity test is a fool.
Yeah, but again, by default, guys want to be that loving entity.
No, I agree with you there. Yeah, men are idiots when it comes to their women. There's no doubt about it. Some of us dodge a bullet. I didn't have a paternity test. The only reason why I know my kids are mine because they were blessed. They were cursed with the same nose I got.
Pain, again, you were married in a time that you didn't have to worry about that stuff. Like now,
you always had to worry about that.
But not as bad. Not as bad because you can be. Listen, now with the online dating, she must saying, "Oh, I'm just playing the game," but she's literally swiping left or right to fuck somebody up. No, I'm being dead serious right now, Pain. It's a lot easier now. It's a lot easier to cheat in like the time me trying to find a mate for myself, find a good woman. Is literally I better look striking gold before I find one. That's how hard it is. I'm not saying they're not out there. It is out there, but it's so rare. Like if you ask a woman to make you a cup of coffee because let's say I'm working on something right now. I'm running emails or paying bills on the computer, right? And I go, hey honey, do me a favor. Can you make me a cup of coffee? She goes, get your fucking ass do it yourself, motherfucker. I'm like,
Wait, what kind of women you hanging out with, man? Shit,
bro, I'm not, dude. I'm telling you, as somebody I respect you. I was Paulus here right now. I respect you so much, and this bold guy down there too. I respect both of you guys so much, and me and Paul were talking about this over the weekend, and I'm telling you, he even agreed. Like honestly, you said to me, if I had a date now this day, I don't know if I would ever get married. A lot of people. My best friend CQ. Remember CQ came on my show?
Yeah.
He said to me on his house, I was hanging out with him. He goes, if I wasn't married to my wife, I'd probably order myself a woman instead. Because I don't want to deal with that bullshit.
Well, I don't disagree. See, we're in like violent agreement across the board because we got variations of these things. My show on Monday is about men not choosing not to get married. But it's a different. These are higher value guys. When I say high value, I mean men with means.
What time is your show on Monday?
The title of the show is "Successful Men Don't Marry."
But what time is it?
Well, the subtext is they have their kids a la carte.
Mm-hmm.
Means that they'll be baby daddies and pay child support or pay the women to have their kids, but they won't marry the woman.
I see that happen too.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Pookies and Ray Rays littering the community with kids they can't afford. We're talking about men who can't afford to take care of their kids. They just don't want the burden of having an entree, which is the woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So we're going to have a conversation about that, because the truth of the matter is, I think that's where women have put men. The laws and women have backed men up against the wall because you really don't know. Once you're successful,
send me the link on Monday.
Women are waiting at the finish line. You don't know whether they want you for you or for you for what you have.
So send me the link on Monday. I'll join you.
Yeah, I'll be here right on Black Man Unfiltered. I'll send it to you.
What time it starts?
You know, I already have on my channel. I'll send you my little trailer. I do a trailer of these things. I send it to BL News. So I'm working on more of the details. Be nice if I have a woman out in the chat who wants to get up here and tell me why I'm wrong. And then we're gonna hit a little bit about Dr. Bryant.
See, good luck with that, because I have done a couple shows on my channel with similar topics, body count, cheating, all this stuff, and I always have it link up. And I say, I want a woman to come up, and no woman ever comes up.
Well, my thing is not going to be adversarial, because women do have a point, but I just think that with women, it's more about control over men. It's not necessarily that they care that the man has is a baby daddy of multiple women, because they readily accept and celebrate women who have kids all over the place by different men. I don't hear women coming out with any kind of there's some. You got your Crimson Cures and your DDs, and your a few other ladies. But for the most part, in the modern era, women are celebrated for having kids out of wedlock. It's all over the place, you know. And so I'm just saying that why would a man marry somebody, put all of his fortunes at risk in the laws the way they are, just to have kids? You don't need to. You just can have your kids a la carte. And so we're going to discuss that. I'm gonna flesh that out. It'll give me the Monday show. But I did invite a couple of ladies, or at least one lady. She hasn't responded, that to be the co-host. I don't want to get into an argument, but I want to hear both sides of the story. Because all the women came out against Cam Newton. All the women came out against Nick Cannon when this Dr. Bryant was raking them over the coals. And she's a 42-year-old woman who just said that she'd actually date a man in his 20s because she don't want a man with kids. So where's she coming from? Because Allen Houston, whatever that guy's name is, the singer, when he married that young woman, all the women gave him shit because he wanted a woman who was more pure than a woman who's been ran through, right? So here's a woman who's supposed to be a love doctor saying essentially the same thing. And everybody's like praising her for that shit.
But women talk like that when they ain't in that position. When they ain't there, women compete against other women, but they do it underhandedly. They just don't say it. If they was in that position, they would not be complaining. And if you 40 years old talking about you'll be with a 20-year-old, that's a lack of something of you. There's no way.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying, I mean, how can a 20-year-old hold a 40-year-old accountable?
You can't. You can't.
Exactly. She want to be in a situation where she can do what she want when she want, and then point the finger at his ass talking about, ninja, you ain't good enough. No.
Absolutely. Especially that difference with a woman that old and a guy that young. There's absolutely no contest. He has not a chance to be her dick boy.
Because she's not going to teach him nothing.
She can teach him, women can teach him about sex,
But a man, she won't teach him anything. But a man that way would teach a young woman.
Yes.
He would.
They call us grooms. That's why we're groomed. That's my interpretation. The truth of the matter is, I want to kind of revisit that, but I really want to talk about successful men. I got a couple of articles I'm putting together. We're going to kind of chop it up, but it's not so disjointed from this particular conversation we're having now, because it's not about men not wanting to have women. We just can't. And I think that if the laws change, and I could ask you, Coach Ferg, and you, Sparta, if the laws in the United States change, I think men would be lining up to marry women because they'd be protected, right?
Yeah.
If the paternity laws change, alimony laws change, child custody laws change, and if we could, the prenups, the circumvention of prenups, where a judge has the discretion, right, of making child support payments a de facto alimony payment, right? There's no way in the world that Kevin Costner with 3 kids should be paying $200,000 a month in child support. That's spousal support. It's absurd on the surface of it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying it's so broken one way that men are saying, you know what, why get married? It's not like I'm not going to have sex. I don't need a woman to marry me to have sex like they might have had in the past. Right now, you can get sex anywhere. So why marry? Why? If you want to have kids, you could have them a la carte. You don't have to marry the woman to have children. The women are perfectly fine with giving babies out without being married.
Yeah. I know a doctor. He's been able to pay all of his baby mamas to have the children live with him. He has 7 children living with him.
How's his life going?
It's going pretty good because they're all under one roof. He paid them off. That's the greatest deal for a child, to have a father under the roof with them. But they had the children. He gave them the little 50. They took it. They living their best life. He got the children, and all of the children are doing great. Good in school.
18 said we can do without sex, but okay, yeah, but men can't.
Now, women get to an age where they can, but then when they get to another age, then they get to the age beyond that age, and then they trying to burn up everything. They trying to get it in.
Men's turn off. The only time men can't get over sex is when the Johnsons can't get hard.
And they still ain't got over that shit, because that shit.
And they still ain't got it. They'll find other ways to get.
Yeah, they
That's funny. So the truth of the matter is, with women, yeah, you guys have it, but that's women shit. Men shit, we don't have no such turn off. If it still work, we want some ass. It's as simple as that.
Yes, we want it. It's a need.
It's God ordained. It's natural. So, anyways, I just think BMU put something in the back chat. I guess he's not coming back, but I mean, anything else on the topic? We had a couple of videos. I didn't know if they were all for this show. So I didn't want to pop up anything. But you weren't here, Joseph. I don't know if you were here either, Sparta. He had one video that I want to replay. I think it's pretty funny.
Part of the debate, we asked each of the 2 candidates to choose a song that best describes the opposing candidate. We will now play the song President Trump picked, that he thinks best describes Vice President Kamala Harris.
Tell me that's fake. It's not real.
It's not real. It's not real.
I can see him doing it. That's why.
That shit's funny as hell. I love it. I think that was pretty cool. I don't know where he gets these goddamn things. But I guess that's a TikTok video. He showed just a couple. But, I don't know about the topic of cheating is a bad. It's one of those kind of things. It'd be great if you can get through all of marriage. Nobody cheats on anybody. Or at least it's all ignorance, right? You don't know. You'll never find out. It's a one-off. Your kids are all yours, 100% paternity, and you go out into the sunset with a beautiful life and shit. But it seems like today's, and it's both men and women, everybody has a rotation. Everybody has a rotation. The women have a rotation, men have a rotation. I just think the outcomes are different. And that's where we could discuss. I just think that they have this Dr. Bryant who was on tonight's, she was on tonight's, tonight's conversation. And this is the same lady who chastised Cam Newton and Nick Cannon. And her advice to she didn't say young women, but she said young people, both men and women, but I think she was mostly talking to women. She told them, fuck their way through their 20s. Have sex, fuck your way through your 20s. And then when you're ready in your 30s, settle down and it's the most destructive advice a woman could give to both men and women, but especially women. Right? Nobody's saying you should just come out of college and get married, but the more lovers women have, and and I should write a book about this because I know I'm right, that when a woman hits her 30s and she has a lot of trauma, all of her trauma could be traced back to the point of a man's dick. All of women's traumas could be point back to the point of a man's Johnson. Because too much sex for women is a bad thing. It really is. And that's why they're supposed to protect their virtue. Now, men aren't supposed to be just jamming willy-nilly. That's, of course, after a certain point, you've learned everything you need to learn, right? For me, it was enough. And when I looked for my wife, I had to go ahead and make a decision. I was going to have one woman for the rest of my life. And it wasn't that hard of a conversation or a decision for me. I had enough experience with women that I had no trauma out of it. And I didn't carry any of that shit with my wife. She didn't have to be some kind of Jezebel in the bedroom and a saint, in the altar. She just had to be somebody who respected me and loved me. She didn't have to be the best. I didn't care about that. I don't have like an alpha woman that I'm always think about, So, but I don't think this shit's true with women. They always, after they have too many lovers, there's that one dude who banged that shit out that she can never forget. And especially if she has a baby. If she has babies by men, those men always have access to her. They always, well, it doesn't have to be sexual access, but they have access to her. And a man who wants to have his own legacy has to put up with the fact that another man can call his wife and change her mood. That shit is too much for a woman to ask a man to pay. And if the shaming tactics are you're not a real man unless you could take somebody, that's just all bullshit. Some men just want their preferences as well. And the thing with that Dr. Bryant, right? She says she doesn't want a man with kids. She's 42 years old. And she's still saying, I deserve a man that doesn't have any kids. I want my own legacy. There's a woman saying that. So she passed over countless men to get to 42 years old with no kids. And then she still has these crazy demands, but she knows she has to go younger because nobody at 40 years old, a man at 40 years old, most likely he has a kid or two. So there you go. So, anyway, it's a strange dating world out here, man. It really is. And maybe it's not strange. You just have to readjust to it, And
I think men are doing a good job of readjusting to it, because and I can say this: I don't know how this movement is going to take across the country, but I went to two weddings last year. One in June, one in September. And there was, it was good seeing the opposite of what these spaces talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I go to my favorite generation, crack era generation. 40 and everybody 45 and under, they struggle with maintaining and building those lifelong relationships. They struggle with that. Most of them have done too much before the age of 21. They've had too many sex partners. They've done too much, drinking, too much smoking, not enough reading, not enough writing, not enough physical activity. So as they come into their adulthood, their motivation is gone. I work with a lot of young adults. I'm telling you, the motivation is already beat up out the door. And a lot of it's self-inflicted wounds. Yes, we all had a story growing up. Parents with this, parents with that. We all have that soft story. We all can connect to that some capacity. But once you realize it, and once you become age 21, everything about your life after that falls on you.
I agree.
You can't make no excuses. You can't, because if you don't, the ramifications are lifelong. Some people never recover. And then they get the blaming. When at some point you have to look at yourself. I don't care. You're going to make mistakes. That's part of life. But it's not a mistake if I did it 5 times. It's my lifestyle. See, a lot of people want to have that excuse to have, so they can just blame somebody else for their lack of improvement. Me, I don't take kind to it. I don't care about it because we all have to overcome something, and that builds character. You going into your 40s and you complain about shit that you ain't did and shoulda, coulda, woulda for 25 years. That ain't building shit.
That's true.
Again, I don't know. It's sad that we here in our most technological advanced state. Everybody has something to say. Everybody knows everything, but how many people are willing to take this time and just put in the 5 years, the 4 years, the 3 years, the 2 years to better themselves? But don't not do that shit and then get all the way 10 years down the road and get to complaining the shit. Fuck that. Stop complaining. You got to do it. All the women ain't gonna like me. I'm ugly as hell to some women. I can't sit around talking about women because I'm ugly. I can't do it. I don't like every woman. It's a certain woman I'm not gonna even give my attention to. I ain't gonna say, hey, you look cute with your dress on. I ain't gonna comment on you. I don't see you. I see the woman that I like. Yes. And if I can get 3 out of 10, and I treat it like baseball, 3 out of 10 is a Hall of Fame career. So if I can get 4 or 5 of them, which I could average 4 or 5, yes, I could do that. 7, 8, then I'm winning. Everybody I don't want to be with long term. Some I do. Some only want me for a short period of time. But I just take it all with a grain of salt until I hone in. You just got to get to a space in life where even as a man, your head has to be focused in. You have to know what your expectations are. Stick to them. Be fair, just nothing outrageous. But have the expectations, and you want a woman with certain expectations too. If she has no expectation, then that shit ain't gonna work anyway. Y'all just fucking. Ain't nothing building. But I could be wrong, man. But from what I've seen from the guys that I've worked with and helped, and we've had months and months of conversation about certain things to avoid and do, they seem to be doing all right. Ain't none of them crying about a woman. And they all in there. I'll say the oldest one, probably about 33, 34. They don't be crying about no woman. They be talking about Mr. Because they call me Mr. They don't know me by coach, that from work. They ain't got no problem. I'm just telling them, like you're always saying, don't have no babies out of wedlock. Don't do that. Not for a brother, don't do it. Not for a regular working man, do not do that shit. That shit'll take 35 years of your life, for real. Because they go get a raise every time you get a raise. Every time you show up with your new woman, the baby mama gonna be mad. It's just gonna make things bad for you. So don't do it. Then your children gonna be spoken to about how no good you are up until they leave the house. And they don't even know you, but people are gonna, it's just, don't do it, black man. Black women, don't do it either. It's just, don't do it on you. It's too stressful. It takes away your youth and beauty. Y'all first started. I bet you ever see a woman with the upside down smile? Their face is always upside down.
Yeah, that's funny.
Those women are not attractive to me. We all have to accept our faults, man. Love your faults. We all got the big nose, the big lips, the wide ass feet. That's who we are. Accept it.
So okay. So let me ask you something, though, Coach Ferg. Here's my thing, right? In this modern era, and this is where I keep getting stumped, right? And I don't agree with the time frame because of social media and everything. It's all bullshit to me, right? Maybe it's not the same numbers, but what's stopping a man who's intentional and a woman who's intentional from getting together and building something great? And the fact that the numbers are low, is it a good enough excuse that we're in this modern era of women look at attention like sex, and men, just need to be validated by how many women they could bang out? I'm saying that at some point, when you want to have the woman of your dreams, not of your dreams, but a woman that you want to settle down with, and she actually wants to settle down with you, what's really stopping them from actually getting together? And when people say, you know, it's the modern era, it's different now, people are not the same, you know, that's bullshit. If you connect to the nature of the person that you want to be with, right? Certain things have to be understood between the two of you. And that's why we still have some marriages. We still have, I mean, it's not like nobody's getting married anymore. The numbers are too low to brag about, but it's still, you just said you went to two weddings. What
Yeah.
age were they? What were the ages?
One was in their 30s and the other was in their 50s.
Okay, so the 51s, they said they just didn't.
And it was both of them's first marriage, though.
Well, but the ones in the 50s said, you know what, I don't want to be alone.
Yeah.
The ones in their, what, 30s?
30s, yeah, early 30s.
So there might be their first marriages, but there's still a possibility of children.
Yeah, they have they have a child together, and they have two apiece.
Okay.
Previous
So
relationship.
the point really is, so they decided that with all the bullshit out there, enough is enough. Let's get together.
Yeah.
But then, you know, there's still some marriages happening in the 20s. It'd be nice to look at those statistics to see what there are, especially in the Black community. You know, how many people in the Black community get married in their 20s anymore?
I would say those numbers are low because
of course they're low, but
our pain in our community, listen, it's unfortunate to say again. I'm gonna go back to my favorite generation. That was a time our thing.
Generation. Forget about the crack.
No, but I'm saying, since those children became adults, our pain, they are the least in everything. Since they became adults.
Okay, but let's I'm not arguing that, but okay, we're talking about the two. They reached 20 years in their 20s. They didn't. They're the children of the crack generation.
Yes,
but they're not in the crack generation.
Right, that's second generation, and the fear because those adults are telling them not to do it. It's a bad deal.
At the point when I'm saying that's the reason why the numbers are so low.
But that's teaching, yeah.
But there's still people in their 20s who get married.
Yes, there is.
What did they do to break the bad advice that they got from their crack era parents, social media, and everybody around them to say, you know what, we're going to give it a go?
I would love to have somebody in their 20s who's married to come up and speak for themselves, because I couldn't say
that's exactly
why they doing it, because I'm 30 years they see.
That's what I'm getting at. The possibilities are still there. It's not like it's zero, right? It might be a low percentage. And I don't know what there got to be some statistics about that, right? I'm saying that, you know, I got married in my 20s, but I would concede that was a different time. Most people that I know got married young, right? So today is a lot different, right? The age is high. They said the average marriage for men and women is like in 31, 30 to 33.
Yeah. A lot of people are not going. Okay. Now,
but so we're not arguing. We're in agreement. But
I'm just saying, as far as like, you know, it's a lot being said, so I have to sort of break it down.
But let's just stick with the ones in the 20s first, right?
So the ones in their 20s, a lot of it's learned behavior right now. It's learned behavior. They're being told it's a bad deal.
I'm saying about the ones who actually do. I know about the ones who don't.
Well, they have. Those are the ones that are strong enough to sort of break away. Those are the ones that are strong enough to break away from.
That's what we need.
Everybody else's voice,
but we need to
ostracize from that.
But we need to hear from those people.
Yeah, but
what's the but?
No, what I'm saying is you're exactly right. As far as yes, they need to come forward, but a lot of the younger people, unfortunately, care about what others feel and think about them.
I agree, but we need to hear from the ones who
they ain't gonna come out. They ain't gonna come out.
But the point is, we could draw them out. They could be drawn out. They could be drawn out if they have a safe space to speak. If I was listening to this YouTube channel, Say what?
No, I was going to say, young married couples, please come forth. We need you.
What I'm saying is, if I was a young married couple, right, and I wanted to build a YouTube channel, and we were able to navigate all the bullshit, the bad advice from the crack era, the hatred of the baby boomers and the Gen Xers, and all of that shit, and social media stuff, and put the Instagram pulling you this way, Facebook pulling you that way, TikTok destroying everything, and we still find our way to each other. That's a story probably worth telling on these social media platforms.
That's a gem. That's
Right.
a gem though.
And so it'd be nice to, if I could find them. I wish one of my daughters was one of those. But
right. But see, even in the example, we both have young adult children, right? And we would think that we're giving them the best tools to accomplish everything.
Yeah.
Still, they have their apprehensions based off what they see and hear in their time. See what I'm saying? So, like I said, let's just say you would want your daughters to be married, but I guarantee they have apprehensions about what they see.
There's no doubt about it. My oldest daughter is more affectionate towards marriage and finding somebody than my younger one. She's she's 25. She's so focused on being an architect, getting her certification and all that kind of stuff, which I'm proud of because she wanted to be an architect since she was 9 years old.
Yeah.
My only thing I could tell her is you could be an architect and have a guy as well.
Yeah. And
that's not going to stop you from reaching your dreams if you get the right dude,
See, I paint, and that's the difference. Your daughters are getting balanced information.
Right.
Not a lot of adults don't get the father's ear, the father's voice and the mother's voice. They don't.
They don't. I agree.
And that's where the disconnect is right there. Because if we can have this, if we can take 10 of you and put them back 30 years ago with that consistent voice, then I believe it will be the marriage rates will be a lot higher. I would take 50% again. I would take 50%.
Yeah, again,
that's a high number because we were leading the pack. I'll take 50%.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It might even be higher, but the point really is that I think what happens today is that men have too much to lose if they're at the finish line. Like when I got married, man, we barely had 2 nickels to rub together. So my wife didn't care about that. She just wanted me. Not that she wanted me because it wasn't my money, right? It wasn't my success. I mean, our first apartment, we had squirrels running on the goddamn drop ceiling in the house, man, because there was a hole bitten into the roof of where we were living, the tenement. And then
and y'all live within y'all means, I pain. Y'all live within y'all means. Y'all knew y'all had to work up to the. These people are now, they want the Lamborghini and the penthouse on day one.
I know.
They want the executive office as soon as they put in the application.
I know.
And that's a false sense of realization. That's not real. It's really not real. It makes
okay. So if we bring it back to reality, so I say we don't focus on the success stories enough. Just like in the Black community, we always focus on the wrong things, right?
Yeah.
So if we just bring it back to
they get highlighted the most, and it's unfortunate because YouTube only wants the negative. It only gets the negative.
Well, the views only get the negative.
But that's what so the people who's putting out the content are not getting recognized for the good content because the poor people like negative shit. They thrive off of that shit, our pain.
Well, you know what? That's mostly a humanity. That's what the news and
I'm talking about in the poor communities where the average income still, because the numbers are what they are. Only 10% of men making over $100,000 in a, you know what I'm saying? So then, what about everybody making 60 and below? They fighting and fussing, but they doing a whole lot of fucking though. The babies are still born out of wedlock. Why wouldn't the average income in a white home is $150,000? The average income in a Black home combined, when they say home, that's all the income combined, is over $50-something thousand. Why? Because people are doing family shit single.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I think I don't know. I don't believe the average income for the white families is that high. I think
that's what it is. That's what the last reading. You can Google it.
I think we're mixing.
It's the home income. It's
The
that
average
high.
income of a married couple, a black married couple, is more than 50 grand.
Listen, the
The
average home
income of
income,
a married black family is more than 50 grand.
it didn't say married. I'm saying the average income in the home. It doesn't say whether or not they're married or not.
So I think we're mixing apples and oranges. I would like to see the stat to say the average. You know, at one point in New York City, the average income in a home for black parents actually eclipsed white people in Queens.
Yeah, you talking back in the 80s and 90s. When Gen X was out here
a
hustling.
while ago. It was a while ago.
When we was out here hustling.
I'd like to see that stat just so I can measure it. I think that I think we're mixing apples and oranges. You know, but then again, you could be right, because I think white people have more intact homes than black people.
Yes, and it's the combined income of the home. Not, you know what I'm saying? Sisters are buying homes, but they doing it off the one salary. So it's not just
they're buying homes they can't afford.
exactly, because they ain't gonna get the 2-bedroom with the 1-car garage. They want the basement. They want the walk-in closet.
And that's why they're the top of the foreclosure list as well. You know, and men are more practical. I'm not going to buy a big, unless I'm super rich. But most average guys are not going to buy a home unless they could put a family in it.
Right. Even with that, man, I used to tell young guys this. Listen, because you know in Chicago it's a big ass city, 3 million people, over 1 million something black folk. And at one time when I first got there, almost the whole South Side was owned by black families, black homeowners all over, right?
Right.
And as the time went on, they started gentrification all over the country when they tore down everybody's projects, displaced a lot of people, right? So now people are starting to rent. Nobody's buying homes and owning homes no more. So the community sense just vanished. It just, within 10 years, it was sort of just vanished. And now I would have thought that people that were younger who understood that would move a little different for themselves. Like you said, most guys, if he's aware of what's going on in his life, he's a little more frugal with just spending money. He's a working guy, save up. Not that you can't get, because people think just because you don't spend it that you can't get it. Sometimes you gotta wait. See, this is where the people know how with money. Sometimes your ass gotta wait a little bit till that shit go on sale, till the price drop. You can get a discount. Maybe that's 20% you can put in your bank account, but that's just me. But people are so trying to be individualized today that as far as the acquisition of the real wealth, the property and things that really make a difference, most people won't ever accomplish it. They won't. They satisfied with living in a fancy apartment.
Well, okay. So I mean, okay. So when we use the word satisfied, I just think that the way we're living now, right? And there's so many competing kind of things, right? Social media has stigmatized this bullshit called 50-50, right? You know, and because it belies common sense, right? Because I think too many. I think it's just the ratchet women. I think other women understand this. You're paying 100% of the bills when you're by yourself.
Yes.
If you got a guy that you're in a situationship or relationship with, or actually in a marriage, it stands to reason that he shouldn't be paying all the bills, and you don't use none of your money to do anything. Right? It's just your money to frolic with. That's not even fairy tale. What that is propaganda saying that women shouldn't be responsible in a marriage. And I think that breaks things too, because I don't know what kind of women come on these panels. And first of all, I think they're unmarriageable. Any woman who thinks that if I'm working and you're working, but you're the only one who needs to pay bills is an unmarriageable woman. Right? That's not 50-50. You're doing 100%. If your money is not sacrificing for your family, whether you're a man or a woman, or not used to better your family as a whole, then why are you even in a relationship? And I think that also plays a part when women have changed the terminology of relationships, right? They're not looking for her. When's the last time you heard a woman said she's looking for a husband?
No, shit.
What do they say, Coach Ferg?
What they looking for a partner?
That's right. They're not looking for husbands. They're looking for a partner. And words have meaning.
Yeah, they do.
Right? There's no love. There's no covenant. There's nothing in the word partner. And so other than you as a business arrangement, and it just goes back to my Monday thought, that if I'm a rich man, right, and men routinely marry down, right? This is the woman's terminology, marrying down. Because there's very few women in the stratosphere where rich men are. So we tend to marry down. So if I'm coming to the table and we're partners, I got a whole laundry list of shit that I'm bringing to the table, right? I'm bringing to the relationship. I'm bringing the home. I'm bringing the money. I'm bringing the satisfaction. I'm bringing a comfortable lifestyle. And so the woman I'm marrying down is what's she bringing to the table in this so-called partnership, right? Because a partnership has to have some kind of equity in it, or else it's not really a partnership. So what's she bringing to the table? Is it on a book? Is it a one pager? Or is it just 3 letters, BOX? And if it's just 3 letters, BOX, that you're bringing to this so-called partnership, then it's not worth it for me as the man to be, because I can get that without the partnership.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting down here saying, what is this partnership bullshit? Do you want to be a wife or not? If you want to be a wife, you can't be a woman of the modern era and want a traditional man.
I mean, can I be something that I was never taught?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I'm just asking.
Yes, you can. You know why? Because there's more information out there than ever was before. And nobody taught me how to be a husband, even back then. Nobody taught me how to be a husband. Shit, I just wanted to be one.
But that's the go-to to this modern person. Nobody taught me anything. Did they fucking go to school?
They're too lazy.
I want to see everybody's report card in 2025. Go get your high school report card. We're going to see where you motherfuckers graduated at. I mean, there were classes. I don't know, Arpain, if when you were in school, there were classes that you took as a junior, senior, and an elective that taught you how to be a unit in a marriage. They had a mock marriage, a wedding, and a bride and groom.
That's interesting.
You had to work as a family unit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody had little roles within the, it was a class project, but it took the whole semester.
Wow.
So it was a unit of people, and most of those people that from where I was at school that went through it, most of them had pretty good relationships. I don't remember any of them having situations where they were just having, fights and everybody, just doing wild shit.
Conflict resolution was a part of those classes.
Yeah, conflict resolution was probably one of the second biggest things. Yes. Just being cooperative, you know what I'm saying, negotiating certain things, it's all submissive in a sense, but it's certain things I have to negotiate for my wife.
I never had a class like that, but I went to all boys high school.
Yeah, so you went to Catholic school, Arpain. Catholic school is totally different from public school.
No doubt about it.
Totally.
All my friends went to public school. All my friends went to public.
Right.
I envied them. I envied those guys.
No, Arpain, they envy you today, though.
They bite.
It gives you the discipline. See, when you're around girls all day and they going through puberty, you going through puberty. When I was in the 8th grade, no lie, I had chorus, man. It was just female. She liked me. And she was built pretty nice.
Oh, man.
Man, she used to pull her breasts out in class and show me. I used to be like, man, I got in trouble, man. They kicked me out of chorus, man. They put me in a class with no teacher. It was me.
I didn't blame it on you.
The man, because she was showing me, and I was like, oh man. She showed me, man. She showed me every day for a week.
Nothing happened to her.
No, but what happened after this? Sometime down the road, man, she had was caught in a classroom with 3 other dudes, and they was sort of running a train on her.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man, I was scared of her, man. She used to chase me to the bus, man. I was scared of her. I was like, stay away from me. She was doing too much, man. You know, I just learned how to tongue kiss in the 7th grade. You're just showing me your breasts and shit, man.
You know, that's a whole different story. You know, man, it's so funny though, man. You know how easy it was for me to get women to show me their tits, man, when I was in college. It was so, I was just, you know, I mean, it was, I don't know whether it was my status as a frat brother or whatever, man. I mean, women were showing us their tits all the time.
All the time, man.
All the time.
All the time.
It's weird, man. It's just kind of some weird shit, you know. So, because to them, it's just tits. They watch those shits every day, hopefully, you know. So they really don't understand the magical implication of a perky nipple. But
hold up, man. They understand our pain. Women understand everything that they do.
Well, that's true too.
I don't put nothing past a woman. They do. They understand everything that they do. It's all most of it's calculated. Especially if they want to get your attention. Oh, let me just show him these titties over here. Yeah, let me show him, because I know he's looking.
Let's see if this man got a pulse. You know,
he's looking.
Take this big dog. Holy shit.
Everything is calculated, man. Everything. You know,
women are, you know, evil.
A lot of it is just learned behavior.
But let me put it to you, is it learned, or is just a natural inclination that they know that they have a commodity that men want?
I think it's a mixture, because a lot of it's taught while they're younger, and as they grow older, they understand how to work it.
Okay, so forget about the teaching part. Okay, don't forget about it. Let's put that to the side for a second. You don't think that a woman naturally grows into a position where she understands what a man wants, whether she's taught about it or not?
Yeah, I think so. They know.
They naturally do, right? Yeah.
They know man won't box.
Yeah, so yeah,
they know that shit.
So they don't even know one way or the other. The only teaching comes with whether it's on how they wield the weapon.
Yeah.
So if you get bad teaching, you'll get bad. You'll get bad influence on how to wield your. I call it a weapon, or your asset is a better word. You know, so but you could use it as a weapon. You could use it as a reward, and both of those things have a dark side.
Yeah. And I think women start out, I think they get caught up in the trying to use it part. I think women, they may have intent, because they can say, okay, we're going to be friends with benefits. Yes, okay, friends with benefits. Okay. And then all of a sudden, it ain't friends with benefits no more.
No, it's not.
You know what I'm saying? What happened? I thought we was cool with over here.
Kids, because men love that deal.
Yeah, we ain't negotiating. We ain't changing no deal. We'll take that deal and leave it on the table. We want to get grandfathered in. Friends with benefits.
Let me tell you though, Coach Ferg, and here's the one thing about men that I think some men understand, but I think too many men don't understand. If you have a woman that invites you back to have sex with her on a regular basis, she actually likes you.
Oh yeah. She likes
you know, and it's subtle. Some men miss it, right? Because you're thinking fat, dumb, and happy that this is a friend with benefits situation, but you miss one of those scheduled appointments with her, or you miss a phone call, or you miss. And the first time she says, "You know, I thought you were gonna," you could fill the blanks in. The fact that she thought you were going to do something that you didn't do, and she brought it up with you, that tells you that she cares. And once a woman starts caring, you know, that friends with benefit is only in your mind. This chick got feelings.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when a married man who cheats with a woman with nothing to lose, he's a fool.
Yeah.
He's even with a woman with something to lose, but a woman with nothing to lose, or a single woman, if a married man cheats with a single woman on a regular basis, his marriage is over. Because that woman will be at your door at some point, ringing a bell. I've seen it happen. You know,
Yeah.
so so the woman has to have something to lose, or else. So the real thing is don't cheat at all.
Yeah,
It's
and
got
that,
to be a married woman or nothing at all, or a prostitute.
yeah,
You
that's
know?
the. As far as a man, I think he, like you said, he's the greatest to, at greatest risk to lose it all, because if he goes into that, you would hope that you understand who the person is, but I don't think we have enough conversation about what expectations are. Write that shit down if we got to. Always, you know what I'm saying?
We don't have enough honest conversations.
Yeah. See, and I think that's where I was when I met my wife, because we sort of had conversations, and sometimes I had to have the conversation 2 or 3 times just so I can make sure I heard everything clearly. And then it got to a point where she was just affirming me. I wasn't used to somebody just affirming me, and she was just affirming me. And I was like, okay, maybe she's sincere about it. And then when she just like was willing to, I guess, just expose all of her hidden treasures in a sense. What I mean?
Oh,
yeah,
man.
all of her, because like the song Angie Sound saying, every woman got a backup plan.
That's true.
So when she exposed the hidden treasures, things that I wouldn't know,
right?
And she exposed those things to me, then I'm like, okay, yeah, I can do this. I can cut out all 10 of everybody else to get to this one.
Because she made it clear that she's doing that too.
Yes, she made it clear. I didn't have to wonder, I didn't have to.
So that plays into the narrative, though, Coach Ferg, that and most men don't understand. I don't say don't understand this. I don't think they dig deep enough to get a good feeling about this. If you're going to marry a woman, not just have a situationship or these relationships, these partnerships that you're having, but if you're going to marry a woman, right? I mean, actually marry her based on the covenant, you have to have a reasonable assuredness that she chooses you as her number one choice.
Yeah.
I mean, and however you get there, if you can't get there, if you have doubts, if you think that, when you call her and her phone is off the hook, when I say off the hook, she don't respond to your phone call for a weekend, or and you have to think that what is she doing that she can't get back to me? She's not the one.
That's it.
Because especially in this modern era, where it just takes a text to say, hey, listen, you know what? I'm tied up at this. I'm tied up with that. 2 seconds, right? But she's not even willing to do that. She just ghosts you for a day or 2 or 3 and all that. You and where you have to extrapolate a thought that maybe she's sucking somebody else's Johnson. She's doing whatever else she's doing. Even if she's not, the fact that she puts that in your head.
Yeah.
That says she's not the one, because she knows that if you reach out to her, you're expecting a response.
Yes.
And it don't have to be the response that it just has to be a response. And I mean, some women could be slick and they understand the game, but for the most part, they're going to slip up once in a while. One of the things when I was caught, now we didn't have cell phones and all that stuff, but every time I needed my fiance, or even before I got engaged, she was always accessible.
Yeah.
I mean, always. It wasn't like, it was always, and if she had something to do, it always led with, my parents are doing something. I got to stay with them and here, blah, blah, blah. I'm doing it. It wasn't a time where I had the doubt that, maybe she's, tying up loose ends with the ex-boyfriend or some horse shit like that. None of that shit, I didn't have to go through any of that. She just made herself completely a wide open book as far as I was concerned. And so, well, you should keep this.
Yeah.
And so, but I think there's some women like that today, except that they're influenced by a lot of bad actors, right? Because a lot of women don't separate themselves from the ratchet ass chicks.
So our pain, it goes back to what I said. All that shit learned behavior, man. They influence. They being taught by that. That's the influence.
Yeah, it's the influence, but deep down inside, some women do break through because they're still being married.
Yeah,
I think it's either men have lowered their standards to a point where as long as they can get the woman and the box that they want, her red flags don't matter. There's too many men like that, right?
Yeah.
There's too many, especially black men. There's too many black men like that. But if anything, I think we're starting to see black men saying, you know what? I've bent enough. Right? I've already accepted the fact that you're not a virgin. I've already accepted the fact that you have your own autonomy and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't bother me. I don't mind having a woman who has ambition. The key now is whether you could be a wife to a man who also has ambition, and whether you could understand that in no sense of this word that you're going to be the leader of me in a marriage. You're not going to lead this household. You know, you could be a prominent player, right, as my wife is, but I'm not going to acquiesce my leadership to you. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to argue with you about every little thing or every little decision. You're either going to trust me to make the right ones, and if I make the wrong ones, you're going to have to trust me that I can fix it.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's it.
But I think
not enough men do that. Not enough men can do that.
Because not enough men are getting the message from the father man. That's
I agree.
That's what a killer. That's what
my father never talked to me about that. Maybe your father talked to you about it.
But I think, guess what? When you were younger, the men around you gave you an example.
They were on that.
See, the men around you wasn't saying, "Our pain, come over and hit this blunt with me." What? They wasn't not like, "Our pain, come on over and hit this whiskey, boy. Hit this whiskey, boy. Come on, boy. You gotta be a man someday."
Nah, they were doing.
You had to learn that shit on your own, right?
Absolutely.
Right. You had the examples. My mother has 6 sisters. All of my mother and everybody was married. They either outlived the husband or the husband outlived them.
Too. A lot of my aunts and uncles, they were all married to death.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I think what saved me was my father.
Okay.
Even though he had his faults, because my father never talked to me about women, ever. He was the light skin with the eyes that changed colors and shit. I didn't get that. I was just light skinned.
Yeah.
My mother was the one that schooled me about women.
Yeah. Okay.
And she schooled me well. And I had 6 sisters. I had 5 sisters in the home. So I watched them like, oh, these motherfuckers is crazy.
Yeah.
They in their feelings. So when I got out here in my teenage years, I had no problem talking to a woman. Hey, young lady, what's up? How you doing? My name is, I don't like light skin. Okay, I'm sorry for bothering you. I wasn't going to cuss nobody out because it was 10 more. It looked just as good around the corner. I didn't, when I was in the military, oh my God, it was ugly. I was in my best shape. I had the women on base and the women on base. It wasn't nothing to get turned down, but I knew I could try. That's part of the game. You try. Every bull don't get the cow. It's the strongest one to show up.
Yeah, that's funny. And listen, man, I never had any of those choose me attributes. I mean, you can see when I used to have my marriage picks up there, I wasn't that bad. But I never really considered myself one of the select dudes. I was darker skinned. I know a lot of the beautiful women went the light skinned brothers. But the one thing that I always notice is that those light-skinned honeys love some chocolate milk.
Yeah, they love chocolate. Yes,
they love some chocolate. Oh my God. And you people say, oh, you only like light-skinned women. I said, man, I go to the path of least resistance.
Yeah.
If these honeys like me, I'm not turning it down. I had maybe 3 sisters who were as dark or darker than me. And they were nice, nice ladies. And we had situations with. But a lot of them, just wanted to fool around.
Yeah,
they didn't want, maybe they were looking for, the ideal mate is a light skin dude with nice hair.
No, they want. If you light skin, you got to have the elder barge hair.
Yeah, you had to have all that shit. I had a frat brother, man. When I pledged into the frat, this guy was a red bone. He wasn't just light skin; he was a red bone.
Mm-hmm.
He was picking them up and knocking them down 2 or 3 times a day.
Yeah.
He was picking them up and knocking them down. I have a story to tell you guys. I'm going to tell you this story, Coach Frank. When I was in college, I had pledged this dude. And he went over as a frat. He used to have a lot of trouble. I said, listen, man, you light-skinned bastard. After you go over, all these women are going to be after you like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's a cool dude. We're still in contact. It's like 30, 40 years a day. He's doing fine now. He's like in the ministry and shit.
That's cool.
But he was knocking them down, right? So I'm on the dorm. And there was this chick that I liked. She was beautiful. I mean, just extraordinarily beautiful. So we go over to her. I go over to her dorm room. Actually, she was in the dorm when I was a freshman, a single room. So I go over to her room. I had a bottle of wine. I'm thinking it's going to be cool. We go in there. We drink a little wine. We drink, smoke a couple of blunts. And I'm saying, okay, man, I'm making some inroads here, right? I didn't get laid that night. I'm thinking I'm breaking the ice, right? So I'm leaving. I leave her room. She's all cheaped up and nice and wind up. I leave her room, say, this is the next time I see her. Maybe y'all can make this move. So I get to the elevator, and it's my frat brother, right? The young boy who just came in. And he's on the floor, right? I said, well, who you going to see? I said, what you up here for? I said, who you going to see? He's going to the chick's house that I just came from. I said,
Wow.
I got an old cheap and wanda. And he's I'm going to see someone. So I said, no, you ain't, mother. What do you mean?
But I just left her.
I said, so not only did I just leave her, she's all lubed up and ready.
Oh, she got lubed up in front of you?
I'm talking about she got drinked up and spoken. She's all ready. I just finished.
Oh, I'm paying. She played you like a simp. She plays you like a simp.
Yeah, but I told my frat brother, I said, what are you doing up here? Because he knew her before me, but I didn't know he had so many girls. This was another one. She
was getting us.
What happened? She was on his rotation that day. And she actually entertained me because if I would have stayed there, he would have been knocking on the door. Right. I would have opened the door. She would have opened the door. He would have been there. I said,
what made you leave again?
I didn't. Well, I was just trying.
You was being Mr. Nice Guy.
I was trying to set her up for set her up.
Oh, you was being like Mr. Nice Guy.
Icebreaker.
Yeah, you was being Mr. Nice Guy.
That's right. It was like an icebreaker day. You
was playing simp. You was playing simp that day.
This chick was like 800 fucking feet above my sea level. Okay,
man, you was playing simp that day.
And I was playing simp.
That's it.
So we all I walked out my frat, but we laugh about that shit today. I mean, the way I said it to him, I said, where you going? He said, oh, I'm going to so-and-so's room.
I said, you
mother. That shit is so funny. I said, you mother.
Why was you mad at him, though?
Because I wasn't mad at him.
Right. Okay.
It was all laughing. Right? We frat brothers, yeah. Man, it just
like, oh, shit.
He's over there, man. And then the next day, he said, thanks, brother.
Right. You had all warmed up and ready. You probably walked in the room like, what's up?
He said, thanks for having it all ready for me. He said, thanks for having it all ready for me. I said, that's
crazy, man.
Massive.
And I'm
funny. That's one of my funny stories, man.
But that's why everything women do is calculated. It's been going on for years, centuries, hundreds of thousands of years. It's been going on for thousands of years.
I can't forget that story. That shit's so funny, man. We laugh about that shit today.
Yeah. We've been biting the woman's apple, man, since fucking Adam and Eve. We've been biting that damn apple, man.
I tell you, man. So you live and learn. So there was no malice between me and him at all. I didn't even have no malice against the chick. I was just getting to know her, right? But
part of the game. That's part of the game. See, and you understood it. You tucked your tail, went and licked your wounds, and you was good. Today, they still crying about that shit today. 20 years later, no women to do this.
I paid you. You marinated the chick for it.
Yeah, he marinated.
Exactly.
He got her already. She was.
You know what, man? I told you, I said, you son of a bitch, man. God,
What was y'all drinking on our pain?
it was some wine. It was decent
Yeah,
wine.
you know what I'm saying? Wine got her all ready. She walked in. She probably was in her socks when he walked in.
My man didn't have to do no work. None.
So
anyway, so that's my one frat story, man. When I was back in the day, man, we were like that, man. We didn't really. The one thing about us, man, we really didn't argue over women.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, back then. Yeah, you know, we went by certain codes, man. I never dated or wanted to talk to any female that my friends talked to or dated.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I never even let it be known that I was even interested or I thought that they was cute or whatever. If anybody that I knew and considered a friend at that time, if they was dating a woman, they was off limits to me. Even to this day, I'm not.
We did have a code. Men had
Yeah,
a code.
we had a code.
Especially if it was a real relationship, right? If it was a real relationship, even if they broke up,
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. I wasn't going to talk. I didn't want to follow behind none of my friends anyway.
Yeah, man. So, but still, man, it's this whole relationship thing is if we bring it to 2024 and beyond, I think a lot of the wounds that are there is self-inflicted because it's not only in dating, it's other aspect of life. Like Gen Zers, right? It's clear that they don't want to work. They think that, well, not all of them, but there's more and more evidence coming out that they look at the 9-to-5 job something that's like a punishment.
Oh
like
my
their
God.
lives is supposed to go on without having to work for it. The trading hours for dollars is something that they can't get with.
True.
You know,
True.
And so that's one of the things I made sure my kids are, they're workaholics. They work hard. They work a lot because they like the money that they get. It's not a lot, but they want to be able to be self-sufficient. And there's a lot of women, I mean, and men. If you look at some of the TikToks that the young Gen Zers are talking about with their work, it's like they're being punished.
Yeah.
You know. So you said you got a 21-year-old. Is he? He's going to college?
Man, no, he started. Then he said he wanted to go work, and I was like, all right, you on your own. They let me know he wanted to be on his own.
Well, no, but
So,
you know what?
he
Because
makes
Chicago
about-
ain't going nowhere, right? I mean, if he doesn't do it now, it's necessity that says, okay, you know what? I need some more education, depending on where I be, or even if it's a vocation, I need a certain certificate.
But I tried to get him to understand that because listen, that's all I do, Arpain, when I was working in the schools. That's all I did was college readiness, employment readiness, military readiness, entrepreneur readiness. This is what I'm doing. I'm helping. He's seeing me work with students on which path to take based off their abilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Students was getting scholarships, money, and during the time that he graduated, Biden gave 2 years of education away free to everybody coming out of high school during that time. I told him, take advantage of that. Get you a skill trade. It's free. You get all your financial aid money, all your little scholarship money is coming to your pocket. He did some other shit, went for a semester. Now he working full time at FedEx or one of them. I was like, man, that shit right there is a back-breaking job. You ain't gonna do that shit too long.
But let me ask you a question. What do you do? Because even in FedEx, right, you could start on the assembly line and the package line, but they probably have some kind of internal training program that he could belong to.
If you see, they encourage you to go to school when you work at FedEx and UPS.
Right.
You know, the white folk take advantage of it.
Like that. Right.
The white folk take advantage of it. Black folk, they don't want to go to that next level and take advantage of the resource, so they just work. And you ain't moving up on that line with just your high school diploma. Your ass go sling boxes till your back go out.
Right. Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people that
you don't want to do none of that. He doesn't want to take advantage of those opportunities they have.
Nope. I'm like, okay, listen, man, you're on your own. He makes about 43,000 a year. I said,
but
man,
he's still single though, right?
Yeah, he's still single.
Takes care of his needs. He's got his own.
He take care of everything. When he said,
that's sometimes necessity.
But I told him that's good because I understood, and this is what I always said. My parents wasn't offering anything, and it wasn't nothing against them. They had other obligations. I didn't want to be a burden. When I left high school, I didn't ask my parents for anything. Don't help me, Mom. I need $20, $30. No, I had to figure that shit out, and I figured it out a lot faster than I thought I would.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because I had the information coming from both parents. I wasn't getting, my parents wasn't saying, oh, it's okay for you to fail. Oh, it's okay. They didn't make excuses for my dumbass decisions. Everything that happened to me that was really bad came from me making my own dumbass decisions.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, and that's how you learn.
So he's going to have to learn that. I tell him, I said, you're going to have to learn it. Now, I'm not going to let you fall completely flat on your face. But then if you have to come back to me, then you're going to have to follow my game plan to the T.
Right.
But if
that's cool, you know, because that's a conversation you have to have, that stern conversation with like my kids. I told them, I says, you got your jobs you feel comfortable with now. They're both professional jobs, and one is in a prestigious university, got a master's degree that they pay for. It's like $112,000 for that master's degree. They pay for it. And, you know, I told her assistant, they pay for that master. She got a promotion. I said, you better use that in the interview.
You better.
You just gave me a master's degree, so now give me the job so I can put it to use.
Yeah.
She got a promotion. But I told her, I said, listen, that's not the end all or be all. I said, technology is changing. The things that you're doing in especially human resources. I said, you got to look up, textbooks and stuff on human resources. AI is coming down, and Six Sigma, and all these kind of things you should know. So if they start implementing these things, you could be at a charge of. So I told them, and my daughter's an architect. I told her the same thing. I said, don't rest on your laurels because they're paying you. I said, you got to keep innovating, keep learning, keep doing all these things.
Yeah.
And the reason why you need to do that is because they'll pay for it.
Yeah.
Like my youngest daughter got a job with an architectural firm, and she wanted to buy a computer. She was going to buy it out of her own money.
Oh, they'll pay for it.
I said, wait a minute. And we just happened to be talking. I said, no. If you're buying a computer for work, I said, put together what kind of computer you want is for the job. Get your job to pay for it.
Yeah.
And so she took my advice, and because we just didn't have that conversation. I thought it was something she would already know. She didn't know what kind of bennies she had. I said, go ahead. I said, if there's training programs, equipment, anything you're going to use for that job, you put that proposal together and get them to pay for it. And that's what she does now.
My wife followed that same sentiment. She got a Six Sigma, and it was a $20,000 course they paid for it.
There you go.
You know, and listen, I don't know exactly what she do, but I'm gonna get a good guess, right? She works in the health industry.
Right.
She doesn't go in, she works from home.
Right.
She hasn't gone in, she may have to, she's like vice president. She gets recruited. She don't look for jobs. Jobs call her, you know, and they offering max dollar to her. And we'll discuss it, and then we'll take whichever one give the best. But, you know, I don't think I would have got to where I am now as fast as I did without her support.
Right. There you go.
And vice versa. Because she always think, you know, sometimes when she say stuff to me, I'll be looking at her like, man, you don't really mean that shit. But it'd be true. But where she's at now is a lot to do with me, because I was encouraging her to take that next step, like you telling her, like, don't, you know, take that next step. Go ahead and do it, because she understands that when we both win, the whole house wins, everything. You know, so
I mean, she in the health field, like you said, Six Sigma. You know, if she took some
well, that's part of it. She creates like when you go to a company, they got these big ass binders of all these regs starting from the president on down. She does that shit.
Yeah, you know, but you know what the reason for that is, right? Most of those jobs are process driven. They got regs that says, your step, you got like 10, 20, 100 steps, right? And all of those steps, you got to pass through all these wickets, to actually get to the end. So you do a map of how the process works. And then you could identify where the bottlenecks are.
Yeah, that's what she does.
What Six Sigma does is help you identify those bottlenecks through questions and tests and focus groups and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you make improvements to the process.
That's what she does.
Right.
So what process to eliminate, what to add.
The waste, to eliminate the time frame, to eliminate the bottleneck. And that's all that Six Sigma is. So I told my daughter, who's in human resources, so everything you do is run by a process. Learn how to do this. So if you find a process that you're actually working on and you could identify where the bottlenecks are to make a process that's 6 weeks that should only be 4 weeks, 3 weeks, that's value added shit.
Yeah. And that's what my wife does. She's been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
She makes good. Yeah, man. So, but again, our pain, the message that you can give, most are not getting that message. And that's where I think the Black community is going to continue to lose if they don't find a way to bring the father and the mother's voice as one.
Let me ask you a question. You're right, though. You're right. So there's no argument here. But is that just the Black community, or is that where we are in the West, period? It's exasperated in the Black community.
Yeah.
But how do we overcome that? Let me ask this a better question. How do you overcome the fact that the knowledge is not being passed down, right? Generationally, it's not being passed down. But, okay, I didn't get it passed down to me, but I learned some shit and I try to pass it down. You learn some stuff, you try to pass it down. So what I'm saying is that the millennials and the Gen Z, even if they don't get the knowledge from their parents and grandparents, at some point they got to run into a book or something online that says, maybe I need to correct or fill the void that I don't have, that I didn't get from my parents. We can't excuse them from that. There's more information available now and today than ever was before. You say it all the time.
Yeah, and I don't make, and that's the thing. And if you hear me, I don't never make excuses for them. I never make excuses for anybody not getting the results that they want if they don't put in the work. The information is a lot more accessible than when we had it. We had to actually go dig for that shit, read through that shit, write that shit down, type it out. They can click on a few videos. They can get 4 or 5 different sources all at the click of a thumb, and they don't take advantage of it. But at one point, everybody comes to that age of reasoning, whether you're 17 or 47.
Okay, so we agree. So here's the point. What's lost in translation is that the knowledge being passed down helps them skip a few steps because they're telling somebody's there to say, hey, listen, here's some things you could do right now to get going. But in the absence of that, they can, if I have a goal in mind, I can find out what I need to reach that goal by just clicking on a few buttons.
Yeah.
Right. Because they all understand what Google does. They all understand what YouTube does. Just put your question in the damn search box.
Yeah.
Right. And, on YouTube or Google, you say, hey, listen, I need to know how to change the oil. I need to know how to do this. You put those things in there. I need to know what it takes to become an engineer. Or I need to know what should I be prepared for when I go to college. You could ask that question. How do I save money? Is it better to save money first or get out of debt first? Or is there a combination of both? I got to do it at the same time. These things you could actually find out if nobody talked to you about it.
Yeah.
But we just need to be like Cy Sims says. I know you remember Cy Sims. The educated consumer is the best customer. I don't know if you ever heard that jingle.
I ain't never heard that jingle.
There's an old clothing store that went out of business like maybe 20 years ago.
Okay.
And his commercials always said that at Sims, the educated consumer is the best customer.
Yeah, it is.
You asked the right questions.
Yeah, and it's funny that you said that. I never heard it, but I've always followed that since I was a teenager.
Yeah.
My mom used to let me go school shopping by myself, and I would always ask questions about everything, like, okay, and tell me how much it costs first.
Right.
I like to know the cost first. I can figure out all the bells and whistles, but don't sell me on high. What's the cost? Because if it ain't in my budget, I don't need it at that time. I can wait.
Right. So let's put it to this way. I guess we're keeping the folks up. I don't know and we could probably talk.
Yeah, we old, man. We got
we can sit down here and talk all night. I don't know if you ready to go or not. I can see the chat numbers are going down and stuff like that.
Yeah, the chat numbers go. 2 old men up here, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, we're going to be kicking it all day. I don't know if you're ready for last words and stuff.
It's up to you, man. You the man, man. You running the show, man. You know how.
As far as I'm concerned, man. Listen, you know what happened tonight? I fell asleep around 9 o'clock. No, around 7 o'clock. I fell asleep and I woke up around 8:30.
Okay.
And the worst thing for old man is to get a nap during the day, because now I can't go to bed. I'm gonna be up all night.
Yeah, I took me a nap earlier too.
Yeah, if I get a nap, man, forget the night. I'm a vampire now, man. I could be. I got too much. If I go on my bed right now,
you're gonna be tossing and turning. That's how I'll be.
I might even wake up my wife, man, and say, "Hey, listen, you know what?
Hey, man, listen, look, don't let me hold you up, man.
I ain't worried about that. My wife will look at me like I'm crazy.
My wife will early, man. I'm like,
my wife will turn around, look at me like, get the hell out of here.
Hey, man, we got lunchtime play over here, man. We got midnight play. We got 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning play over here, man. The playing field is always available.
This conversation is good because it's the way the young folks. And when I first came up here, when I was like green with YouTube, and the conversation was more like a dictatorial kind of thing, thinking, well, what's wrong with these people? And now it has changed because I understand a little bit more about the young folks.
Yeah.
And the fact that they don't have a frame of reference.
There you go.
That I have, and that they can't be dictated to. But in order to educate the young folks, it's not about sympathy. It's about empathy. It's reaching a hand down to bring them up as opposed to getting in the hole with them.
But I think,
so go ahead.
What you saying is what I need more of. See, you're saying exactly what me and you and those that think like you can do.
Right.
I spent the bulk of my work life focused on that clientele. That 17, man, I've had clients from age 3 months to 67 years old.
Okay.
Foster care, high school, grammar school, middle school, felonies, convicted.
Anita, you're right on time. Yeah.
I had a client that had 167 years. He was about 56 years old.
Wow.
Right. And he did some time, but when I questioned, okay, how did you get that time? When he explained it, I'm like, damn, if that was me, man, I probably would have been right there with you, because he walked in on a person raping his child.
Wow.
So what do you do? You know what I'm saying? These type of things that.
And he got that much time for that?
Yeah. But he did like 9. The rest,
he did more than what he should have.
Yeah, but again, poor Black communities, man, the law is always going to be enforced. They gave him some time, but of course they understood, because we all know if shit was on the other foot, the laws would be different. There's 2 sides to every law. I learned this in foster care.
If you're broke, you can't.
There's an enforcement of it, and there's a leniency.
Offender, as opposed to somebody who can actually.
Even with the lawyer, they all work in conjunction with the courts. You give a lawyer $5,000.
He didn't have the best law that money.
But I'm paying. If the deals are made on the golf course, so I'm an attorney, you the state's attorney. I'm representing somebody. Listen, they're gonna set up a bond. maybe 500,000. Okay, you pay 50,000.
Yeah,
You still going to jail.
You're missing my point. His public defender wasn't on that golf course.
No, not the public, but even with that, they only go just run down what your
What I'm
rights
saying
are.
is the only reason why he did that time is because he was probably broke.
He was broke.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that if he was a white man walking on, or a rich man walking on, a guy raping his kid, he's not doing 9 years.
No.
But so what I'm saying is that's only the point I'm making. But again, it is what it is.
Yeah, and
that's a horrible sight. I don't think anybody should survive that. The guy who was doing it shouldn't survive it.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I've said. And I've had clients that were great while they were inside.
Right.
I'm talking to them. They crying on my shoulder. I'm providing them with Kleenex. These are grown men. Just the experience. I had women that was hooked on drugs that did drugs. I had 2 clients. This is my last story. I had 2 female clients. 2. The oldest was 2 years younger than me.
Right.
Between the 2 of them, they had 25 children.
Get out of here.
25 children.
Christ. Wow.
Very good kids.
By what, 25 different men, probably.
I don't know how many. I know one of them had at least 9 different.
Yeah.
Because one of them had twins. But
so what are you doing for these people?
I was just getting them the services through the state and reunifications and the guys, all of the male felons, I was getting them job readiness, teaching them how to fill out applications, having a job interview, teaching them the technology of the computer, the different little features of a computer keyboard, just reacclimating them back into society, because some have been in prison 10, 12, 15 years.
It's a whole different world when they get out.
Yeah, and a lot of them story was related to the crack.
Did you see the Shawshank Redemption?
Yeah, man.
Who hasn't, right? That's one of the greatest movies ever made, man.
Yeah, it is, man. I watch it every time I catch it.
Yeah, every time. I read the book because I'm a big Stephen King fan.
Okay.
Well, it was a novella in a book that had that, and Stand By Me was in that same novella.
Okay.
Which was with 3 kids on that trip, and they saw the dead body and stuff. And, not Joaquin Phoenix, but somebody else was in. He passed away. Corey Haim and all these other guys was in that show. But that was a great story, because part of that was when Brooks got out, he couldn't take it, and he ended his life because he couldn't take it free. Matter of fact, he was going to try to stab a inmate so he could stay.
Yeah,
and so I know it's a big adjustment. So when Red got out, he had. I thought that was one of the greatest movies. I mean, you're right. It's like you. Every time I see it on, it's a channel stopper.
Yeah,
it's a channel stopper, man. There's not many movies like that, but that was a great movie. It's Stephen King movie. But anyway, so yeah, working with those guys and trying to get them reacclimated in society is not an easy thing. So
yeah, but I think it's not. It ain't easy, but it really ain't hard if you like the message that you speak. To me, what I hear, the guys who haven't gotten to this space in life need to hear those messages more. And they they can utilize it more, and they do, because a lot of them are looking for somebody to tell them, hey, get off your ass and you can do it. See, they don't get that. They've only been told what they ain't doing and how, but men like yourself, you can say, look at my history, look at my examples right here. How did you do it? Now you got a system that may not be foolproof to that individual, but there's nuggets in that storyline that they can hold on to.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think everybody has those. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly how it is, because you're right. I mean, cut you off, but yeah, you're absolutely right. That's how it goes. Because when I look back, and you might look back, my household situation was different because my mother died when I was young. My father was working 16 to 18 hours a day. His first job was a legitimate job. His second one, he was running numbers in New York City. right? So that was how he made ends meet. So there was no way he was going to take me and my brother and raise us because my mother was gone. Right. So my mother just so happens to was close to his sister, my aunt. So she took us in. And but when we moved to the house, it was a house full of other cousins and everybody else. My first house was in Harlem, and I told a story about that. That was an amazing kind of story. That's one of the reasons why our family was so close, because it was like 13, 14 people in one apartment with no elevator on the 5th floor.
So our pain. Let's walk this down. Was your family sitting around hating on each other while y'all was in that close environment? Was y'all putting each other down? Did anybody tell you, our pain, you ain't shit, your daddy ain't shit,
I
your
don't know
mom
how we
ain't
did it, man. I don't know how. We stayed there for like, maybe it was like a year and a half before we bought the house in the Bronx. But yeah, I was in a room with 2 of my girl cousins, me and my brother, and one of my aunt's sons. When her and her husband was working, he stayed over there on a cot. And my grandfather had an Irish setter, a big ass. You know, if anybody knows, you look up Irish, they're big dogs.
You got a big ass dog.
They all in that room.
How many adults? How many adults?
We were young, but in that room, the room that we had to stay in, was 5 of us.
5 of y'all.
And the dog. And we had bunk beds. So the 2 girls slept on the bottom. Me and my brother slept on the bunk beds on the top. We were young.
Right.
And I keep telling people we had a big crack in the wall in the tenement. And at night, man, roaches would come out of the goddamn cracks and shit all over the place. It was just crazy, you know. And then we had 1 bathroom. We had
1 bathroom.
Families, because husband and wife, 2 and a couple of my older aunts who were still single. They had their own rooms. A living room with the plastic on the couches, so we couldn't even go in there. We couldn't not only sit there. We couldn't.
Right, you couldn't even go in there. You couldn't even look in there. What you looking at? You couldn't even look at that room with the fancy furniture.
We couldn't even go in there.
Inside that room.
I swear to God, we couldn't even go into that shit with the plastic upholstery on the furniture. But my grandmother always, every so often, she had a migrant from Barbados or somewhere staying in the room.
See, man, hold on.
You know, so when we moved to the Bronx, and it was a 2-family house with a full basement, you know, all that kind of stuff, it was night and day. Our whole family just exploded from that.
But our pain,
because it was just a different living,
brother. Okay, let's just use this blueprint. It happened quite often, and people worked together. There was no separation. Everybody understood the mission of what they trying to do. They wasn't looking saying that, you know, trying to. It was just a totally different time.
Here's the kicker, though. Here's the kicker. I think the main reason why our family was so close is because my grandparents on my father's side, they had mostly daughters. And they women tend to cleave around their mother.
They clean, yeah.
Right. So they kept and here's this whole myth that the older women were just living off of men.
No.
That's just bullshit. My aunts had jobs with pensions.
Yeah,
they got married because they wanted to be married. So when they bought the house in the Bronx, a couple of sisters got together, paid for the house. They did it because one had a husband. My guardian, she never got married, but she raised like 5 generations of them. You know, she had something to do with 5. So it was one of those kind of things. But when I came 17, my plan was there was nobody in the house. My father came around every so often, you know. Then he got remarried. He's lucky bastard, had 2 women who loved him. So I got another brother and sister younger than them, and we talk all the time now. We're pretty close. It's my half siblings and stuff, but we treat each other like brothers and sisters because we are, on my father's side. But my mother-in-law, I loved her. But in that house, when I got around 17, my whole goal was to get out of there, to get around men. Just to go and get around men. and to get laid without, that was a sidebar. That's why I cleaved to the frat, because I started seeing men on their square, doctors, med school, dentistry school, administrators, all that shit, and I was saying, I need to talk to these dudes. I need to be around those guys to learn.
Yeah.
But nobody told me to do that. It was like something in me to say,
because you came from a place where you had love, our pain.
Yeah, even if I don't think the love had anything to do with it.
Yes, the people that care for you,
it had to do with me
had
being
your best interests at heart. It wasn't about them. It was about you.
Yeah, okay.
And they could have put your ass in foster care. They could have put you in foster care.
Yeah, well, my father was that wasn't going to happen.
But they could have happened, because today our pain.
You're right. In our family, the thing is, it wasn't just me. And once we got out of the baby boomer era into Gen X and the Gen X era, some of my cousins who were younger than me, they started having kids out of wedlock.
Exactly. Crack era, man.
Yeah. So their kids out of wedlock, though, never went hungry. They never. Matter of fact, we have more kids out of wedlock in our family who are actually college educated and have good lives now because we had the base of families, right?
Yes.
So, and the only thing that happened to the women and a couple of the dudes is that they had a little bit of arrested development. Like, you know what I mean by arrested development, right? The plans they had at going to college at 18,
turned
into 22, 23, 24.
Right.
But they still did it.
Because they had a good, solid starting point.
Which is gone now, pretty much.
Yes, because everybody's focused on themselves.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think your family understood the mission was greater than them.
I agree. That's why me as a boomer always argues when people come up here and say how fucked up we are.
Man, that's most of them generation.
That's why I'm saying
they blame boomers and X, Generation X. They blame us
for everything, And so I'm just saying, I just have issues. That's why, like one of my last streams, at the end of it, if you ever catch it, I put my boomer song, the Ode to the Boomers.
Yeah, I mean, you had to work for everything you got.
Yeah,
we had to work for everything. Didn't nobody give us shit? Didn't nobody make excuses for us?
No, not at
all.
all.
Nobody talking about, well, my son's daddy ain't in his life. They didn't give a damn. Mama came up to the school. She don't give a damn what the teacher talking about. She gonna whoop your ass. She gonna come up there and be just as professional with the teacher. Man, what did he do? Oh, he did? Oh, okay then. He won't be a problem no more. And she dealt with you. Now you say something, why you talking to my kid? Why you picking on him? Exactly. Well, man, he got all else. Well, only reason he got else because his daddy ain't in his life. Well, ma'am, don't he live with you? Yeah, but I gotta work and I gotta do all these other things, so I don't have time to be paying attention to him. Make excuses. And it's just sad. I don't understand it. Ain't nobody put a silver spoon in the mouth. We had to work for that shit.
Absolutely.
We had to go cut grass and rake fucking leaves and shovel somebody else's snow just to get a few dollars. And then when people started working, the restaurants was our thing. Okay. Now you go in there to people in the restaurant, they 40 years old, all in the way of the kids. Talking about the kids ain't got shit to do. You damn right, y'all got all their jobs. Now y'all want to make $17 an hour when the kid would have been happy with 10 or 12.
Well, exactly. But what can you do?
Well, somebody's gonna have to make a decision on their own life and put in the work. You got to put in that work between 17 and 27. Our pain, you know that shit.
Well, I agree. I do agree.
And if you don't put in the work, you're gonna get what you get. What you talking about? You can now see when it comes to putting in the work. Look outside of color. Look, I only think about because I learned early. I want to know everything white people do. If them motherfuckers know how to hunt rabbit, I want to know how to hunt rabbit too. I wanted to learn everything that they did because I already know what black folk do. My father was crazy as hell. Black folk, I know what they do. That's some old shit. You wake up to that. I want to know what other people did. How do they live? How do they survive? And I only wanted the sister. They the only ones that had my heart and my eye. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was it, man. I'm not, I let Becky, man. They good at some things now. They ain't got no gag reflux, most of them, and they'll let
Oh man, Jesus Christ.
they'll let you they'll let you drip all over them. But yeah.
Man, but like I said, I what I hope for the young folks, and I think there's hope for millennials and Z's because the future belongs to them. And it depends on what they're going to learn on their own. That nothing in life is given to them. I think one of the biggest mistakes that the boomers made is some of them. I don't think I was one of them. They said some of them said, of course, and Gen Xers as well, to make life easier for their children.
Yeah, I hear that all the time.
Which was a mistake. It's not. It's because we conflated the word better with easier. Right.
Yeah.
You want to have a better life for your kids, but nobody said it should have been easier. Right?
Yes.
So you removed the roadblocks so they didn't have to work for anything. So I didn't do that with my kids. They had to earn everything. They had to earn their allowances. The only thing I thought I was obligated to my kids was in terms of their education and getting them to adulthood, so where they could make their own best decisions. That's what I thought about. I spent a lot of time doing that because a lot of times I was away and I was more concerned about how well they were doing in school, and I was hoping my wife would take care of some of the other softer skills, right? She did, right? She was available for them. But I wish I would have had some more in-depth conversations when they were younger, but there's no going back.
But you had to work. You was taking care of the family.
Yeah, but there was no going back. But those are the things I reflect on now that I'm up here and I'm thinking about it.
Were you going around telling your children that education ain't for everybody and everybody don't need to go to college?
No, I didn't say that.
Exactly. They say that shit today. Education ain't for everybody. Yeah, because your ass is dumb as hell.
Yeah.
So, but you can't discourage a kid just because I didn't experience it. Right. There's no way I would discourage my child because I haven't experienced it. They're supposed to take my experience and go to a whole nother level.
And so my goal was, you're absolutely right. So the goal to me was that I would try to give them the opportunity to have a better starting point.
Yes.
And one of the things that I think was a mistake from the older generations, and I don't think it's just a black thing, this whole notion that kids got to be out of your house when they're 18, that's a mistake.
Well, it all depends, because back in the day, we was built for that shit.
No, that's what they did. That's why I was geared my life for 18 to leave, 17, 18, and that was the norm. That was kind of the norm. You were college bound, like I was college bound. If you're not college bound, you was getting a adult job at 18.
Yeah,
because you're an adult. But today, what I had with my girls was that they went to college at 18, but when they got out, I didn't put them out of the house.
Yeah,
I told them to come back home. You ain't married. You don't have nothing. Why pay rent? Come back home. Your room's sitting right here.
Yeah.
We don't have any issues where you can't be under my covering and my wife's covering.
Yeah.
So here we're going to let you stack bread for as long as you need to. Maybe you'll find a husband and then you can get married out of my house. And if you don't, at some point when you want to leave, then I'm not going to keep you here. But you're at least going to have some ammunition that you can afford the perturbations in life because you stack so much bread. So that was the deal I made with my girls when they came back. I said, listen, you're going to stay here, but this is what you're going to do with your money.
Yeah. And see, again, our pain. Listen whose voice they're hearing it from day one.
Yeah.
Consistent father who's always thinking about the next move.
Yeah.
Who's already understood where they trying to get to. You done already crossed those paths so you can lay out the information a lot clearer, a lot more righteous. You don't expect anything from them but to be great people. That is it. You know, a lot of young adults don't get that information, and that's where the whole community suffers from. Because as our children get older, we have to give them the best information. And a lot of young adults don't get both sides of it. They get one side of the story. And we see it.
So
a lot of
there's
just have a
some
one
flaws
track mind.
though too. There's some flaws because I didn't sit down and overemphasize. And I did talk about this with them, but I didn't overemphasize that you should be. You can do all of these things and be successful and be covered by a husband as well. I didn't overemphasize that. My wife didn't do it either. I thought that would be a slack that maybe she would take up, you know. But she talked about it enough. But my girls are still part of this modern mix. They didn't have no. I can tell you this. I can guarantee you they didn't have no whole phase. Not living in my house.
Again, the messages that a father would bring to a child. We wouldn't even have a 304 if I'm getting if 50%, okay, if they say 80% of us are born out of wedlock, right? If 50% of those 80% had a father consistently, less than 10% of them would be 304s. They wouldn't even be moving like it.
You know, it's funny because my oldest daughter broke up with a guy who was mad that he couldn't go up and hang out in her room. She said, my father ain't gonna let you do that shit. You crazy? She said, you crazy? That shit's not happening. You know, and she said, listen, if you got to keep bringing that shit up, man, you ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? You can't disrespect my pop's house like that. I mean, you know, and so my whole thing is, and I didn't worry about them from that standpoint. Even though I want them to be married, my goal was to get them to adulthood without being baby mamas and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, maybe I was too successful, but you know, I guess there's no way to be too successful at that. But now that they're grown women,
but
I still hope they get married before they can. I still do.
You know, I'm looking at this text from the chat from Braxton, the snake fiend, whatever. All three of them, in a sense, talking about they don't have respect for the elders, which is cool. Because understand, my favorite generation, the crack generation, y'all never had too many elders telling y'all the right thing. Y'all didn't have people, you know, saying that you could go to that's going to give you the best information. I understand that. So here y'all are. You ain't got to worry about us elders. You better worry about
this one that you came up with. You know, one thing the majority of black boomers messed up as, they're not leaving, you know, any type of legacy attached to wealth.
Yes, they are. That's a lie. That's a lie.
It's not true. That's absolutely not true.
That's a lie.
You know,
that's a lie.
You know, the funny thing is that I'm reading this. Me and my wife just went back to our attorney to update our will. I'm talking about like last week. You know, and that's expressly for this kind of shit right here. We're talking about trust. We're talking about different things.
Yeah.
Of what we're going to do for our kids. Now that they're both grown, all the protections we had in there no longer matter because they're both adults. So how we're going to split our estates and things like who's going to adjudicate them and all that kind of stuff. So we're talking about that now. We're in our 60s. Hopefully we'll be around for a little while longer. But a lot of things we're doing is to have something to leave behind. Do you know that my grandfather on my mother's side, but not my father, but my grandfather left me some money in his will. He gave money to all his children. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, and still had enough to give to his grandchildren.
Yeah.
Sweet. You know, so yeah, but so these things that we talk about like that so easily come off our tongue. It's just not true.
Yeah, it should just be. But again, cracker generation, man, they struggle. My grandfather, my mother's father, has a air property. We have an air property. Me and all my siblings, right? It's 1/7. Can't nobody do nothing. It used to be an acre. Now it's a half acre lot with a house function. My sister lives in it. My grandfather and grandmother raised 7 children in a 3-bedroom home. You know what I'm saying? And that's left And even as I got into my father's mother, they had the house left to my father and my aunt.
Okay.
And my grandmother left them $30,000. She passed away in 1975, 76. The legacies were left behind. It's just that now a lot of these selfish ass adults, they sell off grandmama's property that she bought.
Right.
They sell that shit off for the cash so they can go buy some knockoff shit. And still, they won't even pay the $3,000 a year taxes on the house, and they'll let that shit go to waste. But they ain't told you that shit. Now, if your mom and them ain't left you nothing like that, that's their problem.
So my wife also, right? She's a full FBA, right? Her parents are from the South. Matter of fact, her lineage is traced back to the slave master who named the town. Right.
That's good shit.
And so, she has property down there that she shares with other family members, and some her father left to her. And we pay the taxes on that property. We still pay those taxes. She's got like 3 acres of land down in, I think it's
you pay those taxes. Keep it in the family.
Yeah, so we have that. So the point is, we have plans for all of that kind of stuff. So I'm reading this thing about black boomers. Listen, there was 76 million boomers. So they're probably black boomers at that time was still, how many boomers there was? Well, maybe 10 million, 10 million boomers or something like that. And to disparage that many people, it's just not the reality, because there's a lot of black boomers who are alive today who are running shit. Now, you might not like their politics, right? That's another story.
And them motherfuckers presidents of
to say that they ain't leaving something to their kids, it's crazy.
Talk about the economic and education. Education is based on your own dumbass brain. You got to get your own education. You got to. It ain't got nothing to do with grandma, grandpa. It ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. No, education is about you.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying education. The economic. See, they gave you a baseline. You came out of listen, man. They gave you a baseline. They told you not to do the dumbass shit that you wanted to do. They told you do certain shit. You ain't want to do it. But if you don't do it, you cannot complain after the fact when you fucked it up.
Right.
You have to be willing to make a choice on which path you want to choose. You have to.
Absolutely.
I'd be a fool to say my father didn't teach me shit. That motherfucker told me to work hard and respect people. And as I followed that shit paid off as I got older and got ready for that shit.
And you learn shit that, you learn stuff from other sources, not from your parents. If you're just
right,
you're supposed to learn shit.
Yes.
You just can't say, well, nobody ever told me that. Ignorance is not a good enough excuse for you to
exactly. Because I paint. You smoke and I'm not saying you, but people that drink alcohol and become alcoholics, I can look at them and be like, you know what? That's not going to be me.
Right.
I don't need to do that shit. I don't have to go through the shit other people go through. I ain't going through your shit. I ain't accepting your shit. That's your dumbass fault. Just like my decisions, my dumbass decisions when I was younger. And if I don't learn from it, then it's part of my lifestyle. Right. But you learn from that shit and you make a point to do better. You can't be complaining about shit at 20 and you 40. You got a whole new set of problems at that age.
Exactly.
You can't be running when my mama, well, didn't your ass graduate high school? Yeah.
Exactly.
Did she buy all that bullshit that you didn't need graduating high school? Yeah. She gave all her financial resources to you to please you. And what did you do with it? You didn't want to go to college. You didn't want to join the military. You started working this backbreaking ass job. Now you're 35, you ain't got no skill set, but you just working, so you stuck like everybody is. You don't get no way around that shit. The blueprint is this: work hard while you're young, figure out especially with the technology, figure out how to innovate some new shit today off the old shit that you got a lot of. Learn how to enhance that. That is your creation. But you can't say that somebody didn't give you something. Motherfuckers gave you life. They could have put you on the couch. That's all they owe you was life. What are you doing to appreciate the life that they gave you?
Exactly. So at some point you got to get off the teeth of your parents Yeah, we have flaws and all that kind of stuff, but at some point you really have to say there's so much information out there that you can't use it as an excuse not to propel your life any further than it is. And it's a hard lesson to learn, because once you realize that now you're 20 years old, 21 years old, 25 years old, the lessons that were missed or weren't passed down, okay, you got a bad deal. So now it's time for you to go ahead and find shit out on your own. But by then, by that age, you should have been around people who had different kind of lives, right? You people who are successful, people who are struggling, people are doing this. Now everybody's not who's black is not from the hood, right? So all I'm saying is that you can't use that as an excuse, even though you might, even if you look at it as a reason. If that reason only can take you so far. Well, I didn't have the advantages of the other man. Listen, there's black people. There was Officer Tatum was having a debate with a young man who was in college. I don't know if people saw that. I like Officer Tatum. The young man was telling him, he's a black dude. He's telling him that he doesn't have opportunity. We don't have generational wealth. And he has a whole stream of white people around him. And Officer Tatum said, don't you go to the same school as these people do? He said, yeah. He says, so what are you talking about? Right? I mean, I live in the Northeast, and most of the black men I know are all six-figure men. They're all six-figure guys. And whenever the conversation goes to the woe is me bullshit, we got this oppression here, this oppression, what are you talking about? I said, you guys make 2, 3, 4 times the national average. What the hell are you talking about? What oppression? I mean, the oppression's there. Well, you got to worry about the little man. Oh, okay, yeah, you do. But what got you out of that? And most of those guys have single mothers too. So what made you different? And that's the thing you need to tell people. What made me different? I don't know. But it wasn't because somebody sat me down and gave me a tutorial. That shit wasn't it. I had to seek out certain things. I'm 17 years old. And I was in Catholic school, and my dean of discipline, this guy was a 6'7" German dude. He looked like straight out of Hitler's Klan, bald-headed, big dude, man. Everybody was scared of this guy. And they called him the dean of discipline, Father Unsaldi. I'll never forget him. He asked me, what did you want to do, young man? I said, I want to be an engineer. He looked me dead in the eye, looked down at me, said, man, he said, you ain't never going to make it. He says, just go get a vocation and just live your life. This is what this freaking guy told me at 17 years old.
And that's the way they spoke to us. See, they don't understand. We was being told that we couldn't do shit by the other people.
That's right.
And we was like, F y'all, we doing that shit.
That's right. I'm 66 years old. I never forgot that.
Yeah.
I said, well, I didn't say, I just looked at him. I didn't say, what do you, I was like stunned. Guess where my next visit was? To the counselor's office to look at the packages for college.
Yeah, hell yeah. And then nobody had to fill out no application for us. We filled that shit out by ourselves, did all that shit. Only thing we did was got our parents' taxes.
I got the letter from the University of Buffalo that says you're accepted into the university on this program, provided you don't have to go to summer school.
Yeah,
I was nearly an A student, and I had like 5 Regents classes. In New York, Regents classes were like the AP classes today. Yeah. I had to get. You couldn't just pass the test. You had to get a certain grade on part of the test just to pass the whole test.
Yeah,
my grades were like, it was like a veil was lifted off my head. I said, this is my future. I was studying, man. I told the fellas, listen, man, we ain't going bike riding today. I got to get this. I got to do all this shit. And so, I mean, nobody helped me out. I found a place in the house to study without, the libraries and everything. And, I said, I got to get out of here. And so when I got my, when I got accepted to college, went up there, the tuition was cheap, relatively speaking. So it wasn't a big burden on the family. And I was getting a stipend. So that was cool. But like I said, I don't want to say I got to give credit to the fact that I had an environment for me to think that freely.
Right, because the parents and the adults in your life ensure that you stayed in your lane. They had expectations. They understood their role, man. You couldn't just do shit. You wasn't all in adults' business. They told you what to do based off of the information they may have known or may have not known. You just, I don't know, man. I just don't get it, man. You know, even listen, man, when I came out of school in 1986, man, college enrollment improved 300% across America.
Yeah.
HBCU enrollment, man, was the highest it's ever been. Motherfuckers was going to college, graduating, men, women, everybody. We just followed up for what the boomers did. Their ass was going to college. And how's it is today, the most technological advanced time in our time, we ain't inventing shit. Motherfuckers can't even read.
Well, but let me also tell you, though, United States across the board, if it wasn't for Elon Musk, who would be our top technology guy?
America don't teach science no more.
Yeah, man. Where's
literary skills? We've been speaking broken English since we got off the damn boat.
Yeah.
We can communicate with ebonics. We can switch it up. They're not teaching math and science. These motherfuckers can't add, subtract, but they can spin though.
And you know what? Because the schools came from teaching people about reading, writing, and arithmetic, the 3 R's, right? To transgenderism. Now they're teaching you sex ed. We don't have to go down that path, but they got shit in the curriculum that is immaterial.
But that's all most
they got usurped. They got usurped.
But
they
don't have collective bargaining in a lot of these inner cities. Most of them are renters. So it's a difference when you stay in a neighborhood where everybody works and pays taxes. You can sort of dictate what goes in your school.
Right.
But when you're just renting, they push all the rhetoric in these public schools.
Right.
They push it. You can go see where they pushing the LGBTQ.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Who's voting for these members? See, that's the point. There are people who don't get involved in local politics, right? So these guys who make these decisions get voted on these boards because the average everyday person, especially damaging in the Black community, don't care about those local elections. So these ultra liberal, crazy lung nuts get on the board and they start passing policies that hurts the whole community and hurts your children and everything like that. So I think that hopefully going forward, more emphasis will be put on local elections as well, just like we're trying to put a big one on this national one.
It won't be because
but it doesn't mean it can't be.
It can be. And the reason why I say it won't be because even now, most of those elections coincide with the population of the communities. These,
they do. But what I'm saying, somebody knows these people. How are they getting elected?
Because they go into the churches.
Well, what I'm saying is the
church population to vote. Enough churches to vote for you. You're good.
But the churches have been taken over by Satan.
But that's why they can get that movement because they can. Not allow you to have access to abortions and just have free.
A lot of them have been taken over by Satan, man. It's as simple as that. It's just hard. It's sad to say, but it is. They've been usurped and overthrown. So there's no reason for the churches in our community to be 100% Democratic or liberals. And because it's the collection plate. You want money to come in there, you gotta say the shit people want to hear. So, Coach Ferg, how long you want to go, or you got some parting thoughts you want to put out there?
We
can get my man Braxton and talk. I mean,
I wish you would have came up, man, and so we can.
Yeah, I don't know why you haven't come. You can come up in the cloud, Braxton, and say what you got to say. You don't have to show your face. We'll keep you in the
find out what this disconnect is, because I would like to know in his circle and the masses in his generation how they actually are being able to take advantage of the opportunities today, because I don't know. And my folks are way older than that. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good year, 76, 78. Yeah. I was 10 years old. Shit. I was learning how to dance from the older
Yeah,
cat.
I went to college in 76.
Yeah, shit.
So my high school years was 72 to 76. Yeah. So
but again, those are Braxton, you can probably be my grandson, maybe my son, our Payne's grandson, son. Listen, you would have had a different mindset if you was under the tutelage of a Gen XR boomer. We'd have been in your ass. Kept you out of trouble.
Yeah, so here's the A team talking about. Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest mistakes we make. I think so. I think in the future, that's what we have to start to concentrate on. But anyhow, everybody's getting tired tonight, man. We're gonna have to give them a break. Hey, Ferg, man, next time we're gonna take over BMU's channel, man. We can keep the conversation going.
All right, man. He said he was gonna come up, man. I don't know.
I think we hit on some good stuff in terms of just in general living. Not just because of the marriage stuff. We understand about men and difference and cheating and all that kind of stuff. It's a bad deal all the way around. But men and women don't react to it the same way. And it's really enough said. A man who forgives his wife for doing it, I think she starts to lose respect for him. Right? I think no matter how you say it, I really believe that happens. And a woman who accepts her man back, I don't necessarily think that they. Well, here's Braxton here, man. You want to come up? Yeah. Show me. Give me a high sign, man. All right. Go ahead, brother. What's happening?
What's up, young man?
Right,
Evening,
man.
sir. How y'all?
I'm glad you came up. I just wanted you to come up, man. Anyway, that's why.
Yeah, I see you writing some stuff down. It's worth conversating about a little bit, So, do you have an issue with what we're saying, or where you're coming with? Just verbalize what you've been putting down and writing here. So, what's your position?
No, sir. I have no issue with I have no issue with what you said or with Mr. Coach Berg has said, because both of y'all were right, and so am I. Because two things can be right at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, but I agree with every last thing y'all said. And with me, whenever somebody who's been around much longer than me is talking, I listen to them. I like to listen to them.
Even when we talk our shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, how old are you, man? You're under 30?
No, sir, you won't believe it, but I'll be 30 next. I'll be 31 next month.
All right, well, that's close enough. That's cool. I mean, because you're a millennial.
Yes.
Right. It's okay. So things are different from you, but how much do you? A lot of stuff might not have been passed down to you. So how do you circumvent the fact that you don't have the knowledge that gives you a leg up that maybe in some other communities have gotten passed down to them? Maybe the money, the knowledge of what to do next. How have you navigated that in your own thing? How much you blame on them, or how much could you have learned on your own?
Well, no. I don't. Well, my words down in the chat is what. Okay, my words are not my words. These are the words I've heard since maybe 20, in between I say 2016 to 2019. Yeah. So this is the stuff that I heard and learned from other people.
But brother,
that's from my own personal life. Now, me, I was fortunate because thanks to mainly thanks to my dad, we had a comfortable lifestyle. Because even before we moved here to this area in my hometown, we were in the biggest house on the biggest property. We had the biggest front and backyard. Like everybody else's house and yards were smaller compared to ours. So in a way, we were like the royalty of the neighborhood. And then when we moved here, we lived in the burbs. And so luckily, both my parents provided me and my older sister with pretty much whatever we either wanted or needed. So we were basically spoiled. Now, but I was spoiled the most because by proxy, I'm the youngest, and I'm the youngest out of 7. I'm number 7. So yeah. So and how that goes, it sounds a bit confusing now. We have the same father. Yeah, we have the same father, different moms, and my mom was my dad's second or third wife. So I ended up being number 7. But thankfully, from what they taught me over the years, it just carried out, and it carried out to the person I am right now. So all those values and everything that they taught me, I take it into practice along with what I learned for myself as I grew up. I take into practice, plain and simple. Yeah. So as for stepping out of line and all that stuff, it did not exist with them because they're older people. Because I put down in the chat the years they graduated from high school. Because my father graduated in 1976, and then he went into the army. I think maybe until the early 80s. I want to say maybe. I think that was around the time he had one of my older brothers, and my mother, she graduated in 1978.
Okay.
And so yes. So all the acting fool, I said, whether it's because my thing, I'm sorry, their thing was not my thing. Their thing was, if you're gonna act a fool, do it at home, not at school, not out in public, not at somebody else's house. Do it at home. But if company was coming, we knew to straighten up.
So Braxton, brother, I'm listening to you.
Go.
Same message our pain got. Same message I got. The message that you get from a father far exceeds any other message. They had an expectation for you that you was going to at least behave a certain way. You wasn't just out here wilding out. But then you said you heard from other people who may not have been as fortunate as you. They came with their stories. So based off both sides, I think you already said that you sort of gravitate to what you was taught by your father. Now, how do you think you would fare if you listened to those people who always crying about the way life is? Would you be in the space you were today?
No, absolutely not. And plus,
Exactly.
Yes.
That's my whole point.
Yeah.
At some point, we all have to go past where we started from. Our pain is saying it. Even though we may not have gotten all the information, and it ain't no book that's going to give us all the answers to life. Whether you get it from both parents, one parent, the president, you have to go through certain experiences. See what I'm saying? And my experiences was totally different from my father's and my mother's. Because people before the 60s, hey, they wasn't moving around and flying out and traveling down the fucking roads any time of the fucking day. They was sneaking around, and they did that shit. We got the freedom. Now it all depends on what information you're getting, how you going to apply that shit to your life, and you can't make excuses for your lack thereof just because your parents didn't tell you. They didn't know shit either. Are you a parent?
No.
Man, this shit, if you have a child, this is gonna be a whole lot of shit you ain't even know until that shit happened. Like, damn, I didn't know.
I do want kids, but just not right now. So
when you ready?
Let me ask you a question. So, do you have are you looking to get married at what age? Or does
my best answer to that is whenever I'm financially stable and ready for a kid.
Okay. All right. So how do you? Okay. So now that's fair. I mean, that's what I thought. But financially stable is a subjective thing, right? I mean, like, is it a certain amount of money you need to make, or, I mean, or just have a steady job?
Steady job. A steady job a steady job and a career that can afford me the lifestyle I had growing up. Yes, because my thing is for whenever I can afford to live in the same type of house that we lived in. But now the house we lived in back then now is at 300K. But back when we were staying in it, it was at 200K, I think. So for me, so for me, if I make enough to where I can live up to maybe in between a 90K to a 100K home, then I'm good.
Okay. So, I don't know if you want to take this, but go ahead.
Listen, brother. Listen. I understand your mindset. Y'all think like that. I'm just gonna be. I like to be honest with you. It ain't had nothing to do with you. It's the time your ass was born.
Stick around, gentlemen. I'm gonna go hit the head. I'll be right back.
What? There's no one direct way you can get to the space you want to be, right? But the worst thing you can do is limit yourself on trying all of the options. Try all of the options first. 2 or 3 of them go work for you. Keep those motherfuckers in your toolbox. The other 2, they may not work at that time, but you can circle back because it'll come back a time when you'll need them a couple years down the road, like, oh, I know this, and you can apply it. See what I'm saying? I can understand you wanting to get, you already at the space. You already there. You just don't believe it yet. So you just don't, you say it, but you don't believe it yet. Because when you believe it, you don't even have to say it. You just putting in the work and it'll appear. You're like, damn, I'm already here. So don't put a time on it, but I'll tell you this. You have to commit at least 3 to 5 years to whatever it is you're trying to do. Stay focused, be as disciplined as possible. And the woman that you want, she will find you. She will reveal herself to you. But when she comes, you still have to be as disciplined and let her know if she cannot follow that discipline of order, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. But you have to be disciplined because your window is closing. Your window, because we all age out. Contrary to most belief. Yes, your value will go up as you continue to work and grow, but we still age out. You can't pick them upside down no more like you used to do in your 20s when you get 40. You can't stay out at the club to 7:30 in the morning and go straight to work. You got to go get some sleep now. It happens. It's just part of it. But then you can't spend money like you did when you was 20. You got to sort of make the budget, follow the budget plan. That's what's going to put you in a position when you 60, 50 and 60 because you stay disciplined, but you can still have fun. You don't have to not accomplish anything in your life, but you just have to be disciplined. Especially today, it causes a little more discipline. Just in one thing, your work ethic, you're learning new skills. Even if it ain't part of your job description, it's good to know a little bit about it because companies are cutting back now. They don't need as many bodies. So if you have that skill and ability, then you're gonna stay on. And even outside of work, there's something that you can do to create extra for yourself. But how disciplined would you be to find that niche? See, that's the trick, to be disciplined, because you're going to have to step away from everybody. People are going to accept the people criticizing, oh man, you different. Accept that shit because you're looking at the other end instead of right now. But a lot of people struggle with that discipline. It just comes down to discipline, man. 3 to 5 years. Should have changed your life. I promise you. It would change your life. And I ain't saying don't be, if you got girls, this shit, I ain't saying that. But you can't be wasting time with them. They have to be willing to move as you move. Because you right there. You're 35. You over 35, right?
He said he's 31.
No,
31?
I'm 30. I'm 30. I'll be 31 next month.
At 35, you can have your house, you can have everything you want, but you gotta dedicate that time. Figure out what it is.
Coach Ferg, let me ask him a couple of baseline questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you living in your own apartment, or are you still staying at home?
No, unfortunately, I'm not in my own place right now.
Okay.
So you still live with family, right?
Yes.
And y'all working together, right?
Yes, we are.
You able to
Well,
save
the key
money?
is, are you stacking bread? That's the point. Are you stacking money?
You stacking that bread.
Yes.
That's the key. All right, so that's the point, right? So, because when my kids got old enough, they stayed home. One of them's still here, and all we did was, I invest their money for them, so they're invested. So when my oldest left, she's cool and she's on her way. So the goal is kind of what you're saying. But what's the expectation? Is the reason why you're hesitant for getting the next step is that the women, forget about this stuff, life beyond women. But let's just say you want a wife, you want kids, you want a wife. Is your hesitancy from getting that part of your life started because you're not where you want to be financially? Or is it because you can't find a woman who's willing to be a part of that process you getting it? Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So which one is it, a combination of both, or which one is more prevalent with you?
The money aspect mostly.
Okay, so you think you could find a honey who would be willing to build something with you so you don't have to wait till you're at the finish line? You know what I'm saying? Do you see where I'm coming from? Because where's the finish line really? So if it takes you 3 years to get where you want to go, that's one thing. But it's supposed to take 6 or 7 or till where you're 40. Does that matter?
No, I say it really don't. I say it really won't. It really doesn't matter what as long as you can do it in between, like you said, in between a 3 or 5 year span, it really won't matter.
Okay. All right. I mean, if you got a plan, I mean, by all means, stick by the plan. I'm just saying, all right, it's cool. All right. So at the meantime, you're holding all the honeys at bay until your plan is at least a little bit better. Is that it?
Pretty much, yes, sir. Yeah, and also and alongside there, guys, I want kids and all that stuff, but due to the way things are now in the country on different aspects, I was like, yeah, it sounds like pretty much of a risk for both marriage and kids.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. I mean, let me tell you, I talk a lot of shit, but
Yes.
this is just
Yes,
happened. Let me just say this: my oldest daughter I had when I was 34. My youngest, I was 41. I was 41 when I had my youngest, my 2 kids. So I was a little older. So they didn't have to grow up with me. They came into a stable household. So I'm not necessarily against men waiting. My thing was more than circumstances of waiting. We had a different circumstance, me and the wife, because I got married at 29, but we didn't have our first kid till I was 34. You know, but we had some complications that made it that long, but everything worked out for the better, you know. So having a kid at 40, 41 is not a big thing for a man, you know.
Yeah.
So especially if your household is stable. So it's not a bad plan. So
yeah. And you have to try to find somebody at least has a like mindset in a sense. You know what I'm saying? You seem like you disciplined. You seem like you like cut and dry. Like I ain't laughing at no jokes. I ain't doing none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So you got to find somebody that matches that sort of energy. You seem like you're a homebody. You know, you're comfortable in your own space. You know, it takes some vetting. You know, it's just unfortunate because what you see. You know,
well, we have the opportunity, Coach Ferg, to ask them, I mean, how is the dating situation out there? From your perspective? You know, we're married, so we've been out.
Are you do you date on a regular basis, or are you just like, man, fuck it? Okay.
No, I'm single. I've been enjoying the single life for a good amount of years. There's
So
nothing wrong with it. It's beautiful, especially now. Me being single is beautiful.
Yeah.
A lot of people are thinking that. So, but do you go out every so often? You know, not every so often. I mean, well, once in a blue moon, take a honey out to whatever. Is it walk? Is it dinner? Is it lunch? Is it just holding hand? What is it? How is it? Maybe you haven't done this in a while. Have you asked a woman out for a date lately? How long has that been?
No, nope. It's been a while.
Okay. You know, but that story is not uncommon these days.
Yeah, it's not.
From what I understand, it's not uncommon. Yeah. I try to, you know, one of the things I told people, and I had to learn this when I first came on YouTube, you know, because my situation was so different. I said, I can't tell people how to date today, but I can tell you how to be married. You know, but I can't tell you how to date. You know, that's why I'm curious. What is it? What is going on out there in the street? Because I know a lot of people from the men's side will say, not you, but some men will say, well, there's no marriageable women. And then you listen to some of the women say, well, there's no marriageable men. I call cap on a lot of them. okay, because they're asking for shit that's out of this world for the most part. But there's got to be some more reasonable, but you got to go through a whole lot of shit to find them, you know? But I don't know. It's just curious because you can lend us some information that we can't, from my perspective, I can't talk about. You know, if you're a single man these days, where they say boxes everywhere, you know, I mean, is that part of it true? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Is it, if you
Part
know,
of that is true.
well, but how about
As I heard.
yeah, I mean, this is going to be too personal. You don't have to answer it, but how about for you? Is that true? I mean, how long would it take you to, you know, get a honey to just want to give you box with no string attached, unless you're just paying for it?
I won't know until I really won't know until
So you don't.
that happens. Until that happens, I have
Okay,
no
that's not one
clue.
of your concerns.
Yeah, and see, that's not a bad space for you to be in
Right, it's
right
not.
now.
It's not.
Because you can, but
Because,
only thing I'm saying is
because if a chick, you know, likes me, she likes me, and if she don't, she don't. You know.
there you go. There you go. You know what I'm saying? It's just that when you get to that space where you're gonna be looking, make sure you have your standards and expectations. You know what I'm saying? And have some negotiables too. Because we don't, you know, everything is they're them and I'm me. So I got my expectations. They have their expectations, but have those conversations, tough conversations. A lot of people assume shit. I never assume nothing when it comes to a woman. If that shit could pop up in my head, I'm asking. And and I learned that a question that goes unanswered is your answer right there. You ain't got to figure it out. Because today you can't dismiss the fact that some women may have slept with other women and had trains ran on them. So I'm asking that damn question. And if you
Do
don't
you
answer
expect
the
to get an
question,
answer, man? Do you really expect to get?
yeah. Well, if you don't give me an answer, then I already know the answer.
I mean, but some of them will get straight
Just
up.
like if a woman asks me if I'm gay, hell no.
Yeah.
Why you asking me that
Right.
question?
Right. Because some of the best ways to know something is if you assume. In some cases, not all cases, but in some cases, yeah.
I never assume. I don't care. I take it for what it is. You can't assume because people have ulterior motives.
Suspecting, assuming.
You know, but yeah, man, you know, you young, but you ain't that young. That's why I'm saying you ain't that young, but you right there where you consider yourself a grown man. You would say I'm a grown man, right?
Yeah.
So, and based off the difference of then and today, it has to be a little bit more intentional so you don't get burned.
Right.
So when you do invest your time and your resources in a woman, you're gonna get just equal share back. That's all. Make me whole. If your ass leave me, make me whole again. Don't leave me fucking half broken. I'm
educated, man. You went to college too?
No, I'm not in college yet. I should have been in college, but not yet. I'm
You went
planning
to
on
the
being in college.
military? Did you go to the military?
Did I go in the military? No.
So you just went and straight out and went to work, right? Out of
Yes.
high school. Now let me ask you this: has it been difficult to sort of move up in the work ladder, or is it, you know, pretty consistent for you where you have a job, you've been able to work it, get your bonuses, get your raises, whatever, or is this sort of like a plateau that you reach and just hovering between that space and, you know, job security?
Well, of course you would want to. Well, of course I would like to move up in a job, but for the most part, it's been kind of, you know, so.
Okay. Okay. So have you thought about just either, I guess, acquiring the skills needed to advance yourself despite the job? Just take the whatever it is. So I ask this question like I ask young students.
For me to acquiring other skills to help me to get into a better position. Yes, I have.
Okay. What is that?
I'm thinking about.
What is that skill that you are obtaining?
Guess pretty much with being consistent, in whatever I do.
No, what I'm saying, okay, do you have a God-given talent?
God given talent.
Can you create something?
Well,
Can you create something?
yes, I have a talent, but it wouldn't be related to work.
It doesn't matter. Do you have a God-given talent?
Yes.
Can you share that talent with the world? Not say it, but say if you was to teach, could you teach the world your talent?
Yes, I could.
There you go, right there. That's your generational wealth that you could tap into. You just because one thing I learned about YouTube, and this is a space with the entrepreneurship being big. This is a great space to market your talent. Because if you have a gift, you don't have to go searching for jobs. Your gift is the life of you. You know what I'm saying? Because if you tap into that, I'll say this. If I'm an artist, kids used to say, I'm an artist. I want to be an artist. I want to draw. An artist should draw every day. I'm a writer. I'm a poet. A writer should write every day. That's your gift. And then after, say, 6 months to a year, you have a portfolio 200 pages thick. So when you run up on opportunity, you don't have to do a lot of talking. You can just pull out your portfolio and say, look through that. Now they looking through it. They like, damn, you did all this? Yeah. In my spare time. In this. Another reason I'm saying that is because those are opportunities a lot of us miss out on because we don't want to tap into our God-given talents and share it to the world. Expect pushback. Hell, your ass can paint. I don't like that shit. You know, black folk ain't gonna like that shit anyway. They can't do it. Expect that shit. Are you only focusing on people of color? Or are you trying to give it to the world? That's all I'm saying. Because what is your gift? What is your gift?
It makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, there's a parable about talents.
Yeah. What is your gift? What is it that you can create?
Oh, you're back to asking me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, this is what you just said. I draw and write.
How often do you draw?
I haven't it's been some years.
Why is that? Why? Why haven't you drawn?
The reason why I haven't been drawing or writing is because, well, I just haven't had the thought about it, and I have my mind on other things.
Well, the inspiration is that you got. What's the spark? The inspiration to do it. You know, it's funny. My wife is a artist of sorts, and you know, she puts it up and picks it down, but she went to school for that, right? I don't know if I would ever send my kid just to be a BS in art in arts and crafts and shit. But she's really good at it, right? So she spends a lot of time putting her pieces up with the state of New Jersey. They have these art fairs and stuff.
Yeah.
And the last time she did something, she came in #1, right? And so she was. I encourage that, but it takes a lot of time for her to put those together. But it is a gift.
Yeah.
You know, but it's a gift you have to exercise. And so you got to write. One thing about writing is you start saying, well, because I like to write too. You know, what am I going to write about? You know, but when you look around you, there's no shortage of stuff.
Yeah.
You could write about. I mean, you know, or draw. You know, inspiration is just life. You know, it doesn't have to be positive, and it can't be just based on the mood, right? Because if you got to learn how to do shit when your mood is not right, but you still do it anyway. That's how you break through it.
Yeah.
But writing, man, it's so many things to write about. The reason why I want YouTube, I retired from my job, and I like to write, but then it had this, because every time if you join YouTube, you have a channel automatically. I didn't know you could really monetize it that easy. It's not easy, but to make stuff. So I just got a lot of videos, a lot of stuff that I like to talk about my experiences over the year. Now, some of it is maybe not worth listening to, but some of it is, you know, but I can get it out of my head and I could put it on wax, so to speak. And that helps me take it out of my head and capture it. So I'm learning how to do this stuff, and it's pretty good. So at 31, whether you think you had arrested development or not, one of the things is we make plans, but is your plan written down, or is it just in your head? Are the steps clear to you that you have to make, and or do you look at the roadblocks? And when I say you, I'm just talking about in general. Because one of the things I used to tell people, and this was my career when I was at work, if I had an idea, the point was just move towards the idea. Move towards it. And when you move towards it, you might not have the answers, but as you're moving towards it, some of these things reveal themselves to you because you're working for a goal. And I always started my idea of doing something without actually knowing how I was going to get there. And then you start recruiting people to help you get there, and never be afraid to work with people smarter than you and all of that kind of stuff. So if you got this plan for your life, the first thing is how serious is the plan in terms of how you're taking it? Is it written down? Do you research it? Do you study it? Do you move towards it? Are the obstacles that you think that are in front of you, are they real or they just fear or false evidence appearing real? Those kind of things. And you just got to keep moving. Because if you stop moving, if you got a talent like artistry and writing, but that's not necessarily your goal to be an artist in writing, but those things can help break those molds because now you're doing something that's inspiring you. And then you start doing those things. And so you get out of, you have to break yourself out of, I'm not saying you are in a rut, but if you are in a rut, how do you get out of it? Well, you have to move. You have to move. And you might not be sure about it, but once you start moving, shit starts to kind of, you don't have to have all the answers, but you just need to move.
Yeah.
And that's really it. You
don't even have titles to your shit. You can just write that shit down, name it later, because it's in the moment. It's, what I'm saying? And your vision can come as you continue to go down certain roads. Like you said, I got to have this certain amount. That could be the missing link to bring all of that sooner than later. Because it ain't for your gift, ain't for you. It's for the world to see. So what I'm saying, your gift ain't for you, it's for the world.
It's funny. I discovered. I didn't discover it. I just started playing around with AI chat, right? Because I hit the search button, right? Verbal, and I said, well, write me a lyric, and I just gave it a couple of things. Write me a lyric about baby boomers, right? What they've done. And the AI wrote me a couple of choruses and all that shit, right? And then I asked it to put it to music. They said, we don't have that feature. So I found this other program that has the feature. So I took those lyrics and I put it in there, and then I set the mood, right? Motivational R&B, motivational funk, motivational this, that, and it writes you a song. So it's like a new toy, right? So I wrote one for my wife, right? That shit came out nice. And all I said was, if I would have had this shit when I was in the streets, oh my God, I mean, I'm just thinking, what made me do that? I don't know, because it's YouTube. I said, can I use this to make better videos and all this kind of stuff? And so all I'm saying is, again, you just move. Right. So the service to make a song costs a little bit of money. So it's not a lot, but it's like I'm in hobby mode, so I have the money to do it. But the AI chat is free. My wife has dimples, so I put in there something about my wife, her dimples, and her smile. And it wrote a complete song that I gave to her, And of course, I took credit for it.
Of course you did. Of course.
But those is AI chat, but it actually is pretty nice.
Yeah.
So I saw how she reacted. I said, man, what can I do with this? I wrote one for my sports show, right? You know about that, Trey Ferg. I wrote one for that. I don't know if you heard it, John.
You played it for me, man. I heard it.
Right, but I did one, and this is kind of a side thing. Just take it off of you, Braxton. It's one of the it's like in 2024 there was a whole bunch of art athletes who passed away. So I wrote one as an ode to the athletes and shit, right? And I put it in the middle of the show last week. It was slow, right? It was really poignant. I said, man, this is pretty damn good. You know. So anyway, so there's things you could use to get you perked up to move. But it's cool, man, that you spend some time with us tonight, man, and just get off your show. Because you come to BMU's channel a lot, right? You've been over here before. Is this your first time coming up, Braxton?
No, this is my this is my
like
second time. This is either my second or my third time.
Yeah, I know I've noticed you in the chat before. But it's a good conversation, man. There's a lot of people out here. What other channels do you frequent? Any others? Or do you have a channel yourself?
No, I don't have a channel for myself right now, but the other channels I follow this one. I follow Miss Embrace the Grace. I follow the Angry Man channel, and I follow Izzy Ben's channel. I mean, well, his chat name is Izzy Ben's, but his name,
Yeah, man. Follow our pain, man. Follow me in our pain, man. You know.
But here's the thing, you know what? So you got this gift. You know, you can start a channel talking about art and writing.
And your experience, because you're at an age where a lot of adults your age are just crying about everything. You came from a family, you know what I'm saying? You had the same opportunities, but you still made decisions to do it your way. And in making those decisions to do it your way, you have, not saying you, but you can't blame those before you if you followed a different blueprint. If you create your own path, you can't say, well, they didn't do this and they didn't do that. You hear it. You start from where you starting to grow. Yes, despite mom and dad not being here. You know, I'm just saying, because there was a lot of single parents coming, you know, a lot of my friends came from single parent homes, but they made no excuses to be the best that they can be. A lot of people my age were retiring in their 50s because they understood I got to put in the work. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to the opposite sex, hell, everybody don't like us. That's just who we are. Everybody don't like us. But then, are you ready in your life for the one that appears? See, you had this man said, I don't want to do something until I get here. But what if she's appeared to you right now?
Yeah, what you gonna do?
You're going to deny yourself that opportunity to have someone help you build based off, I don't want to do it now because of something? Or, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to explain because your journey is going to be your journey. You know what I'm saying? And will you be able to recognize when it's your time? See, even in your journey, will you be able to recognize, like, this is my opportunity? And a lot of people dismiss the opportunity because it ain't gonna be, oh, like, here I am. It's just gonna be like, oh, is that what that was? And we see it on the back, oh, damn. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, did all of this. When sometimes the fear hinders us from actually just taking a step, taking that next step. Because the worst thing that can happen is you might have to come back to where you started, which is not a bad thing. Now you have now you know, I ain't going down that damn road ever again. I don't need to try it. I don't need to think about it. Block that shit. Now you can find new paths and try those paths. You know, your discernment and your understanding of life will help you navigate most of the BS. But most of the BS is going to be based off our own decision, not nobody else. Because you're a grown man. You can't turn back. No. You got to figure it out. Ain't nobody coming to save you.
So your pops still alive? Your pops and mom still alive?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I bet dad still got it going on. I bet dad still got it going on.
I bet he does. I think Yeah, he's 66, and my mother, she's 64.
I bet your mama's still fine as hell too. I already know, man. Yeah, man.
Well, she's had the same face ever since she graduated high school.
Yeah, I bet you. Yeah, man. They
So what do they say
understood.
to you, though, man? I mean, just in general, not you don't have to get too personal, but what do they say to you about uh your or they talk to you about where you are in life? Do you have those conversations? I have those kind of conversations with my kids. You don't have to get too personal if it is, but do that. I mean, do you just in general have those conversations? You don't have to say what it is, but do they
Yeah.
happen?
Well, no, well, the last time me and my dad talked well face to face, that was back in December 2015.
Oh,
And so
okay.
yeah, and as for my mother, well, maybe we talk like that and about things maybe every once in a while.
Okay. So you living with your moms then?
For right now, I am.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so you've been out on your own before and came back?
No, not yet. I wish I could say, but not yet.
Okay. Listen, I tell you, okay. So I didn't know your pops was you're that distant for that long. That's a long time. Well, shit, almost 10 years.
Yeah.
So I mean that sheds some light on the story. But hey, well, anyway, man, like I said, don't give up, man. Keep moving. And maybe you gotta. I don't want to say I don't want to put no pressure. Maybe you gotta move a little faster. But Coach Ferg said it. You sometimes when we're waiting on one thing, we can miss opportunities that come in. You know what I'm saying? Something that happens, and so don't be afraid to take a leap, even if you don't have everything together. That's pretty much the long and short of it. As long as you're moving. Now, if you need some more credentials in your life, like a certification or something like that, those are things worth getting. Whatever your job has to offer, I don't know what you do. If they have any kind of training program for management or skill set that will allow you afford you to move up, you need to sign up for those things immediately.
Yes. Go to your
Whatever
HR.
they might have, you need to sign, especially if they're paying for it. What else
Yes.
are you gonna do with your time? Sign up for that shit immediately.
Yes.
And even if you're not comfortable with it, if they're offering it to you, just take it.
Yes.
Just do it. Sit in that class. You'll be around other people who are learning to try to be a self-improvement.
Study with them.
Jobs,
Yes.
if you are working for Amazon, for example, they're sending kids to like full-fledged college and shit and paying for it. UPS has training programs. I don't know you don't have to say it, but if they got any kind of training programs, sign up for that shit immediately. I don't care what it is.
Yeah, go to HR, man. Go to HR and ask the HR representative if they have any of those, because a lot of companies do. People just not aware of them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I would just go and just see. You never know, man. They're like, yeah, we got a class that you can sign up for right now and in 2 weeks and shit. They'll get it. Like our parents said, let them pay for your computer and do all the stuff you need to get it, because you know what I'm saying? Because now they're looking at you as a person that they can retain.
Matter of fact, the funny people don't really know. If you're an employee amongst a lot of employees and you're asking management if you got training programs, you're automatically put in a different category than the guys who are not asking.
Yep.
Right off the rip. Here's somebody we have who's looking better to better themselves.
To advance with us. Looking to advance with us. They love that shit.
Yeah, they love that shit. So
yeah.
So these are little things you could do, and then whatever plan you have for your life, and it's none about business, write that shit down. Here, I'm here and I want to be here. And this is what I need to do to get there. Don't keep that in your head. Write that down. If you have to make a verbal recording or sometime attach some not social media, but multimedia to it, so it's
Your
better.
alarm on your phone, all that shit.
Yeah, just do all that stuff, because I was taught, nobody taught me this, but I learned along the way that if you have goals, if they're in your head, they're like, make your goals, make your goals in concrete and your plans in sand. because plans change based on life situation. But your goals, you got to write them down, and you can put a plan around them and say, am I making the necessary steps to get there? Am I doing the necessary things to get there? And for me to get from point A to point B, do I need more education? Do I need this? Do I need that? If the answer is no, then move towards point B. Then if I need to get to C and I need this certification or I need this, you need to know that. You could write that shit down. How do I get this certification? Because now you're asking yourself the right questions. How do I get this certification? How much money does it cost? How long it's going to take? Blah, 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 blah. Those kind of things. If you're not saying those things, you're having those conversations with yourself, you're just kind of swimming in the in the vacuum.
There you go. And
so I'm assuming that you haven't done that already. If you have done that, then that's cool. But if you haven't,
and just use the SMART goal format. Just make it smart. Just use the SMART. This is format for it. Just follow that. Specific. What are specific goals? Short term, long term. What can you accomplish today? And what can you accomplish in 6 months, the next couple of years? Like I said, because that time is allowing you to learn more, grow more mentally, physically, overcome some adversity, some obstacles, and allowing you and giving you the ability to work through difficulty because you're figuring it out. And every day is like a piece to your puzzle because you don't know what the hell it's like to be 35 or 45.
And that was my next thing. You said you got a lot of siblings, 7 of them?
I'm number 7.
Yeah, 6,
Seven.
and they're all older than you, right? I know about siblings. They ain't all have not all of them have great information to give you.
Exactly.
But if there's any who stand out, who are doing their thing that you could use as a, hey, brother, sister, I'm thinking about doing this. Can you give me some pointers? Because I know you've done it already. Those kind of things, use them as an asset. Ask them questions. The ones who can give you good information. I know we all have some family members that we don't need the information from, but the ones who are doing it, if you got some people who are doing it in your family, in your immediate family, or a sibling, don't be afraid to call them up and say, hey, listen, regardless of what our past, I'm trying to move forward. What should I do? What can I do? I have this plan to move, and I'm doing this. I know you did it before. How did you get it accomplished? And because they gotta, if you're 31, that means some of your siblings are up into their 40s, probably.
They are.
Yeah. So they've lived
some
life.
of them are.
Yeah. So some of them, if some of them are doing better than others, I would imagine. So you seek out some of that information if it's worth it. I mean, if they're all in trouble, you got to be careful who you take advice from, but you should know, your own family better than anybody else.
And don't be afraid, man. Take the chance on yourself right now. Take the chance on yourself right now.
So I mean, we over here preaching to you a little bit. You'll take whatever you want, put the rest on the shelf. If it's worthwhile, you could always come back and replay some of this, and say, this was a good nugget, that was a bad nugget. I don't want to hear this part, and just go from there.
That's it. There's no one specific plan, uniform for everybody.
Right.
You might take 2 steps with me, 5 steps with our pain, 6 steps on your own. But the 2 steps that I gave you may have been important. The 3 that our pain gave you may have been important, but you needed the steps, and and regardless of where you get the, I have to say this in a way that, because I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. Listen. Regardless of how they give it to you, I don't want to use that word. How they sell it to you, how they.
It's fine. It's fine, sir.
No, but what I'm saying is, don't listen for it to just be coming out like, well, no. Sometimes you need to hear it in an aggressive way. Listen to the message, not how they say it. Don't worry about how they say it. And if it can apply to you, great. Something, even if it don't at the time, just put it in your tool belt. Say, okay, I might need this shit a couple years down the road. And then you can recall, like, hold up, a little bald-headed dude told me some shit. I ain't believe it at first, but now here I am. And you can come back to it, and then you can apply it at that time. every day is an opportunity, man. Every day. Don't take no days granted to learn. Just learn as much as you can, you know, be in the best physical shape you can be in, you know, love yourself first, you know, do because a lot of that plays in your psyche, how you look, how you feel, that plays into your psyche, how you present yourself to others. You know, expect people to not always, your dreams and goals ain't mine. So whether I cheer you on or not, it shouldn't stop you from at least trying to accomplish your dreams and goals. So I'm saying, I always expected people to talk about me, especially if I'm trying to do something great. They not doing it. You know, they ain't trying to do it. So why they go question me, man? Why you want to do that? Because this is me. And I don't know. Just don't allow fear to stop you from doing whatever it is you want. Just don't allow fear. You'll be all right. So,
all right. So listen, we're gonna go ahead and end the stream.
Yeah, let's get
out. Okay, Braxton. Got any last thoughts you want to provide?
Yeah, sure. Sir.
Any questions?
Well, let them go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and say some of my last statements. Well, I do appreciate all of the information and all the talk that y'all have given me, and it was another good stream. And yeah, but all in one about me, like I said, look, I always say this. I know I'm not the best of nothing, not the smartest anything, and not the best looking. Whatever, fine. That's all good. I'm neither of those things. Point blank. Period. So all I am is just a dude. All I am is just a dude. Young dude who's giving his most uneducated opinions and views, and just trying to have some and I'm just trying to have some success and get through life. Pretty much basics.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. You got any more? Go ahead. That's it. Coach Ferg, what you got, man? Then we're gonna.
And I ain't got nothing, man. Braxton, man. Listen, man, I appreciate you coming up here, man. Just being vulnerable, man. You know, just sharing. Because sometimes it's best to hear voices declared, so it won't be no confusion. And my message is only to help those who haven't gotten to a space of being old, like me and Brother Arpain. You know what I'm saying? I spent my years working with young men and young women, man, in worse situations than you. And they found a way. They just believed in themselves and needed somebody to say you can do it. We get shitted on enough out here, man. So you have to believe it first. Don't be afraid to try anything new. Every day as a man, I always felt like I needed to gain some new tools in my tool belt just for whenever. Even if I didn't use it, I have it. And then, you know, just be willing to take advantage of the opportunity when it presents yourself. You got some good advice as far as find out through your HR. They got some training programs that they can support you on. They'll do that shit hands down. You just have to maintain a certain grade point average and study. Stick with those people who's learning it too. Learn together. Read that shit out loud. Practice that shit. Next thing you know, man, in the next 5 years, man, you can be standing on top of the world, not forgetting about me and our pain. Let me just super chat them to death because they gave me all this information, all this wisdom. Now I'm sitting at the top. And just be humbled about it, man. Find somebody else that you can give the information to that's looking for it. And life will bless you. Salute,
man. Yeah. So listen, you know, this is a good stream because every day of the week, BMU has a certain different conversations. If you're around this channel, you'll know about that. So every day. And so some are very educational. We have a lot of different people coming up. I have a Monday show. This Monday, we're going to be talking about successful men in marriage who don't want to get married. They're actually having their kids, I call a la carte, as opposed to getting married. And there's some negativity towards that, but I want to put it in a perspective of why, successful men are afraid of marriage. They're not afraid of marriage. I should say wrong. They're afraid of divorce. But they still want legacy. So they buy their legacy through a la carte. So there might be enough to conversate on that. I guess what about
Arpain?
Yeah.
Oh, Braxton. That's a question you could have asked, man.
What's that?
He put it in the back chat.
Yeah. Which question? Which one?
Oh yeah, about some of my comments in the back check when Coach Ferg had asked me about the military, and then I said no. But yeah, but back then I thought about enlisting in the military, and if I did, it would have been either in the Army or in the Air Force.
Would you do it today?
The way the world is now, no, I would not.
Why not?
Though, like I said, though I would want to, but no.
Why not? Hold up. Why not? Why wouldn't you do it today?
Because the U.S. is already in enough conflict already.
So listen, and this is the understanding you have to understand. Not everybody goes to war.
Yeah,
they send reservists and National Guard first, and not every occupation goes to war.
Yeah. If you don't need
I'm just saying though. I
hear you.
Hey, you want to fast?
These crazy assholes. If as long as the current administration is, you got to really think hard and fast. I didn't want to step on your ear, man, but you know, you got to be willing to fight for the people who are in charge of this country right now. Will have you fighting for shit that you don't believe in. You know, so you got to be careful about that, even if you don't go to war. But it is still an opportunity if you don't have anything else. That part of it is true. But you know, Berg said, you know, there's an option for you. These are options. But you know, I hear you. So let me tell you, gentlemen, I'm gonna end the stream, but I'm gonna bring y'all down so I can just say this. But listen, come back. Listen, my Art Payne at MPS, Marriage, Politics, and Sports at 1241. I got a lot of videos over there, man. I got videos on, you know, where women say some stuff. I got some on politics. I got a sports show on Wednesday at 7 o'clock, right before the sports show on this channel at 8. So that sports show, I let people up. If you like sports, do you like sports? You like sports? Come hang out and talk that. So Coach Berg comes there every so often, and he's over here at 8 o'clock Eastern. So
Wednesdays, one-on-one sports show.
Yeah, mine is at 7. His is at 8. I pop over here every so often. And there's now the football season in full swing. NBA is in full swing. There's a lot of good stuff. So anyway, gentlemen, I'm going to call it quits. I'm going to bring y'all down, and I'm going to end the show. All right? Thanks a lot.
All right, sure.
Braxton, thanks for coming up, man.
Yes.
All right.
All right, I'll pay, man. Salute,
All right,
bro.
you too. Let me bring it down. All right, folks. I appreciate all the people in the chat who came up. Braxton, 18 for sticking around. All the folks that are unnamed. But we're going to end the show tonight. I think BMU was crazy enough to let me stay here. But we're going to end the stream, and we're going to be out. This is different than the other one. So let me end the stream on the one that I know of. Okay.
It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies, come and saddle up a ride. Need a yeehaw, you know how here for one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. It's out on Broadway, and it's gnarly. On a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a chunk of green like a golf swing. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Come and kiss me up, it's going down like a train with no brakes. I'm not slowing down.